programming are
DJ and Nicole, what's up? Congratulations, you're first. No. What? What zoo let this fucking jackass touch a fucking giraffe?
Actor in Oklahoma has gone viral after making a few helpful adjustments for one very tall patient.
Yeah, Jerry the giraffe was having some pain in his jaw and upper neck earlier this week. His owner noticed he was struggling to chew his food, so they called in a specially licensed chiropractor. Well, the doc did his work on Jerry's head and neck, and it looks like it worked. Every time he made a new adjustment, you could see Jerry lean in as if he's saying, thank you. Look, he looks so happy, yeah.
I wonder if that's the first time he's adjusted a giraffe.
I was going to say, how do you become an expert in chiropractic giraffe work?
Right.
A lot of
How do you get into that field? I don't know.
Well, that's retarded. That giraffe is adorable, though.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good, glad to hear. Where are you from?
I'm from Northern Kentucky.
Awesome to hear. So, do you eat animals?
I do, yes. I mean, chicken and fish and steak, yeah.
So, do you find that like a little bit morally problematic, or do you think it's fine, doesn't matter?
I think it's fine. I don't consume too much for me personally, so I think it's fine, but I guess it depends on the person.
So let me ask you something. Would you have that same attitude in the human context? Would you say it would be fine to pay for humans to be killed and turned into sandwiches, or would you say that's
absolutely not?
That's completely wrong, right?
Yeah.
We share that common ground. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Some people say that's fine. But okay, so what do you think is so different between us and animals that justifies doing that to them but not to us?
I don't know, to be honest.
So you can't think of a morally significant difference that would justify doing that to them?
No. I don't know.
Then it sounds like if you don't know what's the moral difference, doesn't sound like you should not pay for their death. Then shouldn't you have the same attitude you have in the human context, because you don't even know what separates us morally speaking, right? Have you heard of veganism?
Yes. I have friends that are vegan, yes.
What do you think? What do you know about veganism? How we define it?
I'm not educated on that at all.
So veganism is just this. It's like a logical extension of the idea of universal human rights. Because presumably you have common ground in believing in human rights. It would be wrong for me to stab your innocent friends to death here, obviously, right? We think humans should have a right not to be enslaved, exploited. Vegans think we should extend that to animals. What do you think? Those basic rights not to be exploited and killed.
Yes and no, but I also think that there's an overpopulation with certain animals, so I do think it's okay.
So let me ask you something, because if that's the justification that makes it okay, if there was hypothetically an overpopulation with humans, would it be okay to shoot up humans in schools and stuff?
No, absolutely not. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, we just hope you reflect on your values and extend.
Hi VG. I'm so fucking happy to see you tonight. I hope that you are doing great tonight after that almost 2 days off from work you had. Lol, I bet you'll never guess who this beauty queen's voting for. Lol.
Trump?
Sandy Kane, I'm here as the naked cowgirl of Times Square.
What is your hottest political take?
Last summer, I was promoting Ron DeSantis when he was running for president, so I was on Team DeSantis because I think he's a gorgeous man, Yale, Harvard, and military. So I really liked Ron DeSantis, and he liked me too. He actually did, even though it's city here. But he dropped out of the race. So I really like Joe Biden because he calmed down COVID. But Ron, I still love Ron.
Going from Ron DeSantis voter to Trump. That is really fucking weird.
But it laid too many rules, but
Or I mean Biden. That's really weird, and not Trump.
Trump, we love Joe Biden. He's a peaceful guy, and he keeps the peace. He's not, anyone voting for Trump is insane. How can you like him when he's a criminal? He's wanted in all these criminal things. How could you, can I say, want Donald Trump for our president? And if he becomes president from jail, it's still going to go on, folks. Please don't vote for him. Joe Biden all the way. He's a peaceful guy. One thing about him, they call him Sleepy Joe, but he's doing his job. He's still there. My name is.
Well, that's a sweet old lady. At least she's advocating for Joe Biden. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
And like compassion to animals as well. But anyway, thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, no problem.
Take care.
That was probably the fastest vegan debate I've ever seen. I think he's got the speed run record now at 2 minutes 8 seconds for defeating a carnist in a debate. Dude, Rafaela had some hilarious shorts.
Are you against?
Let me see. Yeah, this one was fucking hilarious.
99% of the population is doing that.
And just because everybody is doing that does not make it moral.
Well, since mankind has began, they've done that.
That's an appeal to tradition.
Years,
That's also a fallacy. Everybody's been doing it, and we've always done it.
Could cows survive in the wild?
Not all humans can survive in the wild, and still it's no reason to put them in slaughterhouses.
So what's your solution?
Being a vegan, respecting animals.
Do you think that's realistic?
Yes, it is. But people like you are holding us back because they just want to use animals as commodities and as slaves.
I think you're ill.
I think you're ill. You're the one who's putting baby animals into his mouth hole.
90.
Fucking based.
We as human beings have dominion over the animals.
You're against slavery, right? If I have dominion over someone, that's a responsibility, not a justification to use someone's body.
The animals are animals. They don't.
That's exactly what they said about black people. They're just animals.
They're speaking the same language.
They said the same thing about black people. That's really embarrassing for you to say, though. They're lesser. They have no voice. They are more stupid. They are under us. They look different. They speak different. They have a different soul. They have no soul. We're oppressing and enslaving animals just the same way that we used to oppress and enslave black people. They're just animals. They're just black people. They're just women. They're just Asians. They're just animals. I can compare everything. You are a slaver and a racist towards animals. You are an animal abuser. Have a great vegan day.
She does not tolerate any bullshit whatsoever. It's fucking hilarious.
Is that fair to treat somebody's body like a commodity, like a slave?
Yeah, of course.
You think it's okay?
Yeah.
Don't you think we need a good justification to do that?
By whom?
For your moral conscience. So I can simply eat your belly now because it looks luscious? It looks like a cow. Can I eat it now?
No.
Why not?
I don't want it.
Does the cow want it?
I guess no.
Shouldn't we respect her just like I respect you and your luscious belly?
We should.
If you don't want to be treated like this yourself, then you shouldn't do it upon others.
No.
Can I put humans into
Just
slaughterhouses?
calm down. No aggressive way to talk to me.
Can I put humans into slaughterhouses?
Wow, what a fucking
Why can I put animals into
snowflake.
Do you have the right
That is a fucking snowflake.
to?
Can I eat your luscious belly if it were legal? No, you wouldn't.
Alter, wer immer redet,
Yeah.
kann nicht zuhören. Wer immer redet.
Is that fair?
Let's see, the Predator donated teller, did you see AOC listening to pro-Hamas propaganda from Hamas? Also, I would exploit Rafaela so hard, I told her in the comments, but it got deleted. You shouldn't say that. Let me see.
This is very different than his other speeches.
React to this.
Let me take a look, Dodo. MAGA Christian nationalists find out Trump's kids are Jewish. I don't think they're Jewish. I've seen a lot of rich families do this sort of thing where they find it improves their ability to do business with like other Jews. They think it like gets them in the club and then they like fake become Jewish.
Christian nationalism. What does that mean to you, and do you think that we should be a Christian nationalist country?
I believe that we should be protecting our freedom of religion, and it seems that Christianity is under attack in this country. It's pretty evident when college campuses allow things to be talked about everything under the sun, but when anyone tries to speak about Christianity, they're pretty much shut down. You see it in protests around the country. People are shut down, and it's really unfortunate. So it is important to me that that's protected.
And do you think the Bible should be taught in public schools?
Yeah. I mean, why not?
We have a separation of church and state.
You know, it might be to some people, but not to me. I just know that God is in charge, and whatever he does it's the only thing to be doing or that can be done. So he's going to take a lot. He's going to go a long ways before he destroys the evil.
And what's the evil as you define it now?
Yeah, well, you know, I can't go that far. I know the evil and you know the evil, but we don't speak it that way. Christians don't, anyway. I don't.
No, I mean when you refer to evil, because I don't know what, evil to me is people who kill people.
Well, Biden's evil, and that's about all I can say to that.
In what ways is he evil?
You know, yeah, I got it all out. Thank you.
All right. So the Constitution was not written for immoral, unjust people. The Constitution was written for moral, spiritual people who could discern the times and the seasons through the Word of God.
We have, God. God is trying to help America, and the man for the mission is Trump. So we need to follow Trump.
But what if Trump were to lose? What would that mean that didn't work out, or what would it mean for the country?
Well, God has his plan, and God knows everything. If that happens, it means suffering for the people. And I don't think God wants that at this point in time. I think that most of America is a faithful people. America is actually following Christ more than we think. And I think that God knows this.
Do you think America should be an exclusively Christian country?
Yes, I think that it should be a Christian country.
I've been watching videos on theoretical generational spaceships that could help humanity reach Alpha Centauri. It would take at least 200 generations assuming it maintains 10% light speed. Would you board the ship and contribute to the mission? I might.
I don't think I'd be allowed to, because I wouldn't have children. So if having children were a requirement, then no. If it weren't a requirement, maybe, but I don't know. I have a certain standard of living that I'd like to have. So, like, if I can't have a motorcycle or, I don't know, video games, shit like that, I don't think I'd really have an interest. Thanks for the donation, though, Killian Titan.
And let's say we became a Christian country. What would you say to your Jewish friends and neighbors?
Well, I think that the base of this nation was Christianity, and they know that, just like Israel was the Jewish religion, and we know that, and we love them, and we respect them for how their nation is, and they respect us for how our nation is run. And I think that, both nations are very, very close, commandments-wise and everything. I think that the right path is to keep America Christ.
Oh God, no, that would be scary. America must not become a SCTCT Christian country by any means.
Well, what these idiots don't realize is if you don't have a separation from church and state, that could mean when demographics change, you could turn America into a Muslim nation. So that's why we have to uphold secular values. It just works out better for everybody. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Christ-like America.
But we have a separation of church and state in this country.
There is separation, but not in the Constitution. The Constitution was based on our Heavenly Father.
I don't think they use those words, though, right?
Not those words, but the men that did the job of writing the Constitution, they were very faithful men.
And we're standing in Virginia. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Articles of Religious Freedom, that everybody here is free to worship whomever they please. Do you think we should teach the Bible in public school?
Yes, I do. I do believe that. I believe that it does brings a spirit of America, and that it helps the children.
You know, Michael Flynn, he said that if the country is one nation under God, it should be one nation under one God. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. Yes.
So what would that do for Donald Trump's Jewish children who don't worship the same God?
But don't they still? I mean, it's still the same God. They just don't worship Christianity.
They don't worship Jesus.
Right, right.
Isn't Jesus the God of Christianity?
Well, he is. He's 3 in 1.
And what about our Muslim people in the country? Should
Predator donated $2 meant propaganda from Hassan, not Hamas. Why don't you ASMR gameplay of Skyrim or Baldur's Gate? We need calm, relaxing gameplay where you do vegan speedrun of some games.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to King. And so what I think is a nice flatter the illithid around. It's still.
That is ear rape. I'm not going to do that. Thanks for the donation, though, the Predator.
they be made to worship Jesus as well?
I don't. No, I guess everybody, we should have our. How about we keep religion out of it?
Michael Flynn.
Wow, he actually got her to agree that we should keep religion out of government.
The other day said that the country is one nation under God. Do you believe with that?
I do.
He's saying because we're one nation under God, we should be one nation under one God. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
So what then, like Donald Trump has children and grandchildren who are being raised Jewish.
What happened to sim racing? I'm going to start playing again soon. They just released an update for WRC that adds VR. And I think they're also going to come out with a set of Corsa 2 as well. Elias donated $2, rate Tate W. Let me see.
Well, I have the worst anxiety, I have the worst OCD in the entire world. Like, I'm on meds for it. But
I have OCD too, and I'm on meds for it too.
What meds?
Lexapro.
Prozac.
Cute.
That is gay.
Well, I have the worst anxiety, I have the worst OCD.
You can... Hello, Russia. You can nuke us now. That was pretty gay, gotta admit. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
What would happen in that case to people like that?
Well, the Jewish religion, that they have the right to believe in their person, which is God. The Jewish religion believes in God. I personally am Roman Catholic. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus.
And what about a Muslim, friend or colleague? Would they have the same protections?
As far as their religion goes, sure.
So that Michael Flynn thing, one nation under one God, it's not, he's saying that there's one Christian God is the way I hear it, but you're saying that shouldn't be.
Well, in my eyes, it is, because I am a Christian.
Right, but should it be mandated to the country is what I'm saying. Should we be one nation under one God as the United States of America?
Well, that's what's printed on our money, and that we should.
We say in God we trust, right?
Correct.
Our money, right. But I'm asking, do you think we should all adopt one God, the same God?
I think if whatever religion you're in, you believe whatever higher being is.
Or you're an atheist.
Well, I'm not.
No, not you. I'm not saying. Sorry, yeah, no, you're.
And I don't like that.
Michael Flynn said that America.
All right, let's watch this Hassan retardation.
Never seen him talk about success this much, and I think it's probably because he wanted to recalculate, retriangulate his speech to the audience that he's listening to, that he's speaking
to.
Dude, what the fuck is AOC doing around Hassan? Bro, this is a guy who was literally promoting fucking Islamic jihadist terrorists And then AOC, a congresswoman, is hanging out with fucking Hasan.
Does it happen to you that you eat accidentally non-vegan products? For example, after you eat something you find out there was some dairy? Plus this bull is a giga chad.
Money was being
Think that only happened to me once. But let me take a look.
unloaded at a slaughterhouse and was able to make a break for it and got away. We tried everything, thermal imaging, night vision goggles.
I'm right in this port.
It's been up to 6 hours out there.
Can I get that gate to close fast enough?
The answer is no.
I come in and everybody says, hey, how about that beef?
A local farmer came in and told me, Ed, I got him. Wandered into a local farm. He just wanted some friends. This can't end with him going back to the slaughterhouse.
Here he comes. And
Wow.
there he goes.
I told you it was going to be great.
He has a girlfriend, Eleanor, following her around.
Breaking news, it appears that Buddy has yet another girlfriend in the same day. They're grazing together on a cute little date.
Cows bond with a particular group and they stay with that group, always.
Hope none of those cows end up in the slaughterhouse. Those are really nice, sweet cows. Well, good for that cow. Thanks for the donation, Moldy Food.
There ain't no way he's on already.
Elias donated $2. What are your thoughts on porn sites like Ghetto Gaggers and Facial Abuse? They basically make girls gag until they puke on their dicks. Some of the women said that they had a trauma afterwards. The boyfriend of Taylor Swift said that he watched Ghetto Gaggers. That's pretty hilarious. As long as they're consenting adults, I don't see a problem with it. The issue is, this is what happens sometimes. So these young girls who get into porn, they end up having managers. So they're kind of like, if you were to try to get into acting in Hollywood, you get a manager to try to get you gigs. Same thing in the porn industry. You have managers that try to get you gigs, and some of these like really stupid, dumb, naive girls will get a manager. The manager will say, hey, there's this gig that's open. You get $2,000 and you have to like deep throat a dude until you like gag and throw up. For whatever reason, I don't know why, these girls think because their manager said that they have this job, they have to do it. Or if they agree to the contract, once the contract sign and they're there at the studio and they have second thoughts about doing it, they think that they can't back out and say no. So, I don't think it's necessarily the responsibility of the manager or the production studio to tell, I don't know, to assume every girl that they do work with is crazy and retarded, and they have to say over and over and over again, like, okay, hey, if you really don't want to do this, you don't have to do this. But I think when you're dealing with very young girls who are like 18, 19, 20, who they're in porn, so they're probably not as smart as like some other people. You might want to make sure that they're aware of their like workers' rights and that they can say no to something and violate a contract and just, you know. But as long as they're consenting adults, I don't see what the problem is. Thanks for the donation, Elias. W donated $2. Here's a better video of that.
I have
AOC
proof
video.
that Gorge is an ape and not a monkey. Just skip to the 4.26 mark and you will see Gorge compared to the monkeys and see they are completely different species.
Alright, let me take a look. 426. Elias donated $2. Do you personally think it is hot when a girl pukes on a dick and keeps going? No, I think it's kind of gross. Thanks for that donation, dude.
and fed them to the monkeys. While the monkeys were eating, George snatched the balloon and swung down from the cage. He handed the balloon back to the boy. Everybody clapped, and just then, my son's
I don't know if that's really evidence that Curious George is a chimpanzee. I think that's really only evidence that he's a different species of monkey than those monkeys. He just doesn't look like a fucking chimp. And everybody calls him a monkey. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
AOC.
Oh, here we go. What's up? What's up?
Going to let this continue.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
For
you're
more
on
than
screen
10
now.
years,
You're
they
on
couldn't
camera.
get it open.
All right,
It was
cool. Hey, buddy.
Have you
Couldn't
ever
get
seen
it
one of these
finished.
They
before,
couldn't get it built.
Have I ever seen one of these what?
One of these rallies before?
Yes.
Like
Not in person, but I used to watch all of the Trump rallies back in the day.
I've never one of these like all.
Elias Tellers, can you start a GoFundMe? Let's see what this stupid shit is.
Do nothing. All he did was rob the gas station. Y'all acting like he robbed Walmart or something. Release my nigga. Release my nigga. Do nothing. All he did was rob the gas station.
How the fuck do people like this exist, dude? What the fuck? Thanks for the donation, Elias.
All the way through.
I used to watch all of the rallies all the way through, like so many of them.
God. So if
I
you've
looked at
watched
what is
through all
going
of these,
on
what are some
years
of the
and
things
years.
that
So I
like you
volunteered,
notice about
and I took over the
Trump's
project,
tendencies in these rallies that don't get talked about very often?
It's always it's always the same. He always brings up the same stuff. Like he has he does like a comedian. He has like a tight, I guess a tight hour that he rolls out every single time. We literally have like we will do sometimes we'll have like bingo. Like we'll play bingo and gamble on with fake points on whether or not he's going to say certain things. But it's very predictable. It's always the same stuff. It's always like anti-immigrant screed. I would say that in recent years his anti-immigrant stuff has gotten even more wild. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he'll hit that and talk about like undocumented immigrants or whatever here. Usually he's just very sassy and, you know, I guess very telegenic and very charismatic to that audience specifically whenever he talks about his own personal gripes, like Harris.
Really notes that Gorage stands on his legs and that monkeys need their tails for balance but apes don't. Gorage also has longer legs like a chimpanzee. I also notes that sometimes Gorge walks on the cuncles just like an ape. He is also larger than those monkeys.
Yeah, I guess it's evidence towards him being a chimpanzee. Is it ever explicitly stated in the story? Like, why the fuck do people call him a monkey? Was the idiot who wrote those Curious George books, like, did they not know the difference between a monkey and a chimp? Or what was going on there? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Spray or things of that nature.
As you know, then I renovated Grand Central Terminal. I built the Grand Hyatt Hotel on 42nd Street and Park Avenue. And as part of that, I renovated the beautiful Grand Central Terminal, did a really good job of that. And then I was very much responsible.
Dodo Tellers, what the fuck you on so late? When are you ending stream? Because I don't got too much time to watch, maybe like 1 hour. Also, the irony of Hasan watching Trump saying how bad he is, yet he refuses to vote for Biden. Does he not understand that helps Trump?
Yes, I Belve they are a based gorge off of a chimpanzee. He just did not know they were apes and not monkeys.
All right. Well, I guess that settles the debate that Curious George is a chimp. He is not drawn like a chimp, though. Very much looks like a monkey. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. I don't know exactly how long I'll be streaming. I would say at least like 4 hours, probably. And we'll try to ban Christie today. I won't reset the dono goal for when I do the later stream. But we'll see how things go. I might do a super long stream, like stream 20 hours or something. We'll see. We'll just see how it goes. But I would say at least 4 hours. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Elias donated $2. Yikes. Let me see. Bruh. Toronto Uber driver tells girl if they were in Pakistan, he would kidnap her. What the fuck? Uber.
Well, if you was born in Pakistan, originally from Pakistan, you must have been kidnapped by me.
You've been kidnapped by you?
Of course. Because there is no option to get you, right?
Okay. You have your women over there, though.
Seriously. So you are in Canada, so I cannot say you anything.
Okay.
I cannot touch you anything, because it is Canada.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely you couldn't touch me. There's laws to this shit here.
You know what I mean?
That's not that flattering. That's kind of scary.
Trust me, because like there was no option.
Okay. Well, you have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
What the fuck was the context of that conversation? What the fuck? Well, hear that, ladies? Don't go to Pakistan. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Did you watch the NBA game? Mavericks won game 2 with Wolves and Luka destroyed them again. So happy that a white boy is killing these niggas in the NBA. We are talking over, boy.
I did not watch the NBA game, so don't know anything about that, but thanks for the donation, Joker. Alan donated $2. This should be you. Let me see.
Morning rain.
Yeah. Now that the weather's warmer, I'm probably going to make some trips down to Ottawa more frequently and take my rollerblades. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan. Dodo $9. Interesting to see how China is doing in the AI game. Alibaba is Chinese. So let me see. Yeah. Foundational model wars over the past 12 months. OpenAI versus Google versus Anthropic versus O1 AI versus Meta versus Cohere versus Alibaba versus Mistral versus Databricks. Let me see. Huh. That's interesting. Alibaba is catching up. Elias Tellers, can a single cow without horns be deadly as an adult? Well, yeah, they're like 1,500 pounds. Like, can it kill you by ramming you with its head? Yeah, absolutely it could. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Chinese soldier can be seen walking his robot dog completely armed with a machine gun. Meanwhile, the United States is worried about satisfying the LGBTQ agenda. China only needs 48 hours to capture Taiwan. Dude, what are these stupid fucking Twitter accounts? China's new assault rifle apparently is fucking garbage. Yeah, you'll notice the Chinese guy, he's holding on to the robot. You see that? This probably doesn't work. Yeah, this is probably just fake. It probably just walks in a straight line, and the guy's holding on to it to steer the actual robot. It's not like autonomous or anything like that. It's just junk. CNN will never report on this. Yeah, that's because it's AI. Yeah, you're never gonna see Trump at a black barbecue.
Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley said yesterday that she does plan to vote for Trump in November.
I will be voting for Trump.
This, despite saying just a few months ago that he didn't deserve to have a driver's license, let alone be president again.
The following ad has been paid for by whoever owns Nikki Haley.
As a voter, I put my priorities on a president who's not qualified to be the president of the United States. A president who was trying to buddy up with Putin. Every time he was in the same room with him, he got weak in the knees. A president who was confused when he said that Biden was going to run us into World War II. Trump has gotten more unstable and unhinged. Thin-skinned and easily distracted. Chaos follows him. He's never known how to sacrifice, and the most harm he's ever possibly had is getting hit by a golf ball when he's sitting in a golf cart. That's the truth. I'm Nikki Haley, and I will be voting for a convicted criminal.
Absolutely based. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
For the construction.
It's ironic when he talks about all these constructions and it's like all of it is like riddled with scandal where he refused to pay contractors on a regular basis.
And it's like what everybody in New York knows this. Like he knew it far before he ran for president. Like, so my dad was an architect. He had this small business in the Bronx. And so he was always we're always at these job sites, and we're with contractors and we're with the unions and the workers and stuff like that. Trying to figure out like what housing that can be built in the area and whatnot. And it was known to everybody in the 90s that anyone who worked in real estate or construction or anything like this always knew that like you shouldn't, especially if you were a smaller guy or smaller business, you should not do business with this dude because he just fleeced everybody. He just like was always not paying bills, screwing people over, every single.
It's annoying when the left frequently conflates the right's rhetoric against illegal immigration as being broadly anti-immigrant, as if they can't comprehend the distinction. Do you think it's intentional?
So the right wing is largely just against immigration, period. It's xenophobic. You can just look at their rhetoric against illegal immigration specifically. They don't even define what illegal immigration is. So all of the people that you see coming over the border and being sent to these sanctuary cities like New York, they're not illegals. They have legal status. They've applied for asylum, and they're just waiting for their court date to be to either be granted asylum or to be rejected asylum and then be sent back. So they define illegal immigration as literally any immigration practically. So no, it is just anti-immigration, period. You can even see Trump trying to get rid of like work visas. So one big thing that the United States has is if you're an extremely smart person, so say you work in nuclear physics and you're one of the few people in the world that can work at a nuclear reactor facility. You can get a work visa in the United States for these really high-level, high-skilled jobs that United States citizens usually can't fulfill. So there's very few people in the United States who could work at a nuclear facility. So they'll have work visas for people to come in from abroad to work at these really high-level, high-skilled jobs that they can't normally fulfill just with American labor. Trump wants to get rid of that. Why? It's just because they're just staunchly anti-immigration, period. So yeah, the right is just against immigration. They're not just against illegal immigration. Thanks for the donation, though, 789. Dodo donate $2 out of touch job offerings. Let me see. China launched a simulated blockade around Taiwan. 49 PLA aircraft detected and 35 entered its ADIZ, the largest violation of 2024, encircled by 19 planned warships and 16 Coast Guard vessels. Taiwan deployed HF-3 missiles. Everything we need to know. That's interesting. Like, if China actually tried to invade Taiwan, they would get fucked up. There's way, way too much political pressure against them from the United States, Japan, South Korea, Australia. They wouldn't be able to do it, and they know it. ChatGPT is 1.5 years old. Gemini Bard is 1 year old. Anthropic Claude is 1 year old. Meanwhile, recruiters on LinkedIn are asking for 3 to 4 years of prompt engineering experience. What the fuck? I've seen that so many times with job offerings. I remember I was looking for a job when I got out of high school, and I saw some ads for personal training. They wanted somebody with at least 5 years experience, but they wanted somebody who was young, so in their early 20s. So they would have had to have been working as a personal trainer since they were literally in fucking middle of high school, which would have been fucking impossible. I've seen a lot of fucking, a lot of people do this shit where they'll ask for a certain amount of work experience, but then they'll also want somebody who's relatively young. Or, yeah, again, like a certain type of software will only exist for like a year or two, and then they want you to have like 5 years worth of experience with it. Fucking tarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. What job posting reminds me of this? Or sorry, that job posting reminds me of this. Completely unhinged nanny requirements. School is starting again, and that means we once again need a nanny. Please read all of these requirements. You need to have a master's degree or higher, so that our 5-year-old and 7-year-old will be intellectually challenged. Because you definitely need a master's degree to intellectually challenge a 5 or 7-year-old. No, your Bachelor of English doesn't mean you're smart. Sorry, you must be between 24 to 28 years of age to keep up with the activity level of our kiddos. And please plan to have your own housing. Don't assume you'll be staying with us. Yes, we have extra room, but the privilege is earned, not assumed. We need you from 7 a.m. and 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday, and the pay will be $18 daily. somebody with a master's degree is going to be working like 8-hour days for $18 total. So they're making like what, $2 an hour? Plan to bring snacks or other food for the kiddos as our cabinets will be locked during the day while we work. So you have a master's degree, you're making $2 an hour, and you need to bring food for their kids. You will also need to bring educational materials such as workbooks, as we do not keep anything like this at home. Thanks. Dude, what the fuck is... That is one of the most unhinged, like, ads for a nanny. Looking for a babysitter in the area, PM me if you're interested. Here are my requirements. Have a bachelor's degree in childcare or 9 years of relevant babysitting experience. 3 good references of phone numbers, full-time availability, including weekends. Your own car, driver's license, native English speaking, preferred second language to teach my children. CPR certified, ideally a CNA license, no history of traffic tickets, no problems with the law. No tattoos, no drugs, no alcohol, no sketchy social media behavior, and or public pictures. Like, by the way, everybody has a tattoo now. Must be okay with my 2 pit bulls. She has a problem with tattoos. Somebody with tattoos around her kids, but pit bulls are fine. Must be okay with emergency last-minute calls, perfect attendance. Willing to pay for some snacks. Oh my god. Will love to work with an infant, 3 and 5-year-old. Ideally, will be a Trump fan. In exchange, I'll be offering $10 under the table cash. It's like making 15 hours normally, but without paying tax. What the fuck? That is psychotic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Person knew this and like how corrupt he was as well. And I mean, he went broke in Atlantic City. This guy has gone broke so many times, and it's just been like this shell game of trying to figure out who can lend him more and more money while he tries to like con someone else out of it. And he's gone what? Like, how old is this guy now? Like in his is he 80 something? He's in his 80s now. Like, just having lived his whole life without
7
a real
bankruptcies.
job. Yeah.
7 bankruptcies. Bankrupted a casino, which is like, that's
like
actually
I
kind
can see. You have to see the lines
impressive.
inside that go
It is
for miles.
impressive.
You know, I agreed to do a debate with crooked Joe Biden on CNN with Fake Tapper. And I think it'll be fair. Does anybody think they'll be fair? I might be. No. That's all right. Then they said, we'd like to set up tables so you sit down. I said, I don't want to sit down for a debate. Let's go. At some point, so we're not sitting down. We're going to be standing up for the debate. And here's what you know.
It should be reminded to everyone that he almost killed Joe Biden last time when he had COVID and was like,
Yeah, that's right.
He
like, is that what he
to do
did? He had
biological
had
terrorism.
COVID.
He had
He
COVID.
and like didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Shake my hand, Biden. Come on, be a man. I'm coughing into it.
All of them. So Russia going into Ukraine would have never happened. None of this stuff that you see would have
my
happened.
God.
Israel would have never happened. The attack on October 7th. And you wouldn't have had
Again,
inflation.
Israel,
As soon
direct
as I get
consequence
back
of
into
Trump is actually claiming that Hamas wouldn't have attacked Israel if he were president. That is the most retarded, psychotic thing you could ever fucking say.
Abraham Accords and many of Jared Kushner's and Donald Trump administration's actions, like moving the embassy to Jerusalem.
10,000%.
He is just as responsible for October 7 as anyone else. The fact that he is saying like Israel would have never happened, October 7 would have never happened, is ridiculous when it directly happened as a direct consequence of him moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing the annexed territory of Golan Heights as Israeli territory, going against international law, and also conducting the Abraham Accords, completely sidestepping the Palestinians from the conversation. That is a major reason.
Very happy. We were the most respected country in the world 4 years ago. We were respected more than our country was ever respected 4 years ago. And now we're being laughed at. We're like a
Do
joke.
you feel like
and that's
the
not
way
going to happen.
this
That's
has
not going to happen.
changed?
We're going to do
Like when you're watching him conduct this now, and the way he used to do his rallies, have they changed much at all, or have they remained pretty consistent?
It's pretty consistent. I mean, the they're laughing at us narrative is pretty funny because
Yeah.
for obvious reasons, like one, America and its like global influence certainly got worse under the Trump administration. But beyond that, he also used to say exactly that about Obama. Like he would say that was like a major talking point for him in his earlier rallies all the way since 2016. He has definitely, I think he's just gotten boring, and he also no longer has the outsider effect that made him, especially against someone like Hillary Clinton, made him seem like an interesting person that people could
like
bet
refreshing.
on. But when he was president for 4 years, people still remember it, all the chaos and all the instability. It becomes a lot harder to maintain that outsider's posture.
Are before me today, we are going to make life in New York affordable again. It's gotten totally out of control. The minute crooked Joe Biden shuffles out the door, I will rapidly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world. Look, we had the greatest economy in history. Everybody here, where you have a small business or if you had a job, you were getting more than you ever made. And we had no inflation. We had no 1.4%, considered none, considered better than none, because frankly, none in its own way is a bad thing also. We had a
The Economist
number, 1.4%.
This is the only avenue of attack against the Biden administration that is like actually pretty salient, I would say.
Yeah.
Because that is like universally the number one thing both Democrats and Republicans criticize this administration on, despite the fact that inflation obviously is, I mean, there's many different ways of dealing with it, but we never engage in any sort of we never engage in legislative action to combat inflation. No deflationary mechanisms exist in the minds of American politicians for the most part, and only monetary policy. So
We had great people.
Exactly. I mean, and one of the best ways to actually pursues with antitrust. Like, we need to break them up. Like, we need to break up a lot of these massive corporations and companies.
Like right now, majority of inflation is due to arbitrary price increases. Typically, inflation is usually driven by just increases in lending. But this is one of the few, if like only times, where inflation is largely just driven by arbitrary price increases. So I don't know the best way to deal with something like that, but I think, like, especially now that AI is becoming a big thing, a lot of people are getting forced out of their jobs due to AI and mechanization. You're probably going to have some sort of system of forcing, like the government has to force certain price limits. So that should probably start with housing. There should probably be just an arbitrary cap on house and rent prices, because they're just out of this fucking world insane. And there's no fucking reason for it. And I don't see any realistic way of dealing with it either, especially with the current zoning laws. We can't build enough houses and enough apartments to actually flood the market, where it will then reduce the cost because of like the supply and demand principle. You have to just cap housing and rent prices.
And aggressive and going after them. And the one bright spot in this is Lena Khan at the FTC.
Oh yeah,
she's like, DOJ today announcing that they're going after tickets.
Dude, trying to find a house for around 200K is a pain in the ass. Bro, it's impossible. I remember when I was living in Toronto, I was living in a neighborhood that was like kind of getting gentrified. So I was in a new fancy building, but like the area around that building was kind of crappy. There was a lot of crime in that area. The pharmacy that was down the street from us got broken into twice in only a few months. So like it was a shitty, it wasn't shitty, but it was kind of a bad area, a fair bit of crime. And, down the street from us, there was a house that was for sale. It looked like a fucking rundown shack piece of shit that needed to be bulldozed. I didn't even realize people were living there. That was going for $350,000 for this fucking shack that looked like it should be bulldozed.
Ticketmaster, but Lena Khan at
Dodo $2. The original Doge died today. Oh, poor baby. The Shiba Inu that inspired Dogecoin, crypto, and countless memes has died. Shiba Inu named Kabosu fell into a deep sleep on Friday morning. Teacher in Japan said in a blog post, Kabusu became an internet celebrity after social media users spread a now famous photo of the rescue dog that Sato posted to her blog in 2010. Poor dog. It's too bad dogs don't live forever. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
At the FTC has been
going after Amazon.
Going after all of them, going after Amazon. They even went after certain consumer protections, like Rite Aid started rolling out the facial recognition AI in their cameras, and this starts just sending tons of people to jail, and it's like notoriously unreliable, and also there's a lot of algorithmic racial bias in these. But yeah, so they started going after them, and Rite Aid got a judgment against them. The problem is that we need more Democrats when we actually have the gavels in these places to do antitrust policy. And there's just like so much corrupt influences from these large lobbies, especially in tech. I actually think there's like a huge amount of influence in tech. And a lot of Democrats that take corporate money, I think that's one of the reasons why antitrust doesn't get as much legislative momentum. But we do have people, again, like Lena Khan, that are doing an awesome job.
They're the ones that are affected most by what's happening. Not only the fact that you've lost the use of your schools, your parks, and your hospitals. Joe Biden's inflation.
I love New Yorkers in the Bronx chanting "Build the Wall."
I was just gonna say, chanting "Build the Wall" in the middle of the Bronx. It's insane.
People saying people having anti-immigrant sentiment in New York, one of the most diverse places on the planet, is ridiculous.
Wall, and it was going to be, we're going to add 200 miles of wall. It would have taken about 3 weeks. And then we had the rigged election. And you know what happened after the rigged election? They took the wall, and instead of putting it up, they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. And I said, these people really do want to have an open border. And that's
this is another aspect. I mean, I am a lot more critical of the Biden administration, obviously very publicly. But this is another aspect of like the Trump conversation that is very frustrating, because a lot of people are like, oh yeah, well, build the wall. Meanwhile, Biden has pushed through a funding mechanism that will literally complete the border wall, while also simultaneously the administration doing eminent domain too. In order to continue building the wall, which I think is both bad policy and bad politics in general. But these people don't care because, they are operating on pure resentment. And that is partially the reason why we shouldn't ever capitulate to the right-wing framing on immigration, in my opinion.
Absolutely. This is one of the issues that I think frustrates me the most, because this is where we see some of the most capitulation to the right. And the problem is that this resentment will never be fed. And so very often I'll see Democrats trying to play this political game, like this whole thing with HR2 and this border bill that with Republicans.
Yeah. This is really fucking weird to say. There is an issue with immigration, and you don't want people just hopping the border. Ideally, if you have people who genuinely need to seek asylum, you want them going to border checkpoints and shit. Again, why would you want an industry that's run by the cartel where they get people to spend like $5, $10, $15, $20,000, give the money to the cartel, and then teach them how to hop the fucking border or find holes in the border, and then like find all these weird, runaround tactics to be granted asylum. Like, there needs to be some sort of mechanism in place to stop, the cartel and illegal immigration.
Yeah. And try and do this whole thing about, like we came up with a tough border bill and Republicans rejected it as though it was some kind of solution. But the problem is that like we've been through so many cycles of this where Trump or Republicans in general or Fox News, they'll do this whole like racial panic thing and incite this whole sense of an emergency or chaos on the border. And then it resonates in Washington, D.C., and all these Democrats start freaking out, and they cobble together some bill that plows a bunch more money to CBP, plows a bunch more money into border facilities. And sometimes they will put money towards like some good things too. Like they will all in the same bill. They will have money for CBP and ICE, but then they'll also put in a lot of money to like HHS and like the kids centers and like the humanitarian centers and stuff like that. But the problem is that none of this resource stuff solves the problem. Right now, CBP is the largest law enforcement force in the United States. The thing is like they'll pour and pour and pour all this resource.
Nick Gurd, any tellers, are you aware of Jason Mann, Haircalf? If so, what do you think of what's going on with his channel? I don't know who he is. Let me see. Hair Cafe. Is this it? Oh, I know who he is. I think he changed his channel name a few times, but yeah, he's the vegan dude who does the hair loss videos.
Sup, chooms? How y'all living? Hope everything is Nova and you're all having a preem week. And I also hope you even studies of 10 years of treatment with finasteride. These studies show excellent maintenance of efficacy.
So Beaters made a subreddit for Aok called Aok's mommy. Even though she is a libcuck loser, she needs a strong man like me to guide her on these issues and help deport and prosecute criminals.
Not safe for work content. Why was that not safe for work? What the fuck? She has big boobs, but I mean, she's not super fine or anything. It's all right. Yeah, I don't know why people are obsessed with AOC. She's an idiot. She's anti-Israel. She's tried to block weapons deals with the United States and Israel for no fucking reason because she's an idiot. She's claimed Israel's committing a genocide. She's a fucking moron. I don't know why anybody would be interested in her. Thanks for the donation, The Predator.
Sources, all these new technologies, everything. But the problem is not about money. The problem is that we don't have a path to citizenship in the United States. And not only that,
processing. It's a processing issue, and they never talk about it. Or Democrats used to talk about it from the framework of like immigration is a problem. It's not even a problem at all, but it's like it's at its most, it is a problem with the legal status that these people do not have. The solution to it is to immediately open up pathways to citizenship And then the undocumented migrants can also work alongside the documented workforce and unionize and be able to demand a larger piece of the pie. And yet it is maintained as a depressive force on the wages, specifically due to the legal status. And it's shocking to me that the Democratic Party across the board is now kind of capitulating to the right-wing framing on the issue, considering it to be a issue of national security, which is like you've given the game up at that point. You've ceded territory for no reason to the right wing on immigration, and now all of a sudden all you've done is basically legitimize their position that it is actually a matter of national security when it's not. When there are studies done on this issue, not many, but the ones that do, studies that have been conducted on the matter show that undocumented immigrants are responsible for less crime per capita than documented U.S.-born individuals. So the idea that like they are causing extra crime is
that per capita?
Is silly. So.
No, it totally is. And what's even crazier about it is that we are in such a desperate need for people to fill huge swaths of labor in the United States. I mean, so many of these Republican states are rolling back child labor laws right now. Like 14-year-olds are getting hurt in meat processing facilities because they're rolling back child labor laws because they're so desperate for workers. And they're so xenophobic that they don't want immigrants to contribute to these local economies. But like, I mean, even when I was on the road with Bernie in 2020, we'd go to places, Nebraska, Iowa, etc. And a lot.
Oh yeah, dude. If I was president, I'd fucking deport Hasan. Hasan's a fucking dipshit.
Of these communities that are feeding the entire country, like core, you want to talk about a national security issue. One big national security issue is that like our increased inability to feed ourselves if our labor force and our workforce starts to fall apart, not be able to get fulfilled. Plus you do that, plus the issues with climate change, with people not even being able to work the same hours because it's getting so hot during harvest season. Like these are the actual structural issues that we need to address. As long as we do not actually expand people's ability to get in the, like people talk about getting in line, like there's no line, but if we made a line, if we actually created an ability for people to actually become a citizen in some sort of and apply for citizenship in a normal way, that you don't have to be in a, get a 30-year wait in order to come to this country, then we'd be able to actually have the labor infrastructure necessary to serve huge parts of the country. But it's like, it is wild. Like, and the depressive forces on wages is very real too. Like, I've spoken with a lot of our building trades and our union workers in construction, and you have like all of these real estate developers that are acting in very predatory ways, trying to find undocumented laborers in order to put up their buildings. These laborers very.
Why does the ban Christie keep resetting? Do we have to reach the goal in a single stream for her to be banned? I'm not going to reset it for today, so I'm going to stream until like the morning, probably. And then I'm not going to reset it for the night stream, but yeah, typically I reset it for each day. So hopefully we can get her banned today.
Dangerous for them because they're not covered by OSHA. There was like this huge spate a couple years ago where so many undocumented people were dying on these job sites, and it is a lot, and that's what's turned a lot of unions around on immigration, like the Teamsters notoriously, ironically, but they notoriously like had a very different stance on immigration, but because they realized that undocumented people like want to join a union, and if they were able to join a union, we wouldn't have this effect where it would sink everyone's wages down, but it would actually raise them up. it forced them to change their stance on immigration.
Noam Chomsky's daughter, Aviva Chomsky, wrote a phenomenal book on this called Undocumented, How Immigration Became Illegal, for those of you who are interested, that specifically details like how the Bracero program and onward, how like America had a plan to basically create a never-ending pool of labor that they could hyper-exploit in comparison to like the documented American labor force, and use it as a depressing, use this two-tier labor structure to further depress wages in the United States of America. It's always been, the status of not being documented is a deliberate one caused by those who want to increase profit margins for capital owners. And not only that, but if there was any sort of real restriction, if we did have this like truly white nativist, white supremacist attitude towards like black and brown people coming into the country, then you would see significant punishments towards those like Purdue and I'm talking about the chicken processors, like the agricultural industry in its entirety that relies on undocumented labor and very specifically designs their profit margins around undocumented labor, that even will in certain instances call ICE on their own plants if like the workers there decide to demand back pay or complain too much. And the reality is, like, if we did really want to punish, if we really wanted to stop undocumented immigration in this country, then we would punish the corporations. But
this is a 3-part series of a Hong Kong reporter following Chinese migrants traveling from Ecuador to the US. It's interesting. Lots of them are middle class or ex-business owners fed up with CCP.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, a lot of them are trying to hop the border into the United States because of China's COVID policies. They basically got fucked over. They couldn't make money anymore. And it's just become, China just in general has become more of a totalitarian hellhole. But we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, PP.
We don't. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing anyway. I don't think that this country has no more room for additional people, and there's no lump of labor unless you create a two-tier process between undocumented workers and documented laborers. Anyway, let's get back to Trump,
Dropping
though.
bombs all over the place. I'm so tired of politics. Can we devote 6 minutes to success? Okay.
Oh boy.
So
he's on his right-wing podcast. There are
through tremendous. I've had
really
great
is.
success. I've had
He's gonna start
He's going to start talking about how to get a girlfriend and stuff.
He's gonna start selling his
what
course.
office did you run for? If you didn't work really hard, there is very little chance that I would be standing here right now. Another part of success is something I learned from my father. I had a wonderful father, wonderful parents. I'm lucky. You got to be lucky. You got to get great parents.
Be born.
If you're going to spend your life work to
Bro,
do it. I mean,
your father was massively wealthy, and so were you. This is like, I don't think this works with people. I think like talking about success in business is going to only remind them that like he was born with a silver spoon.
He totally was born. I mean, he was
married for a long time.
Dude, he was born with a golden spoon. Holy fucking shit. I think his dad gave him like $8 million for a birthday present for him to make his first real estate investment.
Wealth. And it's like wild to me. Well,
yeah, that's funny too. Hassan Piker's father was super wealthy. And then he tries to deny that.
Is there a huge difference between gummy and pill vitamins? Specialty B12 and D3?
No. They both contain the ingredients that you want, so there's no difference. Gummies just taste better. That's really the only difference. Thanks for the donation, Blair. Thought it was only a small loan of $1 million. No, I think it was 8 million. Let me see. And it wasn't a loan either. Trump's father gave him 8 million. Maybe it was 4, but it was in the millions for his first real estate investment. Let me see if I can find it. Trump's claim that he built his company with $1 million loan. Started with $1 million loan, but I built phenomenal company. Trump consistently lowballs the help he got from his father. Trump has suggested he got his start when he obtained a $1 million loan from his father. My father gave me a small loan of $1 million. Yeah, I love how he considers that a small loan. Which he claimed he had to pay back with interest. $1 million isn't very much compared to what I built. But that ignores the fact that he joined his father's thriving real estate business after college, and he relied on his father's connections as he made his way in the real estate world. For instance, Fred Trump, along with the Hyatt hotel chain, jointly guaranteed the $70 million construction loan from manufacturer's Hanover Bank, each assuming 50% share of the obligation and each committing itself to complete the project should Donald be unable to finish it, according to veteran Trump chronicler. So basically, he was just guaranteed success. Trump also benefited from 3 trusts that had been set up for family members. In 1976, Fred Trump set up 8 $1 million trusts. Okay, that's where I probably got the 8 million figure from. 1 each for his 5 children and 3 grandchildren, according to a casino document. That today would be worth $4 million in inflation-adjusted dollars. The casino document lists several other loans from Trump's father to his son, including a $7.5 million loan with at least 12% interest rate that was still outstanding in 1981. Wall Street Journal on September 23rd reported that a 1985 casino license document showed that Donald Trump owed his father and father's business about $14 million. In a 2007 deposition, Trump admitted he had borrowed a small amount from his father's estate. I think it was like in the $9 million range, and as Trump's casinos ran into trouble, Trump's father also purchased $3.5 million in gaming chips but did not use them, so the casino would have enough cash to make payments on its mortgage, a transaction that casino authorities later said was an illegal loan. Okay, so basically his daddy just gave him money. It wasn't a real loan.
What I love is that with people like this, they talk so much about working hard, and they're like, oh, you got to work really hard. Like, I worked really hard for this. Ask someone like that what they did. Like, what did your days actually look like? What did you actually do? And it's like, took a phone call, like, oh, wow, you had like a really long lunch with somebody. Like, that to them is what work is, like schmoozing with other wealthy people.
Yeah, golfing, cutting checks. And that's why I love Elon Musk buying Twitter and like ruining it permanently, because he showed everyone that, you know, billionaires with multiple jobs don't actually do anything, because he's tweeting all goddamn day. He tweets more than I do, you know, and that's what Trump used to do when he was president and even when he wasn't president. So,
and I'd say, how did you price in those days, Dad? He said pricing was everything. He said, I'd sell a house for $3,999.99.
There ain't no way.
And that one penny made the difference between selling it and not. One penny.
Talking about
if
house
I made
prices.
it $4,000, I wouldn't sell. But psychologically, $3,999.99.
This dude, I can't even understate how much of a slumlord model like that he represents and is. Like, we talk about so much about rent going up. I mean, in New York City, it is actually insane, but across the country, it's actually insane.
Only 5%. According to Curb.com, only 5% of New Yorkers can actually, or I think like only 5% of availability of rental properties is in the average New Yorker salary range.
Yeah, it's a huge amount.
How the fuck, bro? I just don't understand how rent is increasing that fucking much.
Of transactions now for places that are being bought in New York City, all cash transactions. It is so unstable and it's so precarious, even just structurally for the city. Like, for all these people who are buying all cash properties, like, who is going to be able to even participate in the service economy that these people like to luxuriate in when only 5% of the current housing market is even affordable to everyday people? I mean, this is like, it's actually crazy. There's a coalition, there's like a left coalition in the state assembly that they're trying to push for a lot more housing protections. It didn't quite go through in this session, but a lot of our DSA state level electeds were fighting for like good cause eviction and a lot of other tenant protections as well.
Yeah. And Bill Levitt was there, and I was in the real estate business, so I knew who he was, and you probably indirectly know who. Everybody was shunning him a little bit. Nobody cared about him anymore. But I did, and I went over to him, and I say, "Hi, Mr. Levitt, I'm Donald Trump. I know it. I was doing great. I was sort of like a hot guy. I was hot as a piss.
Oh, God.
I think I was hotter than I am now, and I became president, okay? I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I said to somebody, was I hotter before or hotter now? I don't know. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows?
Don't
who
know,
the hell
like,
cares, right?
Who sits this and
But
watches
he knew
this
who
and
I
is
was,
like,
and I
I'm
went
inspired.
up, I said, so...
Like, this
Are
is...
you okay? And he
this
said...
does it for me.
I'm not... And finally, you have to take pride in your accomplishments. Do not take for granted what you've achieved. Forget it. It's over. It's good for your confidence, but it's over. Go forward. Think to the future, not to the past,
This
but
is
learn
like
from the
graduation.
past.
This is like his commencement.
Yeah. He's
You know,
Or
wherever
for
I go,
Trump
I know that if I
University.
could...
This is very different. This is very different than his other speeches. I've never seen him talk about success this much. And I think it's probably because, like, he wanted to recalculate, like, retriangulate his speech to the audience that he's listening to that he's speaking
Yeah.
to. So I don't think he can be, like, as racist, I guess, he assumes, because he's in
Yeah,
the Bronx.
I think that's what it is. He had to like cut the whole like racism bit, and so he's gonna try to do this like
normally he would be spending this entire block talking about migrants and how they're like rapists and murderers and stuff like that.
I find it interesting though, because they did want to like seize on and try to exploit the asylum issue and like all of the busing from DeSantis to New York City. They wanted to use that. They wanted to like kind of seize on the public safety stuff, and he's not really doing that here. He's like decided to do this, I don't even know, like pseudo inspirational type of thing. And I wonder what led them to make that recalculation.
I think because he understands that ultimately the broader New York community cares more about inflation, and this hits Biden harder. He can tell poor people, he'll tie it back to how, see, he's like tying it back to how he was making America great and the economy was good, considering that that's the number one most salient issue for Biden voters as well as Republican voters, instead of talking about like migrant panic, which works really well in like southern
called the migrant crime. We have a migrant crime happening now. You add that to the crime.
Never mind, he's getting into it now.
A terrible statistic. Venezuela was a very crime-ridden country. They just announced a month ago 67, but now they just announced 72% reduction in crime in Venezuela. In Caracas, they took their gang members, they took their drug dealers, they're taking everybody that's a problem and they're dumping them into the United States of America. We're like a dumping ground.
That's not what they're
But
doing.
many countries are doing that. I would say eventually all countries would be doing that. Large numbers of people are coming in from China. And if you look at these people, did you see them? They are physically fit. They're 19 to 25. Almost everyone is a male. And they look like fighting age. I think they're building an army. They had 29,000 people over the last...
Oh, my God.
I think they're building... They want to get us from within.
It's insane.
I think they're building an army. This is not... You know, it's interesting. Did you see them? They all have tents. They all have gas-fired stoves. I mean, this is not like an illegal immigrant. This is... They're building something. They have something in mind. We will immediately begin the largest criminal deportation operation in our country's history because this situation is sustainable
like that dude,
by no country. No country.
The hands that you can see are all black and brown hands that are going, yeah, hell yeah, like the ones that you can see.
I don't understand why the left can't admit immigrants are violent criminals. I mean, look at this, they always lie about Sweden too. Pure Trump derangement syndrome.
Sweden also has the world's worst recorded rape rate.
I just love how Hassan, an official anti-Semite established from stopantisemitism.org, is having a discussion with Ayok, who has revealed that she's Jewish. Particularly a Sephardic Jew, meaning Jew of Spain. It makes sense since she's a pick-me Jew lol SMH.
I don't know if I even believe that, but yeah, it's extremely politically dangerous to, do this sort of shit with Hassan, who's literally supported Houthi terrorists who want to eradicate all Jews. He actually accidentally put the Houthi flag on his stream that said eradicate all Jews, and then people in his chat had to tell him to take the flag down because he didn't realize what it said. Like, it's just so idiotic. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass. Sweden has the worst recorded rape rate. Sweden state broadcasters SVT revealed that 58% of men convicted in Sweden of rape and attempted rape over the previous 5 years were born abroad. Most brutal rape cases have involved Muslim or African migrants. Well, they're getting immigration from a different part of the world. So their immigration problem is kind of unique to the United States, and the US has different requirements for immigration and asylum seeking. Like, again, if you actually look at the crime statistics, what is it? Undocumented immigrants in the U.S. don't have a higher rate of committing crimes than American citizens. If they were getting immigration in from like African or Muslim countries, that might be different, but yeah, Sweden is just letting like everybody in, and there's these like crazy African and Muslim gangs that have sprung up in Sweden. Sweden just seems like a shithole just in general. I remember Destiny was talking about the tax system in Sweden, where his wife at the time had to pay taxes in both the United States and Sweden, even though she wasn't living there or even making money in Sweden. It's really fucking retarded.
Is like the rest of the country would view them just like they have very famously on numerous occasions told you, Alexandria, that you don't belong here, that you're not a legacy American. It is not done on the virtue of your immigration status.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, 9014. Excellent spam as always.
You've been in this. Your family's been in this country for longer than Donald Trump's family has.
Yeah.
But seems like he is seen as more of a legacy American than you for some weird reason. A lot of those people don't recognize that, I think.
There's 17 million people,
No,
and these are not
this
necessarily
things get taken
people
super
that are gonna help us
seriously,
as a country. We
because
wanna be nice. We
not
wanna be
even
respectful.
like separate just from an immigration question. This is kind of the groundwork of fascism, right? Where you start to not only identify targets and social classes that you seek to subjugate, but also this idea of building up a kind of an internal army, right, in order to justify his continued use of and building up of CBP and kind of the wielding Homeland Security forces, which notoriously don't have a good jurisdiction. And we've seen this. We saw this around the Black Lives Matter protests, even before that with the Dakota XL pipeline and everything that's going on. It is the use of Homeland Security, which the resources get pumped into because of this anti-immigrant rhetoric, and then they turn around with these new resources due to that political toxicity, and they wield it on journalists. They wield it on surveillance of activists. They wield it on all sorts of cities and different places where people are organizing around grassroots mass popular movements. I mean, this is like just the playbook here. This is the playbook here.
BORTAC, the Special Weapons and Tactics unit for ICE, for CBP, that gets training literally like overseas, was very much functional during the Portland wing of the Black Lives Matter protest. They were, black bagging and tagging people in unmarked vans.
They had drones over these protests. I mean, this is the part that's like actually quite scary, quite scary.
Illegal immigration, but this has to do with illegal immigration, and I think it's very accurate, actually.
Oh, is he
and
doing the snake
sad.
story?
But I'll go and we'll
See,
do
this
it.
is a
and
classic.
Some of you have heard it. And
Okay,
many
I don't
of
know
you
this
haven't.
one.
But we're going to do it right now for the great people of the Bronx.
You
and
knew
elsewhere.
what I was when you
We love
brought
the
me
Bronx.
in. It's a
We
poem.
love
It's a
the
fascist
Bronx.
poem that he loves reading.
Is this that
you ready?
scorpion thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
On her work, and you know what? You know what this is all about, right? Did you know? You've heard this before? Have you heard it?
See, this is
We
type
got the
5. He's like, you
greatest
guys
people
want
here.
this?
On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor. I also want to work with your mayor and your governor, happen to be Democrats, to clean up the homeless encampments so that you can once again enjoy your parks and your public spaces. Right now, you don't have public spaces.
You know what would clean up the homeless encampments? Affordable housing. Like, are homeless people just supposed to starve and freeze to death on the street? I mean, it's retarded.
Spaces, they're occupied by migrants in tents. Pleasures
A
as
public
simple as a walk
right
in the
now.
park or watching your children again play in a little league game.
It's just
will
like
come roaring back,
it
and they're gonna
almost.
come back
I mean,
very
he
quickly.
attributes
Your
all the
lifestyle
homelessness
and the
to
American
the
dream
migrant
will be with you
crisis,
once again, and we're
when in
gonna bring
fact
it
it's
back, the
obviously
American
born out
dream.
of
You don't have an
material
American dream,
conditions
right?
and the fact
the
that
housing costs. There's a
the
direct
housing
correlation
costs.
between
Your
rising
children
rents
and your country
and
will be even
the size of
prouder
the
of
homeless
you.
population.
Years ago,
Yeah.
it's bad for the people who need help, and it's bad for the people of our city, and it's a horrible, horrible way to live. I want to work in partnership with your local leaders, Democrats, pretty much all.
What's some of his merch? John Brown Hunting Club. What the fuck is that? Does Hasan go hunting? The fuck? Yeah, Hasan hunts animals? This fucking guy who's like, oh, the poor Palestinians, they're being forced out of their homes, genocide, and then he kills little animals?
What are your thoughts on these Zionist scumbags looking for the perfect red heifer to burn alive and to bathe in it and to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque to make way for their Messiah? Do you condemn this, Richard, since you quote-unquote love animals?
Yeah, it's stupid. It is fucking retarded. They should not sacrifice a red heifer. It is retarded. Thanks for the donation, Muhammad.
And move the severely mentally ill off your streets and back into a place where they can get help and the help that they
jail
desperately need.
put them.
Yeah, which by the way,
They put them all in Rikers, and when they talk about people being in and out, it's because they take people with severe mental illnesses who have no recourse, that have zero support systems in society, then are invariably and very often left to the streets, and then they're just called they just call the police on them because there's no health care, there's no social safety net, and they just go in and out of Rikers every time. And then as the weather gets cold, a lot of them intentionally go to Rikers because they have no other place to go and need a warm meal. I mean, this is a cycle that we see over and over and over again because we've systematically defunded any sort of public healthcare system. And in New York City specifically, we had a really robust network of public hospitals. We still do have public hospitals. Oh, and here's Ruben Diaz, who is a notorious homophobe, misogynist local elected official, father of the former borough president, but they actually have very different set of politics in terms of how they enacted their policies.
I used to be city council member. Today
He was my city councilman.
For various reasons. I want to tell AOC.
Oh, here we go. What's up? What's up?
He loves it.
He does love it.
This morning, she intended to become a prophet.
Oh, it's because it was raining this morning, and I said God is good.
Even God doesn't want
he's a pastor.
He's a pastor.
He's a pastor,
pray.
and he has all these he has this network of churches.
Madame Prophet
that he has,
AOC.
That he has, here, I'll let him say
Let's-
You have
let him
become
cook.
a false prophet.
false prophet.
Look at what a beautiful day. That means that not only you guys want Trump in the Bronx, because if we're gonna measure that.
So you say that you don't know if you believe that AOC's Jewish? Well, Wikipedia says so. Scroll down to personal life section of her Wikipedia page and to the second paragraph and check the citations supporting it.
Discussed her faith, impact, criminal justice reform. She wrote American Magazine of the Jesuit Order in the United States. Said she has some Sephardic Jewish ancestry. Okay. She says she has some Sephardic Jew ancestry. That doesn't really fucking mean anything. 353. Oh, god damn it. Okay, that's annoying.
Thoughts? These people doing all of this in the name of their Bible.
Let me take a quick look at this Mo camera.
See, this is something that's mainstream now.
Yeah. Dr. Phil exposed for lies. This is an hour long, dude. Like, is there a specific timestamp I should look at? I don't support the killing of a cow. Like, it's obviously fucking retarded. I'm not gonna watch that fucking hour-long video about fucking sacrificing a cow. But thanks for the donation, dude. Surprise revelation to a progressive Jewish group. Final night, Sephardic Jew, speaking at an event organized by Jews for racial and economic justice. Family's Jewish heritage, and Yoda sensed it. She said, highlighting a member of audience who reacted to her revelation. One of the things that we discovered about ourselves is that a very long time ago, generations and generations ago, my family consisted of Sephardic. So she's not really Jewish. Yeah, so this is like what's her name? Pocahontas as fucking Trump. What was her name? Yeah. Elizabeth Warren. This is like Elizabeth Warren claiming she's Native American. She's not fucking Jewish.
For the weather, then I would say humbly that even God wants you in the Bronx.
This guy's awesome.
Yeah. I think I gotta bounce soon.
The county executive, Nassau
Okay.
County, Bruce.
Thank you. So
Blakeman,
thank you so much
come
for
on,
having me.
All right. Well, they're both retarded.
But anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American.
Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude. Yeah, so of 2.5 million migrants, 37,000 roughly were Chinese, and Trump is trying to say they're building an army.
Thanks for being here.
Well, no problem, Batman. It's what I do. Thanks for the donation, dude.
太冷了，受不了。现在才6点钟呢，还要熬10几个小时。
是，在中国现在混得下去的，真的。对啊，混得下去谁还不知道？
他是说做核酸就做核酸了，不让你开门就是不让你开门了。房子没有了，车子也没有了。然后一身的负债。
实话说，就是说，我们就是跟风，也是在外网看的，就是移民潮嘛，就是很多这个走这条线儿的。
That's fucked.
Sir, that's it right there. We're just gonna take families right now. Ustedes para atrás, por favor. Es todo que vamos a quedar por ahorita, okay? You guys speak English? No English? Okay. I got him. ¿Es tu mamá y ella? No. Okay, usted tiene 2 niños, ¿no? Okay, aquí, señora, cuidado. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, 5. Okay, 5. 6, 7, 8. The last batch, we got 5, 7 inside now.
我都没挤过去。你觉得今年走的人特别多吗？
没错，我们今年那个县城人都空了。
你们走过来的？
完了。
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to be the first to welcome you to Quito, Ecuador. The local time here is approximately 1:07.
That's us.
Hey guys. How you doing? You all right? You good? Okay.
I've traveled to Ecuador, a small country in South America that until recently was largely unknown in China. But now, hundreds of Chinese arrive every day. Because it's the closest country to the United States that allows Chinese passport holders to enter visa-free. In the capital, Quito, I soon come across this small group of Chinese. They're willing to be filmed on condition that we don't give out their real names. So we assign them aliases. Uncle Wang, Auntie Lan, Jaden, and Chubby Chef, who worked as a cook in China.
不是，这有豆角儿，摘豆角回去炖吃的。这大豆是吧？
这是中国人干的事。
They look like any group of Chinese tourists that one would encounter anywhere in the world. And that's the story they had to stick to get into Ecuador.
收海关可能时间比较长，他会把这些中国人放。
Are the Maple Leafs your team? Utah just got a NHL team. They acquired the Arizona Coyotes and will probably rename them the Yetis. Interesting. I don't really have a hockey team. I haven't watched a hockey game in like a very, very long time. It's got to be like close to 20 years probably since I even watched a hockey game.
放到一边去，慢，拿到你那个行程单就来问你到这来干什么玩？然后问你什么时候回去啊？酒店订好了没有啊？反正问你一些问题全部用中文来问你。比如他还会跟我大姐，你去美国吗？你要是说耶哦，还有我大姐反应够快。我说 no， 激动。OK。
It's their first time out of China, so even with a mission, they want to have fun.
东北大哥来个 pose 啊，不然赶出来的都是勇者。
And try new things.
Can you please react to this? Do you think this father should have his child taken away from him?
You need some help?
Take a look.
Okay.
6-year-old boy left behind in middle of river.
I know, just calm down. Just calm down. Calm down. Got to see the dad pull his anchor and his boat was gone. Just hold on a second.
I need to get to my dad.
Okay, but I'm gonna bring you over to land, okay? Just calm down, you're on my boat. You don't have to worry about the current taking you out. I just hear like this scream. I see the kid is being taken up the river with the current. I figured out a way to get you up and out without bringing all the water in, okay? So I think if you can hold on like that, can you do that for me? You're strong, right? Yeah. Okay, all right. So I just need to be strong for a few more seconds. He was panicking. He was trying to fight against the current, but his arms and legs were a little bit too tired. So I just knew I needed to get him from the middle of the river to the bank as quickly as possible. I was able to make jokes to kind of get him distracted and get his mind off what was actually happening. He stopped panicking. He held onto the boat. He was able to conserve some energy. How old are you?
I don't remember.
You can't remember? Are you that old? Are you like 101? 102?
I'm 6.
Oh, you're 6?
Yeah, and I look like I'm 7.
Oh, wow, that's good. That must mean you must eat all your fruit and vegetables. He was very strong for a 6-year-old kid. I don't think a lot of 6-year-old kids would have lasted as long as he did. We're almost there, okay?
Yeah.
We're making waves. Are you cold?
Yeah.
How long have you been in the water?
Longer.
A long time?
Long.
Can you pull yourself up? Can you make it up? Hold on. Good job. Come on, let's see if somebody's home. Well, I went to the first cabin and knocked on the door to see if we could get somebody to have him help. Hi, do you have any towels on him? His dad left him stranded out in the middle of the river. And he's an elderly couple and one of their friends were there, and they were able to get him dried up and dried off. We just gotta make sure we get you warm and that you're gonna be okay. Yeah, you're still shivering. You must still be pretty cold.
We're gonna get you all fixed up here, Jack.
David. Very pleased to meet you. Sounds like he was a bit nervous. Well, he was screaming, and it was like, I looked back to see where you were at, and you were a couple hundred yards away. And he didn't really seem as if like he was taking the totality of the circumstances seriously. He blamed the kid, saying he knows us from the shore, but we've been in this situation before. Calm down.
Why did this guy leave his kid in the middle of the fucking river? Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, sir.
Slowly swim to shore. Yep. You got this. We've been in this before. Yep. A lot of reactions have been negative towards the father and towards the father.
I don't understand why he left him stranded in the middle of the fucking river.
Some actions of that day. So I was really concerned about the welfare of the child.
Yes, thank you. We might be seeing each other again.
Yeah, that guy should probably have his kid taken away from him. That seems really fucking odd.
To cheer Uncle Wang up, we head to a Chinese restaurant.
只要是背个背包、光溜溜的，都基本上都是走线。那是中国人。
对，只要一看，一个眼神，一个对视，
都明白，都懂啊。
The term they mention, 走线, literally translates to walk the line in English. It's a newly coined expression on the Chinese internet, referring to exactly what they're doing, taking long and arduous detours to reach America.
走到这儿花了多少钱了？已经3.5万。现在的预期是走完。
Whoa, was that 48,000 US?
走到这儿花了多少钱了？已经3.5。
Oh, 4,800, okay.
现在的预期是走完还得花多少钱？
正常的话，至少要10个左右。
都拿得出来这个钱吗？
我们是入卡呀，在卡里弄啊，信用卡这些。现在好多。
你那么年轻，你信用卡没有这个额度？
有，信用卡有10万块吧。
所以走线以前基本上都是南美人，很穷的国家。这个中国是世界上第2大经济体，怎么那么多人来走线呢？
那疫情这3年疫情把老百姓坑成那样，自己做买卖做了能不到2年嘛，赔了那200万。
就把钱全部赔光了吗？自己的积蓄？
可不是，赔了他妈的新房都没住上，玩意儿这就是出来开始当班了吗？现在对于我来说，我2个孩子不好骂。
啊。
就因为像我们就是有个小小的加工厂啊，做皮具类的啊，可能这4年总共亏损了差不多90多万。一看是都是没有钱挣，现在还有点路会赶快爬。
在国内像我这么大年纪，基本上打。
Dude, China must be absolutely fucked. Like, I know they put out, like, China lies about its GDP, that's for sure. But, like, when you have so many fucking people talking about how, like, there are entire cities that are just vacant, and people are fucking leaving the country any way they can because they literally can't make a living because of the zero COVID policy and shit. Like, they must be in a terrible, terrible recession.
打工都没人要，今年56。去那边嘛，不管多大年龄，只要你肯做。
像我们也是想投奔自己，说实话。好不容易，我要感谢拜登，我也感谢3个事儿拜登，真的感谢他。如果不是他愿意接纳这些我们这些难民的话，我们这些也不敢跑。
Hell yeah, Joe Biden.
虽然我心里面可能对特朗普共和党，我觉得可能他的政策可能对美国。
I think Trump and Republicans have better policies for Americans. They don't. But Biden is good for migrants. Where did they get that idea?
a plan to vote for Trump. And I believe all my family, we're going to vote for Trump because we do need a change in this country. Our town is so small. If you go too fast, you're going to miss it for sure. Any minute now, we're gonna come to the open border. And that's where immigrants coming into this country. Somebody from the other side probably telling them where that entrance in a fence is. The Mexican. As you see right here to the left, there is a open border right here. This is where they're coming from. This is where they're coming in right here. My property was like this before over there with the burning now. It's how dangerous it was over there. There was a lot of grass. It's fire hazard. That's what she's talking about. They do whatever they want to do. They burn on your property. They use the bathroom. They don't clean up after themselves. They drink the water, throw the bottle there.
Dude, it's so weird. They say they don't clean up after themselves. Where are they going to throw out their trash? Like, no shit. They have to burn it.
Can I take him out of there? I took my gun and I shoot in the air 4 bullets. The police arrest me. They even Border Patrol tell them leave him alone.
Yes, okay, this guy's a psychotic wacko. You can't shoot at people.
You cannot move him out of there, so.
Dude.
You know, I think Chinese have more right than we do.
Oh my god.
I can see their leader, I can see their well-being and all that. But I don't understand why they come over here. I really would like to know that myself.
Back in Quito, we moved to a district where the Chinese migrants find lodging, a guest house catering almost exclusively to the walk the line crowd.
There's just this random pot of cash, I think left by past guests. And they got these obviously from the countries that they had traveled through. So you've got Turkey. Thailand. I know this one. This is from Hong Kong. Huh. What's this? Qatar Central Bank.
The migrants often stay here for a few days to rest and mentally prepare for the Darien Gap.
I had a friend who, he went insane. He became a flat earther and shit, but he was a really nice dude. His name was Chris. He was visiting Canada from China to visit some family members. And he said when he first came to Canada and he visited, he was like, whoa, it is so much fucking better than China. Like the standard of living, the culture, like you can actually speak freely and shit. And then he said like after a few days, he decided I'm not going back to China. And he actually applied for citizenship and everything. And he got it. It's really funny. And I think he was vegan in China. The way I met him was I was doing an activist event in the big mall that's in Toronto. What's it called? It's the big mall in Toronto, and we were protesting Starbucks, and he saw the protest, and he's like, "Oh, you're all vegan? Oh, sick!" And then he joined in on the protest. He didn't know anything about the vegan activist scene here, and that's how I met him. And then he got involved in Cow Save. He ended up going fucking crazy. He started believing in these flat Earth conspiracy theories and shit. I haven't talked to him in a while. But yeah, before he went nuts, he was a pretty nice dude.
Dense jungle between Colombia and Panama that till this day has no roads, so crossing it requires walking on foot for up to a week. The guesthouse owner, originally from Beijing, agrees to speak to us only if we conceal her identity and the location of the property.
规模最大的时候，平均一天要走40-50个人。
为什么好像就是这几个政府，包括厄瓜多尔，大家不太在乎？
现在所有的旅馆都生意也不是很好，是吧？都是靠这些人。那这些人是不是要吃点东西啊？要住个旅馆啊？你要最起码要坐他这个大巴，他等于是给这个国家也带来了很多的这个，所以人家还挺开心的嘛。
That's interesting. So Ecuador's facilitating these Chinese migrants because it just benefits them financially. My friend finished making an action figure review. I think he wanted to show you on Instagram. Well, if he messages me, I can take a look.
一个老乡，北京人，他是60多岁了，他也是在我这儿住。6月17号，去年我记得很清楚，他晚上就跟我说的，我今天晚上连夜坐船走。然后进了雨林就没再出，没有再声音了。我觉得他已经不在了。 因为他没有理由不跟我联系。
您自己对他们想去美国这件事怎么看呢？
我觉得人各有志吧。
他们是走到哪儿了，再去乡下，看他们节奏太慢了，受不了。
他们两个没得你们那个着急的。
At the same time, there's trouble within the group who we met the day before. Jaden and Chubby Chef want to pay a smuggler to get them to the entrance of the Darien Gap, but have been slow to confirm a time for departure. While Uncle Wang and Auntie Lan are eager to hit the road and want to save money by navigating the journey on their own.
我想，因为你毕竟在路上是好的时间是好的，紧紧那么说他，早点找工作是不是？
Ok, certo. Entrando, né? Nós vamos depois aqui.
So after receiving last-minute yellow fever vaccinations, the pair set off for the road. First, a 5-hour bus ride to Taucan, a small town on the Ecuadorian border with Colombia.
That is such a crazy journey.
A trip that my security advisor Paul says can go dangerously wrong.
Ecuador is becoming narco country. We now have a lot of carteles into Ecuador. You always get news about someone getting killed, a place that's getting bombed. Even the schools are in danger now.
Jesus. I ain't never going to South America.
But with a bit of luck, Uncle Wong and Auntie Lan arrive at the border incident-free. Unlike Ecuador, Colombia requires a visa for Chinese passport holders to enter officially. A local man offers to take them through the unofficial channel for a fee away from the camera. At the same time, I get a first-hand experience of the border town.
Play X Defiant. I heard about... Do I have to make a fucking Ubisoft account? Is it only on Ubisoft's stupid thing? Yeah, I think... Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking bother. If it's not on Steam, fuck it. Dude, Ubisoft's launcher is probably the worst launcher on PC. I can't fucking stand it.
Some guy just whistled at me from that shop, which is full of Chinese people. I think the smuggler might be thinking I'm one of his merchandise.
After a brief hiatus, the journey continues.
Yeah, I know it's free, but I can't deal with fucking Ubisoft's launcher. It's
Just
fucking
after
garbage.
dark, they arrive at a bus interchange on the Colombian side of the border.
If the game really pops off and it is like the next Call of Duty, I'll bother getting it, but right now I can't be fucked with Ubisoft's launcher.
A large South American family.
Yeah, like especially if the new Black Ops game ends up being crap, I'll play X Defiant, but right now, nah. I've seen gameplay of X Defiant. It seems like it runs weird. I've seen so many I've seen so much footage of it, and it looks like it runs at a super low frame rate. It might just be people's capture software, but there's something weird about it where it doesn't seem like it runs well. Like, this is being recorded at 60 FPS, and it still seems, like, kind of funky, the way it runs. It also looks like they don't have hardcore mode, like Call of Duty has. So, I don't know.
Family is setting up camp for the
Dude,
night.
CSGO 2 sucks. I tried playing it. Oh my god, it's bad.
Going to Pasto. Okay.
Pasto?
Family? Familia. Familia.
They too are hoping to go to Pasto, the first major city in Colombia. But as it gets dark, the road ahead gets dangerous. The family plans to sleep rough. The woman is clearly pregnant.
Dog.
Please report veganism not exposed. He made another pedo allegation.
Yeah, I'll report him. Harassment, bullying. Alright, there we go. Reported. Thanks for the donation 3.
We were overloaded with baby stuff. Babies move through so fast we barely even see them. Yeah, they take them first. So anyways, we don't really need that. I gotta get going because I'm feeding people right now.
What percentage of them would you estimate are Chinese?
I would say my guess is that on most days, upwards of 50%. Most of the people who are coming from China are not really familiar with camping out, staying out in the country, dealing with the kind of harsh situation that we have here, because they seem to be mostly urban people to my reckoning. They come from a very orderly society, and as you will see in a moment here, this is not a particularly orderly situation.
Hola. ¿Cómo está? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
All we got is fruit, sandwich, and water. Okay. We're gonna move some water back. I'm not gonna move the table all the way.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yay. World famous PB&J's. I'm in the boat. Water over here.
You're welcome.
Something.
Sorry.
6, 5, 7, 58, 59, 60, 60 people. Yesterday we fed about 750 people. I've been doing this continuously for about 10 weeks now. It's really hard to get a bunch of Chinese people to line up at a queue. I think people are really worried that there might not be enough food for everybody, so they just want to be in front of one. And they're right. There might not be enough food for everybody. Sad to say. There, I can see at least 30 people right now. There's probably more coming in behind. Border Patrol doesn't do anything except kind of point them in this direction. They give them a colored wristband. You saw the colored wristbands? That's the day of the week. They pretend these people are not being detained by saying, oh, look, they just decided to stay here all by themselves. Oh, they'll stay here for up to 4 days, sometimes 5 days. It's a complete legal fiction.
Anybody have red? White. Green over here.
If I flew out to Canada, would you be down to hang out? As long as you don't kill or rape me, sure, why not? Message me on Insta. I'm in the Ottawa area.
Back on the road, Uncle Wang and Auntie Lan are getting ready to board a flight. They hope to get from Pasto in southern Colombia to Necoclí in the north, where the track through the Darien Gap starts. The sudden arrival of the Chinese migrants has left an impression on the locals. Even the airport staff have now mastered a few words in Chinese. As it gets close to departure, more Chinese-looking people turn up, some with young children in tow.
Yeah, Scare Theater, if you want to come to Canada, hang out, you can come by.
Jaden and Chubby Chef also arrive for the same flight. Once we've boarded, it's clear that almost a third of the passengers are Chinese.
One of my good friends said you blocked his ass. Would you be able to come? Would he be able to come too, or will you beat his ass? Depends on what I blocked him for.
我在老家养牛，因为养了2年了，他说卫生拍到了，然后又把你拆掉，又1分钱没有赔。然后呢，就说你几个房子，发了你一手的积蓄，你建好了，他又说你违章，你把你拆掉，1分钱没有。
Whoa.
我从10几岁就出来，从15。
Dude, imagine that. You fucking save up your whole life, you build a house, and then the CCP just comes by, tears down your property, even though it's totally legal, and then they don't compensate you for it.
手有做到负债轮，我用了20多年来打拼，我觉得我是个很聪明的人，我也是个很努力、很勤奋的人，但是都没有办法活得下去。
有这么多国家可以去，为什么一定要去美国呢？
别的国家你要经过正常的移民渠道，你这样子走进去，他不会收留你，他把你遣返。在美国，它是一个非常包容的国家。
On this flight, we also meet a family from Chengdu. Mom, Dad, and 13-year-old Lucy.
从哪里看？
来听你嘛。第二个是波哥大的蒙特利亚嘛，波哥大的蒙特利亚是第1登机楼。
哦，那我们现在是不是要去？
好乖啊！
Wow.
Cheerful and outgoing, they stand out among the nervous Chinese migrants.
He's vegan though, and he's still a big fan, so is that really important? Not really. I'm assuming if I banned him, it's probably over like some Israel-Palestine shit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Once in Akakli, I make plans to shadow the family. They're rooming with a few other Chinese migrants. And today, they need to go shopping for the upcoming Darien crossing.
没有了，警察过来一个人要收20美元。
对，这也是吗？
一样，都一样，都一样。我们是行走的美元。小肥羊，原来他们那个南美人只收1美元或者2美元，直接我们中国世界第2大强国嘛，对吧？肯定是身价高嘛。我们这么路在这里啊，我看一下。
应该就是在这条街，就这里。
刚才我们在这里是一样，所以我
hacia la calle, una calle que va a la otra calle que sí.
Thank you.
走，去超市里买点巧克力，买点东西。
买巧克力。要买。好凉快。
罐头要不要买？
不要不要。
他们买了好多方便面，我说你干嘛吃？他说带了什么炉子了？
他买了个炉子。
我买几个方便面。
种不起来的，对，你不要想这些，要么你自己买炉子，但是你不要动，逼不动。你这个思维是错的，你这个思维是居家过日子的，你的思维应该是去那个野外生存的这个思维，要换个模式。
把炉子买过来啊。
我认为连方便面都不要，我去搞牛肉干。
我才不要吃你的，我已经我的牙口不好。OK， 我还是买几个方便面。
可以，对，我尊重你的选择嘛。我也是来个炉子，我备你。No, wife number one, number two.
Like again, these are the fucking people that Trump is saying are like. They're you know, young 19, 25-year-old men who are gonna start a military. Like, does this look like a dude who's gonna pick up an AK-47 and go to war with the US? Like, fuck me, dude. Trump's such an idiot.
I'm yeah. Chinese family.
哎，那是不是要买个叉子啊？
你还要把床摆进去的。
不，我跟你想法不一样。你到时候。
There are a lot of arguments as they try to sort out what to buy to last them for the days in the jungle. The Chinese were not terribly outdoorsy people, and we've had no Boy or Girl Scouts, so this is quite an experience.
麻烦又麻烦。
你来做主好了。啊，谢谢。
在中国的社会里，现在老婆决定一切，我们的生活才会幸福美满。
其实英文里面也有这句话。
也有这句话。
你要不要我教你
？OK。
Happy wife, happy life.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yay!
Thank you.
对出来这件事情，对爸爸有没有什么问题？
刚开始内心是抗拒的啊，现在还是比较惊喜的。他刚开始跟我说，他说是不是我们直接一张机票到纽约？我说本质上是这样的，但是我们有可能要那个走别的地方，我们去旅游一圈再到纽约。
You know, if it wasn't for the cartels, South America looks like it'd be kind of a chill place to live. Like, there's good weather, pretty girls, lots of fruit. But, yeah, the fucking cartels ruin it.
帐篷要不要马上买了？
要买，帐篷要买，在这里。
随便吧，鞋子千万不能随便，你一定要那个，要不然你会走的会命都没了的。多少
7.3万。
12000。下次中国人过来就介绍给你。
收货。
这是上机哦，上机哦，不要错过。我买那么多，下次我们中国过来，每一天都有过来，然后我就介绍给你。你呀，小气儿。
Come to Costa Rica, no cartels yet. When I win the lottery, sure. The draw's tonight. I'm gonna be $70 million richer by tomorrow morning, so sure.
There you go. Sit down on the ground and take your cell phones out. Come on, move in. Cell phones, put them in your bags.
Hey, to your back, please.
把这个系在包上，然后把这个撕下来了和护照夹起来放在身上，只是帕3，只是第3部分。这上面夹的是第2部分和第1部分，第3部分夹在护照上。
我睇卡下啦，緊你。用手捂住臉。
China. And when people cough, tell them to cover their mouth.
用手捂住嘴巴。
如果咳嗽的话，那捂住嘴。
I don't want to get sick.
只当提醒。 It's okay.
No, it's a jacket, is it?
杰克不行，厚的外套不行，厚的外套不行。
It needs to be a t-shirt, a shirt. No jackets, no hoodies, no sweatshirts, cardigans, nothing.
Stay out of Denmark. We're gonna be fascist soon. All right, I'll take your advice. It seems like most of these people are pretty well educated. Like, they either own their own businesses that were pretty successful before fucking China just ruined their fucking livelihood, or they seem like they all have good education.
你不上过大学，为什么还要走线？
这是个很长的问题。
从哪个城市去？
深圳。
Shenzhen. That's not a bad place either.
What nationalities do you see more of these days?
To be perfectly honest with you, Chinese.
Is that a surprise?
Yeah, out here. Yeah. It's not our normal customer.
Fucking scum.
牛肉好好哎，切肉多放点盐，防止泄斥。
为什么要做牛肉干？
是因为进了雨林没有食物，它不是补充能量嘛？
你老公会做，他觉得他会做，
他觉得他会做，他觉得他会做。爸爸每次。
I want to suck a white-bearded beefy cop. How can I achieve my dream?
I don't know exactly how to go about doing that. I've never tried to suck a white-bearded cop's dick. So, maybe, like, go on Reddit and, ask in one of the gay groups. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam.
觉得他搞那新鲜的东西，他都觉得自己会做。 结果后面还要我给他称一称。
这个好像就是，
这个味道好。
哦，是那个，
葱洋葱的味道。
大蒜、洋葱、大蒜，对，这个是咸的，咸的，尝尝，我觉得可能是咸的。
No，
不咸哈。
搅拌一下。 算了，待会儿不止全部不要。这个不要了，这个没用了吧？没用了。
我真的以为你没有办法把它做出来。
我就是看那个小红书上看来的，
是吧？
事在人为嘛。 它就属于那个高能量的，而且能够抗饿的。这种东西有点像那个阿坝州，有点像阿坝州的那个风干牛肉。
对，因为妈妈当时不知道要放多少盐。
早知道这样，我不要叫他们弄了。
你们家是你做饭还是妈妈做饭？
妈妈做饭。
妈妈平时做饭。
妈妈做饭比较厉害，可能她可能是心里抗拒这个东西，她就不想做，她就瞎做。她对她喜欢的东西，她做得很好的，而且她很有天赋，对做美食。但是她觉得我在胡闹，她就。
I think it's in part 3, but it's a shit show when they get to Mexico. Some of the groups get robbed and extorted multiple times.
Well, yeah. It's the cartel and they're human traffickers, so yeah, that's obviously gonna happen. Thanks for the donation, PP.
我告诉他这不是胡闹，因为到雨林里面，到时候吃一口咸的都觉得很奢侈的。
是。
但是他不相信，那就没办法了。
所以你记得我教你的那句话吗
？Yeah，那个happy wife, happy life.
There you go.
Happy waifu, happy life.
他现在是这样的啊，小汪，他现在叫我们等于是下午，他等一下4点钟有人送票过来，好，我们每个人交430块钱，剩余的尾款220到岛上交给艾德加。可以。他说这是朋友的价格。有定价啊，我知道，一般是700是正常的。哦，孩子一人收200。
这几条一共有几条线路可供选择？
据我所知，他介绍给我是3条线路，一条是阿凯迪，卡普戛纳，还有个卡雷托，是三条线路。阿凯迪350，那个叫什么？中间那个？
卡普戛纳。
好像是480。对，这个那个是650。
这几条线价格为什么不一样呢？
应该是难易的程度不一样。就是说，阿凯迪是最经典的路线，就是南美人一直走的路线，它是比较艰难。那个中间那个可能艰难程度低一点，在最后。
Dude, trekking through the fucking jungle must be insanely fucking difficult. Like, it's no wonder so many of them fucking die. Traveling, especially with all the fucking cartels and shit.
那个卡雷托是相对最容易的。是这个样子的。价格涨了好多。今年2月份2月份有人走卡雷托，只要付300刀，价格涨了超1倍多。
哦哟，这个通货膨胀
不是通货膨胀，这个是供需关系不一样。
供需关系，对，你讲的是对的。
对。
Oh,
The way
oh my
they
god.
talk about the dairy.
I love iguanas. My god, where's the iguana?
When I was still in when I
There's the iguana. Oh my god, I love iguanas.
Or banana? There you go. Get it. It's right there. It's right there.
Oh my god. So
There you go.
handsome.
1, 2. No? Yes? What do you? It's right there.
Eat the
my
banana,
man.
you
There
son of a
you
bitch.
go.
Yeah, there he goes.
See
It's
how
a
it
nice
kinda
yummy
mashes it in his mouth
banana.
A little bit before even taking it off. Oh, there we go.
Oh, what a sweet iguana. Oh my goodness. He loves his lettuce. Oh my god.
He's always bobbing his head.
Wow. Iguana.
He is pretty unpredictable. Your shower will become their shower. Right.
Oh my goodness.
Come on out. Let me get in. I want to follow you everywhere. He'll jump up on me while I'm working out. If I'm chilling watching TV, he'll just find his way over.
That's a good fucking iguana.
Both love music.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, what are you, stupid? They're wild iguanas. Oh my goodness. Those are some nice iguana. Wow. So pretty. Friggin' love iguanas.
The way they talk about the Darien Gap, it's simply men versus nature. But I know it's a lot more than that. When I was still in Quito, a friend heard about my travel plan and called me up. Once a senior politician in a Latin American country, he's done extensive work in the area and still advises governments in a region. In order to give me his honest opinion, he asks me not to reveal his identity and disguise his voice.
Let me tell you that this is very challenging, difficult, and perhaps a very dangerous project, especially in the Darien area. There is not much presence of either Colombian or Panamanian police or any type of governmental presence because it's an area that it has always been deserted. And there are several different groups of criminal gangs that operate and they make profit out of the problem of the people that needs to travel and migrate. Use violence. There have been reports of raping women, mistreatment of the young people, children and young women to be given to all their gangs that are involved in the sexual trade and the prostitution chains and the sort of things.
Is there something that we should or absolutely should not do?
So I will be very careful about filming in front of people that you don't know, that might feel threatened by disclosing their identities. And do you have a satellite phone?
Yes, I do.
Watch out with that. You need that and try not to use openly in front of people that you don't know.
Okay.
Because they might think that you are communicating with somebody else, especially if you're gonna be talking in foreign language or English.
Okay, so they need assurance that whatever information we have will not be given to authorities.
Exactly. If you have a good fixer, he should be able to arrange the terms with the people that are the ones in charge.
The criminal gang that controls the Darien is also Colombia's largest drug cartel. I obviously have no personal connection there. So I shouldn't go try and talk to that guy.
I think the guy is gonna probably give you an interview.
So I've asked a journalist contact in Colombia to help me out. Carlos has reported from the Darien Gap several times, and today we sent him off again into the jungle to ask for permission for us to enter.
Ooh, doggy.
That looks very quiet. Is that normal?
The last time I was here was last April, and it was a lot more people. ¿Qué ha pasado, hermano? ¿Por qué se cayó tanto el negocio? ¿Qué pasó?
Ahora por ahí de 20 días para acá, un mes, demasiado. Bajó mucho.
Ajá.
Muy bajito. La gente quiere quedarse en diciembre en la casa. ¿Sí o no?
It's just like the Christmas season and all this stuff.
Oh,
People
yes, yes.
stop moving, you know?
Yes,
Eso
the
quiere
South
pasar con la
Americans want to spend
familia,
Christmas
¿sí o
at
no? Pero
home.
lo que ha
Sí.
estado pasando y ha estado pasando mucho chino y mucho ecuatoriano.
I'm gonna get my ticket first.
Carlos is heading to Cabragana.
Question: what would be the best response be if veganism became illegal? Could we reasonably fight given our small numbers? I don't see any other way of dealing with that problem without at least civil disobedience. I can't imagine veganism becoming illegal in a country like the US or Canada, especially somewhere like Canada, because veganism is actually a protected class. But yeah, we would have to fight with at least civil disobedience.
Most Chinese migrants are headed there too, where they will wait until nightfall and sail again in the dark to reach Querétaro in Panama, where their trek starts.
Recomiendo los empaques en una bolsita plástica, artículos delicados, cámaras, cosas así, teléfono, ya personal, ya que la empresa no se hace responsable si se moja.
I hope you come back with good news. Well, the most important thing is you come back, yeah?
No, I will. No worries about that. I mean,
Okay. All right. Otherwise, we're gonna have to go look for you.
that otherwise you have a kicking ass story, man.
All right, man. Okay.
Yeah, take it easy.
Good luck.
Take care, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, let's watch part 2 now. I just gotta go take a pee-pee. I'll be right back. Ugh. Alright. Let's watch part 2.
Previously on Walk the Line.
慈爱的天父，孩子感谢赞美你，主啊，求你继续带领我们前面的道路，求你洁净这食物，使我们能够身体康健，灵魂活泼。如此祷告，奉主耶稣基督的名祈求，阿门。OK。
这个声音有阳。
Are there countries where veganism is illegal? I don't think so, no.
Mom, Dad, and Lucy left China almost a month ago, taking detours through Thailand and Turkey before arriving in South America.
你们是怎么走上这条路的？
我们当时就是很想结单的，就想把孩子带出去。
因为我们的女儿她是在教会学校上学，就是所谓的教会学校，就是在中国是属于违法教学，它属于。
Weird. There's underground religious schools in China.
地下学校，但是家庭教会被冲击之后，教会被取缔，学校也被冲击没有了。曾经在我们家也上了2、3个月，后来就被无意中又被他们发现了，后来就也不能上了，不能上了嘛。我们在成都那个租房，那个房东就是隐晦的跟我说，我这个房租下面就不给你续了。
规划是谁做的？
对，我是通过那个 YouTube 还有 Telegram 汇集资料，就自己 DIY 嘛。因为钱不多嘛，没有多少钱。
多少钱的？
一家人反正20万不到嘛。
哦，那是真的。
对，就预算是很紧张的，就只能是 DIY 嘛。就一步一步来嘛。
现在想起来过雨林，担心吗？
我担心他怕他那个，他没怎么是那种运动的类型的孩子，而且他是这样子，他走几步会头疼啊，所以我就怕他身体吃不消，所以我就买了很多东西。
爸为什么不担心？
就像我们在船上一样，虽然海里有风浪，但是上帝他一直与我们同在，所以我就不会担心，就算船翻了，也是上帝与我们同在。我们进入他的怀。
There is no God, so you're fucked. You know, it's so weird, the mushroom trip that I had like a couple weeks ago. It's been like 2-3 weeks now, right? Like, it's hard to make people understand, and I get why people are religious and why they believe in God. Like, I totally get it. When you're suffering and you need help, you just have this feeling where you want to cry out and just ask for anybody to help me. And I think that's where, you know, this idea of God really came from. This like need for just help. And just because humans have like this developed brain, they can conceptualize like, you know, these ideas of like a spirit realm and these all-powerful deities. It's probably where it came from, but it creates so much more fucking problems for you, like with the way you can experience like these existential problems with suffering. If you just give up on that idea and recognize, like, you do not matter, the world doesn't matter, no one is there to save you, and you just give up on all of these fucking ideas of there being a deeper meaning, all of those existential problems when it comes to just dealing with your problems and your suffering, it just melts away. If you, and it's really hard, especially when it comes to like recognizing your own value. Like, obviously you value yourself, like you value your own life, but if you get rid of that idea that you even matter, you don't, your life doesn't matter. Again, the worry of dying, the worry of suffering, the worry of like not doing, you know, I don't know, something that leads to this like end game where, oh, I won. It just goes away. If people would just internalize nihilism and give up on the idea of there being meaning, all of these problems would just melt away.
现在没有回头路可以走。
对，
Do you consume any palm oil? Yeah, occasionally. Like, I'll eat Oreos or something. I know Cliff Bars, they have palm oil. Sometimes I eat those.
很渴望那种自由，就是说你免于恐惧，你说什么做什么，只要是不侵犯他人，你都。
That's funny. You can say and do whatever you want as long as it doesn't hurt others. This is a guy who just made beef jerky.
自由的，我就很想这样的感觉，但是我从来没有拥有。
实话，我没有他那么大的那种理想抱负，我就想到我的孩子，他的以后的出路是好的，是轻松的，不要像我这么累。其实我们很单纯，觉得美国遍地是黄金，我们过去一节就可以了。这种不
Might as well nuke the world then, retard. I don't know how nihilism leads to nuking the world. I ate this vegan cheese today that had palm oil. I don't understand how to figure out if palm oil is ethically sourced. There is no benefit to boycotting palm oil. Palm oil is the most efficient agricultural product. And if the world were to boycott palm oil, all of these palm oil producers would just, again, grow the next most profitable agricultural product, which could conceivably be something like red meat, which would cause far more harm than palm oil. So if you want to do something with agriculture, if you want to change agricultural standards so that it doesn't, destroy rainforest or displace certain species, then you're going to have to come up with legislation to change that. If the entire world were to boycott palm oil, conceivably, you would be causing more harm than just producing palm oil, because again, they may end up growing like livestock, like cattle, instead of the palm oil.
Cerebrolysine has pig brain? Frown.
Today I'm starting a new therapy. It's cerebrolysine. It's a peptide. It's been used for cognitive health. We use this needle, which has a 32 millimeter length. You can either do it in the deltoid, where you typically get a flu shot. You can also do it in the glute. I'll do it in the glute. It's easier to inject. You want to be in the top.
He has a nice round butt.
Quadrant. There's 4 quadrants of the glute. And then you want to make sure you're at a 90 degree angle. 3, 2, 1.
That is a big injection.
A little painful, but it's okay. This is injection number 5. I've been doing this for 10 days. It's 5 milliliters every other day, and we'll do it for a total of 20 days every 6 months. So far, subjectively, it is the best thing I've ever done for mental clarity. Better than coffee, better than tea, better than anything. So again, it's subjective. We will be doing more robust measurements with MRI, looking at all sorts of brain markers, probably at the 6-month mark. So at that point, I'll check in and share with you what
It's interesting. Never heard of that peptide.
Effects we think this had. Today,
cerebrolysine. Cerebrolysine is a mixture of enzymatically treated peptides derived from pig brain, whose constituents can include brain-derived neurotrophic factor, glial cell line-derived neurotrophic factor, nerve growth factor, ciliary neurotrophic factor. Cerebrolysine has been studied for potential use with a variety of neurodegenerative disorders through research. The research is preliminary. No benefit in the treatment of acute stroke has been found, and an increased rate of spontaneous adverse events requiring hospitalization has been reported. Some positive effects have been reported when cerebrolysine is used to treat vascular dementia. As far as the ethics, since it's derived from pig brain, it's really, you'd have to do like some math as to like how much it contributes to an actual rights violation, because pig brain isn't being, it's like pigs aren't being grown to make cerebrolysin, I'd imagine. They're being used to make meat, and things like this cerebrolysin are kind of a byproduct. I don't know how much cerebrolysin you'd really have to produce to equate to one rights violation. Little to no difference in all-cause death. Non-death attrition. Little to no difference in non-death attrition, but evidence is very uncertain. Serious adverse events. Cerebrolysin probably results in little to no difference in the total number of people with severe adverse events. RR 1.6, so they found no statistical difference. 3 trials, 1,335 participants, moderate certainty evidence. This comprised fatal severe adverse events. Again, not statistically significant. 3 trials, moderate certainty. Oh wait, people non-fatal SSA. 2.39, 1.1 to 5.2. So that was statistically significant. The subgroup of dosing schedule, 30 milliliters for 10 days. The increase was more prominent. So that was statistically significant. So those were non-life threatening though. Like that could just be fever. Interesting. Thanks for the donation, JJ.
不好吃，这个是啥？猪腿肉，300块钱2房肉，太贵了这。这个3块9毛5，
换算成人民币的话，30块了。
30块。 贵！我靠，这个34块9毛9一包，好贵呀！多少钱？买了多少钱？我看一下。
20块4毛3。
20块4毛3。哇，光买点零食20块4毛3。 大哥有没有啥活啊？
挂刷板
就只有仓库。
美国是就这个样子，美国就是这个环境。
反正最近好多人回去了。
10个人里面，现在应该有1个以上回去了，再过段时间就2个、3个，最后要4个、5个，生存艰难啊！美国不是想象中的美国，美国已经完。
The US is not what I thought it would be. It's finished. The American dream has died.
美国梦破碎了。但是还是很多人来，过年还有很多人要来，说是要很多。对，大哥有活干，说一声。
It's been 12 hours since Carlos left Nicocley to try and get us access to the Darien Gap from the drug cartel that controls the area.
Take care, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
These people are clearly CCP plants sent to commit espionage and eventually bear arms in the name of China against the US.
I seriously doubt that, but thanks for the donation, 789.
He had promised to be back by sunset, but so far he's nowhere to be seen.
There's a doggo.
In recent months, the cartel has issued death threats against several reporters. I can no longer sit on my hands, so I call another local journalist who's dealt with the cartel before. Carlos went in today. He sort of didn't come back. Should I be worried?
He didn't came back.
He didn't come back today.
What time did he went?
He went, I think he took the 7:30, 8 o'clock boat.
That's take a while. That's a brave move, you know?
Okay.
We're taking a risk.
Okay. Is there anything else we could do?
Honestly, no, because if you don't get it done yet, I think it would be a really bad idea to go.
A really bad idea in what sense?
What are some exercises to get my deadlift to 500 pounds? Let's see. I think your squat assists with your deadlift quite a bit. So improving your squat will likely improve your deadlift. Pendlay rows are a good deadlift accessory. You might also get a benefit to doing stiff leg deadlifts. Getting your stiff leg deadlift up would likely also improve your deadlift. And good mornings might also be a good accessory lift for improving your deadlift. So those are some lifts that I've found can help with getting your deadlift strength up. You also do need to vary your rep range up with, these lifts in order to get your numbers up. So if you've been doing like sets of 3, sets of 5 for a very long time with your deadlift, you're probably going to have to improve your numbers when it comes to sets of 8 to 10.
Can you react to this? You don't have to do it now, but in the meantime, have you ever heard of this delusional narcissist?
Hey,
apparently he was an actor and was on Joe Rogan spewing Pete garbage like 1 + 1 does not equal 2.
Yeah, I saw a bit of this. Asmongold did a video about it. Holy fuck, I never knew that guy was so fucking crazy, and it kind of makes sense now. He was having trouble getting work for the future like Avengers movies. He is it on his short? Let me see. How often? Holy fuck, he posts a lot. But yeah, that actor is fucking out of his mind. It's no wonder he has trouble getting work. He's fucking crazy and delusional. But we'll watch that later for sure. Might watch a little bit of that now. Thanks for the donation, finger in my ass. So, yeah, so if you've been doing sets of 3 or sets of 5, like, constantly for deadlifts for a very long time, and you found yourself stalling, you're going to have to improve your deadlift numbers in the 8 to 10 range. So spend some time doing deadlifts in the 8 to 10 rep range, get your numbers up there, and after a few months, go back to doing sets of 3, sets of 5, and your numbers should improve after you get your strength up in the 8 to 10 range. Also, my weight is 82 kilograms. Is it possible to stay at the same body weight and increase my deadlift strength? It's possible. Do you have any lifting videos? Like, 82 kilograms is not particularly heavy. That's like, what, 170, 180? There's plenty of people who can deadlift 500 pounds that are, like, pretty light. But depending on your height, if you're, like, 6 feet tall and you're only 82 kilograms, you're probably going to have to gain weight. If you're, like, 5'8" and you're 82 kilograms, you probably won't have to gain weight. If you're a taller person, you're going to have to be at a heavier body weight to lift the same weight as shorter people. So It really depends, but gaining weight will almost always help you lift more weight. Almost always. So, yeah, you might want to consider gaining weight if you really want to hit a strength PR.
I've been getting a lot of requests lately as to who to debunk next, and several dozen of you have asked me to address the complete insanity that was Terrence Howard's recent appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast. While I normally avoid lunatics of this caliber, I felt this one was worth addressing for a few reasons, so let's take a closer look. If you don't know,
I'm 5'8". You probably won't have to gain weight, but again, gaining weight will probably help you hit a 500-pound deadlift faster. If you're stalling, so if you try adding in those accessory lifts that I recommended, if you try changing up your rep range for a few months, and like you're still kind of stalling and not really making much progress, you're probably going to have to gain weight.
I don't know who Terrence Howard is. He's an actor. I'll be honest, I've never seen him act in anything. He was in a really popular TV show that I didn't watch, and I've never seen any of his movies. He might be a great actor, he might suck. I don't know, and I don't care. What's more important is his extracurricular activities as a delusional narcissist who thinks he's the smartest person in human history. I don't know exactly when he started showing the world his God complex, but it was way before the Rogan appearance, so let's go back just a bit. Here he is making a total fool of himself on the red carpet at the Emmys in 2019.
I've made some discoveries.
Would you like this to the meat eaters, Richard? I love these dystopian fantasizes. I know this one isn't the best, so ask what's the text to give generator you use. I mean like the voice name.
News 30.
Let me see. Alert box. Wait, tips. The voice name is Brian. That's the voice name that I use for Streamlabs donos. Let me take a look at this, Riley.
13 wishes anyone who is not
The Purge.
participating in this year's Purge a safe evening, and for those releasing the beast, a successful cleanse.
Sanctioned by the U.S. government. Legal for 12
The Purge movies are kind of fun. The only Purge movie I saw was the one with Ethan Hawke. I think they've gotten... Well, no, I saw two. The first one I saw was the Purge movie with Ethan Hawke. I thought it was kind of dumb because the movie was more about the meta about the society, and I don't think it really made any kind of real sense. The other... I can't remember the name of the other Purge movie, but the smaller scale sort of stories within the Purge universe are kind of interesting, like how people deal with living in a society if there was like a Purge scenario.
May God.
But yeah, I haven't kept up with the Purge series. I only saw two of them. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
in my own personal life with the science that, you know, Pythagoras was searching for. I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave.
Today I was in class and they split us into groups for a project. I got grouped with a cutie pie, and when she smiled and said hi I felt a little piece of poop, a Hershey's kiss, pop out of my butt and slide down my pant leg. I ran away. How do I be alpha?
Okay, well, next time, maybe just ignore the poop sliding out of your butt, and act like you didn't poop your pants. I think that would be the first step. And maybe just find an excuse to go to the bathroom or something and whack it so you're not as excited. I think that'll help a lot. Thanks for the donation, Beta Retard.
Conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. Why would I continue, walking on water for tips when I've got an entire generation to teach a whole new world?
That's a big remark.
Okay, let's break this down. The science that Pythagoras was searching for.
So, Hollowbad, just because I'm a nihilist, that doesn't mean I don't personally value anything and can't recognize that I and other people benefit from existing. So nihilism does not necessarily lead to mass suicide.
Pythagoras was a philosopher and mathematician. The only things he did that could be considered part of the embryonic stages of science were ideas like the harmony of the spheres, where the planets moved according to the frequencies of musical notes, which of course was just baseless conjecture and whimsy, coincidentally Terry's two favorite things. He says he was able to open up the flower of life properly. That's this. The idea of opening this up doesn't mean anything. It's just 19 overlapping circles. If you pull them apart, you get 19 circles. Yes, it's nice and pretty looking. Shapes are neat. Real wave conjugations, meaningless. Conjugation is something you do to a verb in an inflected language according to tense, number, and person. Here's a conjugated Italian verb. In biology, the word is used to describe horizontal transfer of genetic material between bacteria. You can't conjugate a ham sandwich, and you can't conjugate a wave. 10,000 years is a random number that goes farther back than all of recorded history. He tosses out walking on water to foreshadow his blatant messiah complex, and he has absolutely nothing to teach even a small child, let alone an entire generation. That's a big remark, says the interviewer, clearly pretty desperate to get out of this ridiculous conversation without directly insulting him.
What do you intend to do?
Well, let me put it this way. All energy in the universe is expressed in motion. All motion is expressed in waves. All waves are curved. So where does the straight lines come from to make the platonic solids? There are no straight lines. So when I took the flower of life and opened it properly, I found a whole new wave conjugations that expose the in-between spaces. It's the thing that holds us all together.
Okay,
I didn't do too well in trigonometry. What is the
platonic solids?
How is energy expressed exactly? By motion? Whatever he could mean by that, he's wrong. For example, potential energy is the energy held by an object by virtue of its position in a field, like a gravitational or electromagnetic field. No motion, yet energy. Matter can be converted to energy. No motion required. No, not all motion is expressed in waves. The motion of a wave is a wave. Periodic motion can be expressed with a wave. Linear motion also exists, hence straight lines exist. What are platonic solids? That's these. Convex regular polyhedra in three-dimensional Euclidean space. Regular polyhedron means that all the sides are the exact same shape, that shape being a particular regular polygon, which means a two-dimensional shape with all the sides and angles being equal. There are 5 of them, and they were conceived of as hypothetical abstractions, just like everything else in geometry. And just for fun, if you take a simple cubic lattice structure for an ionic solid, you can get those straight lines he said don't exist. Again, he did not open any flower of life. He did not conjugate any waves. He doesn't specify what these spaces are and what they are between, or how they hold anything together. In short, it's pseudo-spiritual bullshit, and these anchors are justifiably laughing their asses off. Let's get one more tidbit.
I'm sharing that. On Tuesday, when I receive my star, I'm going to be able to prove that gravity is only an effect and not a force. I'm putting something on YouTube where I will build the planet Saturn without gravity and build the Milky Way galaxy without gravity.
Did you also say you're getting your star?
Yeah.
On the Walk of Fame?
On the Walk of Fame.
Interestingly enough, in the context of general relativity, you can argue that gravity is an effect and not a force. But it does not follow, then, that gravity isn't real. And it gets much worse from there. He's going to build Saturn and build the Milky Way galaxy. How exactly? Like in a simulation? That needs gravity. If he built a planet or a galaxy with his hands, I would worship him as the one true God. But something tells me that in reality, he's been watching some electric universe frauds on YouTube, and now he thinks he's smarter than Einstein.
And we've come to find that the universe, they are abandoning the standard model, the ideas of black holes and dark matter, for an electric model of the universe that is in response to the Birkeland currents and all these things. It's a better version, a better vision of how we should see the universe. That's how I see it, and I think it should be explored.
Bingo! Terry binged some Thunderbolts project videos and is repeating what he heard as though he thought of it. Then this woman tries to change the subject again, and he starts whining about not ever having been nominated for an Emmy. Anyway, this is the magnitude of nut job we are dealing with, but again,
All right, we'll watch the rest of that later. Nick Hockley. It's a weird name.
Without getting a go-ahead from Carlos, we cannot depart for the Darien Gap with the Chinese migrants. But I want to see them off, as they are about to embark on the most challenging part of the journey, a multi-day trek through a virgin jungle. Nicoclí is a beach resort in Colombia, but his fortunes took a dive during the pandemic. Since then, migrants have taken over the town. On the beach, clusters of large families, mostly Venezuelan, camp out, sometimes for months, until they find enough money to buy ferry tickets to move forward. The United Nations Refugee Agency provides them with clean drinking water, but that's about all the help they get. By contrast, the Chinese move through Nicoclí quickly. On the pier, I begin to see familiar faces.
They seem like they're in good shape. Carrying very little stuff. I think they've gotten rid of most of their belongings. It's gonna be a 2.5-hour boat ride to Capurganá, where they'll have to wait till the night to go again on an illegal boat at night into Panama. That's where they start the trek.
Colombia in the past year has come under increasing U.S. pressure to stop the flow of migrants. But in Nicoclí, you can hardly sense that. Carlos told me even though there are police on the streets in Nicoclí, the town is under de facto control of the drug cartel. And that might explain why the police hardly bat an eye, while hundreds of migrants move under their watch. The family and the other migrants we had gone shopping with are also set to depart today, but I don't see them on the pier.
Use violence. There have been reports of raping women, mistreatment of the young people, children, and young women to be given to all their gangs that are involved in the sexual trade and the prostitution chains and the sort of things.
哎，哥，太好了，太好了！那个几点让你们走的？几点跟你们说可以走的？
Did she just say a gamer word?
Turns out by showing up at the family's lodging the day before, we had alarmed the smuggler. So he moved the entire group out of Nikakli before dawn. Everything is happening faster than we anticipated. But unfortunately for us, another day goes by without any word from Carlos for us to enter the Darien Gap.
I just don't believe them anymore.
It's all right. Sit down, sit down.
And you know the right.
Suddenly, Carlos shows up.
This is incredible because when I arrived on the boat like 2 days ago, the army was on the docks, like
In Capurganá.
in Capurganá, fully dressed, machine guns, bullets, you know.
Yeah.
And like the first time I seen them there like this. The army got in like 2-3 days ago, looking for smugglers, you know, because they've been 2 arrested already.
Yeah.
So this jungle commando is in the jungle, and these guys are like, look, man, I give you the permit, you go in the jungle, something happens, it's on us. Something happens like a shootout and some of you get injured or anything, it's like, I can't do this, I can't. You know, and
How unusual is this for the
incredible,
Colombian army to go into the jungle?
incredible,
Because that's
unusual.
not their turf, right? They don't control that area.
Incredible, unusual. They never been there in 18 years.
We have prepared for months, both physically and mentally, for the Darien Gap. But the journey is not to be. Now we must come up with a different plan.
We waited in Nikakli for 3 days, but the drug cartel eventually told us we were not welcome. That's why we now have to leave.
So we head to Panama, hoping to catch up with the Chinese migrants on their way out of the Darien Gap. In Panama, migrants aren't allowed to roam free. They're taken into government-run migrant reception centers as soon as they emerge from the Darien Gap, and then bust onto the next country. So our chances of encountering them on a street is next to none. I'm just trying to enter one of the migrant reception centers. It's controlled by the border police. So they... stepped into a puddle. I've lost touch with the family, so now I have no choice. That whole van of soldiers just went past me. I'm pretty sure they saw me, but they didn't care. Yeah. We've made our way into one of the migrant reception centers. There were some people charging their phones there. One Chinese guy. Yeah. Have you seen chinas? Chinas? It's a bit confounding, given in Nikakli, on the dock, most people we see are Chinese. So, let's see.
Sí, se fueron ya. O sea, ellos llegan, si llegan de noche, pasan la noche y al día siguiente ya se van en la mañana, se van.
How long have you been here?
17 días ya.
Why do the Chinese people get to leave so quickly?
Porque ellos pagan el pasaje rápido. $60 por persona. Hasta los niños pagan.
How much money do you need?
Imagínate, nosotros somos
12.
12.
Holy shit.
How much money do you have?
Tenemos como 100.
What are you gonna do?
Porque estamos ayudando haciendo labor social. No nos dan dinero, nos exoneran el pasaje pues, y nos mandan hasta Costa Rica.
Just as I'm giving up hope to catch the family in Panama.
喂，喂，哎哥，哎你好。
各位，我刚才有网了，有电了。就那个，明天我们是先坐那个独木舟到达那个公路边。
好，平安就好，平安就好。明天早上我们开车过来，我们大概1个小时能到。你们是不是9点左右能到？
那肯定是快一点，你们快一点，
我们快一点。那我们明天见哈。
好，拜拜。
好嘞，好，拜拜。
The family has recorded their journey through the Darien Gap.
啊？妈妈还在后面呢。
A 55-kilometer track over mountains and rivers.
Holy shit.
Many of their fellow Chinese quickly tire out and pay porters to carry their bags and children. The track takes 2.5 days. And at each day's end, they set out to camp with large swaths of the jungle cleared to make way. Once out of the Darien Gap, they get fresh fruit and Coca-Cola.
Oh, lots of nice bees.
And pay for Wi-Fi in order to call me.
Could you PLS debunk the argument from just after 6 o'clock mins in the Neckery truth for God's existence? Also check from 1 hour and 26 minutes.
Sure, let me take a look. 6 minutes.
Himself. In a video on Arn's YouTube channel entitled The Reason for Reason, he says, and I quote, "In my perspective, accuracy and accountability are paramount. Truth matters more than whatever we would rather believe," close quote. So as we can see in this quote,
Oh, this is presuppositionalist bullshit.
Arn says that the truth matters more than whatever we believe. Let's see if he's going to stand by that today or if he will abandon the truth for his own unjustified beliefs. I will now present the following argument for the existence of God. It is an argument from necessary truth. First, I will run through the premises of the argument until I reach the conclusion. Next, I will circle back around and give reasons for affirming 2 of the premises that are important in the argument. Okay, so the argument goes like this. Argument from necessary truth. Premise 1. Necessarily, either the law of non-contradiction is true or the law of non-contradiction is not true. I don't see any reason why Arn, or anyone else for that matter, would attempt to challenge this premise. Either the law of non-contradiction is true or it isn't. There doesn't seem to be another option. Premise 2. Premise 1 is necessarily true, i.e. it is true and could not have failed to be true. Again, I don't see why Arn, or anyone else for that matter, would want to challenge this premise. Premise 1 is true and there doesn't seem to be any possibility of it being not true. If Arn would like to challenge either of these first 2 premises, he's more than welcome to do so. Premise 3. True propositions exist. Truth is a property of propositions. This is one of the 2 premises I'll come back to for further explanation.
Yeah, this sounds like presupposition.
Therefore, premise 4, at least one true proposition exists necessarily. This simply follows from the first 3 premises. Premise 5, propositions are mental entities, i.e. thoughts. This is the second premise that requires further elaboration. I will come back to this in just a moment. Premise 6, therefore necessary propositions are necessarily existent thoughts. Again, this simply follows from premises 4 and 5. Premise 7, thoughts cannot exist apart from an intellect. I don't think Arn would argue against this premise. It seems pretty straightforward that thoughts are within minds or intellects. It is not as if we can have free-floating thoughts existing apart from minds. Conclusion. Therefore, a necessary intellect exists. We finally arrive at the conclusion. A necessary intellect exists. This simply follows from what I've mentioned in the previous premises. This also coincides with the definition of God from Arn that I cited earlier. All I mean by a necessary intellect is a being that must exist and is capable of grounding truth and knowledge.
Yeah, okay, so there's presuppositionalist garbage. That whole argument was fucking gobbledygook, and it doesn't logically follow. What he's basically trying to say is that in order to have concepts like truth, logic, meaning, you have to ground that in the belief of a god or deity. Like, the only way for things like this to exist are for a god to exist, which I just disagree. Whereas, why would you need to have a god for something like the value of truth or to value logic or anything like that? You don't. You could just have a personal preference to, value any of these things, like truth, to value logic. You don't. So it's presuppositionalist bullshit. He's just presupposing that a god would have to exist in order for us to have any of these values, which you clearly don't. So, none of this logically follows. I don't know why it would logically follow because we have values of truth or meaning or logic, therefore God exists. I don't know how you get to that point. Like, by the way, you can presuppose anything. You could presuppose, okay, well, the only way we have values, like, we value the truth, we value logic, we value things like that, is because trees. You could presuppose anything. It doesn't have to be God.
Apart from premises 3 and 5, I take the rest to be uncontroversial. I will now provide reasons for affirming both of these premises. Let's start with premise 3, true propositions exist. First, let me define what a proposition is. According to the Stanford Encyclopedia Philosophy entry on propositions, propositions are shareable objects that are the primary bearers of truth and falsity. In philosophy, there is a distinction that is well known between truth makers and truth bearers. A truth maker is that which makes a proposition true.
A proposition is something that is truth apt.
Take the idea that water is wet. The truth maker in this case would be the existence of water and the fact that it has the property of wetness. Now, the truth bearer or the proposition is the thing that exists.
That's a really bad example because you could argue about what is wetness. Is wetness water, or does water have to come into contact with something for it to be wet? Is water itself wet? It's kind of a bad example, but okay.
That we ascribe a truth value to. We say that that thing is true. So, now that we have an idea of what propositions are, what are some reasons to think that they exist? Well, one reason to think that propositions exist is that ordinary language.
Yeah, so he's basically saying God is what makes everything a proposition true, which, again, he has no argument for.
Language supports this notion. For example, I believe that this debate is in Houston, Texas. Presumably, Arn believes the same thing. That same thing is the shared content between our beliefs, discovered if we'd been satisfied by those lies.
Okay, it's just presuppositionalist bullshit, and 1 hour, 26 minutes.
It is true and could not have failed to be true.
Okay.
That's what it means to be necessary. It could not fail to be the way it is.
Okay.
So, that's necessary. We already went over truth. Do you believe there are any necessary truths?
Maybe there are, but I don't understand the context in which you're using them.
Well, I just
Because-
defined it. So now,
Okay.
what do you want me to do?
So when necessary means that it has to be, it can't be otherwise.
It could not have, in this case, when we're talking about necessary truth, we're
Okay.
talking about truth that could
Right.
not have failed to be true.
Okay.
I don't know what he means there. Necessary truth is something that could not have failed to be true. Then what does the word necessary do in that proposition? Like, what is the word necessary there for?
I mean, that's simple enough. I don't see what's
Okay.
the problem.
So I'm not aware of any necessary truth I could name.
You're not.
No.
So the law of non-contradiction is not a necessary truth.
Not according to quantum physics, which is confusing as hell. But yeah, that's true.
Well, I just thought you said before that you believe that the law of non-contradiction is true.
Generally, yes, but that doesn't apply in quantum, does it? Classical, fine, all day. But I listen to quantum physicists, I'm like, the fuck are you saying? So no, they don't appear to have this law of non-contradiction applied the same way. So I don't know when we get into talking about cosmogony, as you like to do. I don't go there because I don't know anything about quantum physics. It's not something I study.
Yeah, but I'm just, in this case, okay, so you don't think that, you're saying you're agnostic about it.
No.
Or you're...
It's also about the law of non-contradiction. Saying there are no necessary truths is a necessary truth in itself, meaning you're contradicting yourself, therefore there has to be truths. Don't forget to react from 126 as well.
I still don't really understand what he means by necessary truths. And I don't know what the law of non-contradiction has to do with his presuppositionalist bullshit. I don't think he's really formulated his arguments well, which is usually how it goes with theists. Again, I don't understand what that word necessary is doing in that whole proposition. It's just kind of confusing. I might have to watch this whole debate to really get a sense of what he's trying to argue for, but I know he is arguing from this presuppositionalist bullshit standpoint that the only way there are truths is if God exists, which, again, you could presuppose anything. The only way there are necessary truths is if humans exist. You can presuppose anything you want. It doesn't necessarily require a God to, be there.
You're saying it's
Thanks for
not
the donation, though,
necessary
Riley.
truth.
No. I said I can't think of a single example
I
to
know,
say
but I'm
yes.
talking about the
In
law of
order for me to
non-contradiction.
say, in order for me to answer your question, is there a necessary truth? I have to have an
Well,
example
that's what I'm trying to go
that
for
I can.
examples.
Then give me an example.
Okay, law of non-contradiction. You don't believe it's a necessary truth.
As just explained.
Okay, 2 + 2 = 4.
As just explained, physicists will say that there could be potential universes where other things would be different. Now, I would accept that numerals and mathematics, they do seem to hold that must be a consistency.
Yeah, 2 + 2 = 4.
You would think, but then some physicists say that the laws of physics could be different. Well, how could the laws of physics be different in any other sense? Because physics is mathematics,
well, let
right?
me read a quote from Aaron Ra. How about that?
Right.
Aaron Ra says, okay, and one of them... and
Now
this
we're going to
is-
hear a true.
Okay, so he's saying necessary truths are something that could not... What was he saying? A necessary truth is something that could not be any other way. So 2 + 2 = 4. How does 2 + 2 = 4 equate to God must exist? Okay, 2 + 2 = 4. Why would there need to be a God? Again, we could presuppose anything. So, okay, 2 + 2 = 4 because a special particle made the universe that way. All right. I mean, yeah, in theory, you could have a universe where 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. Conceivably. I think that's what Aaron Ra is trying to say, that we could have other universes where 2 + 2 equals 3 and it doesn't contradict itself. But like, again, this is just presuppositionalist bullshit. You can agree with the law of non-contradiction. That doesn't mean a God exists.
Yeah, we're going to hear a true statement. We're going to hear a necessary truth right here. And one of them, referring to religious people, that's my insertion there, confessed that if the Bible said that 2 plus 2 equals 5, so you were telling a story.
Yep.
You were telling a story about a person who said that if the Bible confessed that 2 plus 2 equals 5, he wouldn't question that he would find some way to believe it. And then you went on to say,
well, by the way, Christians actually do this. The Holy Trinity. They have this weird belief that 3 equals 1 and 1 equals 3. Like, the Holy Trinity does this. So yeah, Christians do actually believe that 1 equals 3. So
I have a serious philosophical objection to assertions like this. In my perspective, accuracy and accountability are paramount. Truth matters more than whatever we would rather believe.
Yep.
Now, when I read that and when I listen to it, I say, wow, I agree with that, Arn, because I have, Trinitarian Christians telling me all the time, well, they believe Father, Son, and Holy Spirit
Trinity.
is God, and they're each God, but it's only one God. It's contradictory. It doesn't make any sense. And then I ask them the same question. Well, if in the Bible it said 2 plus 2 equals 5, would you believe it? And some of them say yes. And then what do I say? Have a nice day, buddy. Bye-bye. Because there's no reason to even talk to such a person. Now, why do I have the same reaction that you would? Because there's an assumption that 2 plus 2 cannot equal 5, i.e. that 2 plus 2 equaling 4 is a necessary truth. It's true and could not have failed to be true. It doesn't matter if the Bible said it or Arn Ra proclaimed it or anyone else for that matter.
Yeah.
So I'm understanding this. I don't understand how that leads to the belief of God.
2 plus 2 equaling 4 seems like a perfect example of a necessary truth.
I would have thought so until a mathematician came to me and said, you know what, 2 plus 2 actually can equal 5 depending on higher values of 5. Like, what?
And you believe that?
I don't do higher math. I'm not a math.
I don't know why Aaron Ra is going down this weird rabbit hole of, like, I don't know, like, some of this math stuff. Like, we can assume, okay, 2 plus 2 equals 4, and that's a necessary truth, however you define that. How does that lead to God? Like, he's making an argument that seems like it's beside the point. I just don't understand how necessary truth equates to God.
Mathematician, so it makes no sense to me, but I obviously can't call that a necessary truth if the mathematicians say that it's not true.
Okay, so Arn,
then it becomes the issue of they're going to believe whatever the Bible says simply because the Bible says so. Then that's another matter. That's not because...
Let me just Google that. Does 2 plus 2 always equal 4? This is from Back Reaction Blogspot. If you take 2 integers and use the standard addition law, then yes, 2 plus 2 equals 4, but there are many other things those numbers could stand for and many other additional laws, and depending on your definition, 2 plus 2 might be 2 or 1 or 5 or really anything at all. That's not woke, that's math.
2 plus 2 makes 5. Is the paradigmatic example of an obvious falsehood, a falsehood that everybody knows to be false, because 2 plus 2 is equal to 1, right? At the end of this video, you'll know what I'm talking about.
We always go down weird rabbit holes.
George Orwell famously used 2 plus 2 equals 5 in his novel 1984 as an example for an obviously false statement that you can nevertheless make people believe in. The same example was used already in 1789 by the French priest and writer Emmanuel Sieyès in his essay What is the Third Estate? At this time, the Third Estate, the bourgeoisie, made up the big bulk of the population in France but wasn't allowed to vote. Sieyès wrote, "If it be claimed that under the French Constitution 200,000 individuals out of 26 million citizens constitute 2/3 of the common will, only one comment is possible. It is a claim that 2 and 2 make 5. This was briefly before the French Revolution. So you can see there's a heavy legacy to using 2 + 2 is 5 as an example of an obvious untruth. And if you claim otherwise, that can understandably upset some people. For example, the mathematician Karim Khan recently got fire on Twitter for pointing out that 2 + 2 isn't always equal 4. He was accused of being woke because he supposedly excused obviously wrong math as okay. Even he was surprised at how upset some people got about it, because his point is of course entirely correct. 2 + 2 isn't always equal to 4. And I don't just mean that you could change the symbol 4 with the symbol 5. You can do that, of course, but that's not the point. The point is that 2 + 2 is a symbolic representation for the properties of elements of a group. And the result depends on what the 2's refer to and how the mathematical operation plus is defined. Strictly speaking, without those definitions, 2 + 2 can be pretty much anything. That's where the joke comes from that you shouldn't let mathematicians sort out the restaurant bill because they haven't yet agreed on how to define addition. To see why it's important to know what you are adding and how, let's back up for a moment to see where the normal addition law comes from. If I have 2 apples and I
think her right boob is smaller than her left boob.
add 2 apples, then that makes 4 apples, right? Right. Okay, but how about this? If I have a glass of water with a temperature of 20 degrees and I pour it together with another glass of water at 20 degrees, then together the water will have a temperature of 40 degrees. No, certainly not. If both glasses contained the same amount of water, the final temperature will be 1/2 the sum of the temperatures, so that'd still be 20 degrees, which makes much more sense. Temperatures don't add by the rule 2 + 2 = 4. And why is that? It's because temperature is a measure for the average energy of particles, and averages don't add the same way as apples. The average height of women in the United States is 5 feet 4 inches, and that of men 5 feet 9 inches. But that doesn't mean that the average American has a height of 11 feet 1. You have to know what you're adding.
VG Jake is saying that because there are necessary truths, that means there has to be an intelligence behind it, otherwise can't be consistent. You should debate Aaron Ra on veganism, he seems pretty smart.
I'd like to. I don't know what his stance is. He may be one of these intellectuals like Richard Dawkins, who will say, yeah, I'm wrong for eating meat, but I'm going to continue to do it. You know, I don't know. I don't know what his stance is. I'll try to reach out to him and see if he'd be interested. But yeah, I understand the argument, and it's a presuppositional argument. It's basically saying the only way for there to be truth in the universe is for there to be an intelligence behind it, and I don't know how you could assume that. There can be truths without there being an intelligence behind the universe. Like again, I could presuppose that a special type of particle made the universe, and because of those properties of that special particle, that has created truths. It does not presuppose a god, like the existence of a god or an intelligence. And I mean, an intelligent being could make a universe without truths. Why would you, like, how would you assume, like, an intelligent being created the universe because there are truths? Like, the opposite could be true. An intelligent being could create the universe without truth. So, thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
to know how to edit. Another example. Suppose I switch on a flashlight. The light moves at, well, the speed of light. And as you know, the speed of light is the same for all observers. We learned that from Albert Einstein. Yes, that guy again. Now, suppose I switch on the flashlight while you come running at me at, say, 10 kilometers per hour. At what velocity is the light coming at you? Well, that's the speed of light plus 10 kilometers per hour, right?
No, it'd still be the speed of
No,
light.
because that'd be faster than the speed of light. What is going on? What's going on is that velocities don't act like apples either. They merely approximately do this if all the velocities involved are much smaller than the speed of light. But strictly speaking, they have to be added using this formula. Here, u and v are the two velocities that you want to add, and w is the result. C is the speed of light. You see immediately if one of the velocities, say u, is also the speed of light, then the resulting velocity stays the speed of light. So if you add something to the speed of light doesn't change. If you come running at me, the light from my flashlight still comes at you with the speed of light. Indeed, if you add the speed of light to the speed of light.
This is probably the best example against the idea of 2 + 2 equals 4 being a necessary truth, because if you're talking about light speed, so yeah, using that velocity example, light speed plus light speed would still be light speed. It doesn't actually equal something greater.
Because maybe you want to know the velocity at which two light beams approach each other head-on.
Would a universe without truth work, in your opinion? I mean, depends on what you mean by work. Would a universe without truth be able to have certain properties? Maybe not. But it really depends.
You get c plus c equals c. So in units of the speed of light, according to Einstein, 1 + 1 is 1. That's some examples from physics for quantities that just have
Yeah, okay, so I think Aaron could have made this point a little bit better. If you're talking about certain quantities, 2 + 2 could equal 4, but 2 + 2 might not equal 4. So if you're talking about like the speed of light is constant. So speed of light plus the speed of light is still going to be the speed of light.
Because of some higher lofty mathematics that I'll never comprehend.
No, but I'm saying you making that statement, you're assuming that this person is out of their mind to believe that. Why? Because you're assuming that 2 + 2 equals 4.
No.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Again, you asked if it was a necessary truth. I would have thought so. I would have answered that way had more than one mathematician corrected me on that exact point. So there are extenuating circumstances on a number of things, so I can't think of a single example of a necessary truth. Not one. Not even that one.
Yeah, so if he's going to say 2 + 2 always equals 4, that's a necessary truth. It doesn't always equal 4. So like speed of light plus speed of light is going to equal speed of light. It just depends on what these numbers are representing. If the numbers that 2 represents are like 2 apples, then yeah, 2 apples plus 2 apples equals 4. But speed of light plus the speed of light equals the speed of light. It doesn't equal twice the speed of light.
And on the case of he's just going to believe whatever the Bible says. This goes back to William Jennings Bryan, who was the lawyer for creationism in the Scopes monkey trial, 1925. When they grilled him on the stand about how could he believe something so ridiculous as Jonah being swallowed by the whale and living inside the whale for 3 days, Bryan responded that if the Bible said that Jonah swallowed the whale, I'd believe it. So it doesn't matter. Logic, rationality, right out the window. They're going to believe.
Why would it matter? Because I mean, we could say 2 + 2 equals 5. So what's the difference?
Right, it's not a necessary truth then.
Exactly. So it's not a necessary truth that Jonah couldn't swallow the whale.
How do we know that? Because
exactly, that's the point. So that's what I'm saying. This conversation devolves into, well, Jonah then I mean, if 2 plus 2 equals 5, then Jonah could swallow the whale. What the hell? Why not?
Is the whale this big?
Is 2 plus 2 equal to 5? Because it seems so impossible to you, just like you said, Aaron. You said, well,
is the whale a Hebrew word for sardine?
I'm not a mathematician either, right? So
I'm actually glad that you sent me this video and I looked up the stuff about 2 plus 2 equals 4 because this is actually a really good argument to use against presuppositionalists.
I'm sitting in the same position as you. Maybe I'm ignorant. Maybe I'm a buffoon and I think 2 plus 2 equals 4, but that's what I've been taught all my life and nobody told me otherwise. So if somebody comes along and tells me otherwise, then we would...
Yeah, like you could use, like, you don't even have to use anything that has a physical property. You could say infinity. Infinity plus infinity, oh, that equals 2 infinity? No, it equals infinity. So... it's the same kind of thing. It depends on what the numbers represent. So when he says necessary truth and he's using 2 plus 2 equals 4, that doesn't actually prove his point because it's not a necessary truth.
Need to have 2 mathematicians up here because I bet you I can find mathematicians saying the opposite, that no, 2 plus 2 cannot equal 5.
And
then we what? Me and you need to sit over there and we need to watch them debate and see what happens.
It's not that they say that it can't equal 5, but that it can equal 5.
No, I know that's what you're saying, but I'm saying to you, and do you think that I would be able to, or even you yourself, could find a mathematician who's just as qualified as the person saying that, who rejects that claim?
How would I know?
Saying that and that's my whole point to you. You're claiming
Thank you for making my point to me.
No, you're claiming that it's ridiculous for someone to believe that 2 plus 2 equals 5.
No, I'm saying it's dishonest to assert knowledge you don't have, to make statements or make assertions declaring facts that are not facts.
Okay,
if you don't know that it's a fact, you got no business saying that it's a fact.
Okay, so as soon as the person meets the same guy, the same mathematician that told you that 2 plus 2 equals 5, he can then turn around and jam you and say, well, yeah, Johnny, the mathematician, he told me 2 plus 2 could equal 5. So if the Bible said it, wouldn't be any big deal.
The issue was, again, they're believing whatever the Bible says simply because the Bible says so. Even in cases like this particular guy does not know what the higher mathematicians, the 2 of them, were talking about when they told me this. He's just going to believe whatever the Bible says. So he's rejected reason is the issue there.
Yeah, but why has he rejected reason?
Because he wants to believe what he wants to believe. It doesn't matter what the truth is.
No, but in virtue of what did he reject reason?
Because he wants to believe what he wants to believe.
Yeah, but because in this example, you're saying 2 plus 2 equaling 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if 2 objects are approaching each other at 2 miles per hour, the velocity at which they're approaching each other would be 4 miles per hour.
I can't remember exactly what Aaron said, but it was something like, if all the Israelites went from the starting point of the desert, in the Bible, would have taken them 2 weeks or something. But somehow with God's help it took them 40 years.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me. I don't understand, but thanks for the donation, Riley. But yeah, point being, if you saying 2 plus 2 equals 4 is a necessary truth, that would mean in every circumstance 2 plus 2 equals 4. So if 2 objects are coming at each other at 2 miles per hour, that means the velocity in which they're approaching each other would be 4 miles per hour. If one object is traveling light speed and another object is traveling at 2 miles per hour, the velocity at which they're approaching each other would still be light speed. So it completely invalidates his point. 2 plus 2 equals 4 wouldn't be a necessary truth. So he would have to use some other example of a necessary truth.
He's finding an example where he thinks that would be a necessary truth, and he's going to violate that. He thinks that's a necessary truth.
You also seem to be assuming that it was and maybe at the time of this statement you were assuming it was a necessary truth.
At the time of that statement, I thought it was pretty clear.
Yeah, so you thought the guy was out of his mind.
But the reason, again, is that he's rejected reason. That he's going to
Okay,
believe
but
whatever
now
the Bible
what I'm saying
says.
now in hindsight, okay, now he can come forward and say, well, got a mathematician that says 2 + 2 = 5. So Aaron, you can't use that
Again,
example anymore.
the reason is because he's going to believe whatever the Bible says regardless. So he has rejected reason. He's just going to go with authority, not with fact. You remember what fact is? Objectively verifiable data? You remember what the debate was supposed to be?
Yeah,
You
but
show
how do we
evidence.
verify 2 + 2 = 4? Because you're going by authority
Again,
by the
it doesn't have to
mathematician.
be
You didn't
absolute.
verify it.
Again, it doesn't have to be absolute. Just show me what is supported versus what is
Did you
not
verify
supported.
that 2 + 2 = 5? Or did you take it on authority by the mathematician?
I
The
can
very thing
verify
that you're
that 2
claiming
+
is wrong
2
to do.
can equal 5. I never said it cannot equal 5. I said that other mathematicians have explained that from their expertise that it could.
So you're taking it on authority.
No.
Yes, you are.
I'm not,
because you haven't.
I'm not questioning
haven't
expertise.
proved-
I'm not pretending to know more than the experts, which is another issue of faith, by the way. Pretending to know more than the experts.
You're claiming that this person who says that 2 + 2 can equal to 5, you did not verify that other than asking him, who's a claimed expert, and him telling you.
Yeah,
so you have not actually verified it.
No, I haven't.
Other than him saying.
Yeah, I haven't.
I was meaning the trip the Israelites took through the desert to the promised land on the Bible. Sorry I made it unclear. It was quite funny in reality. 2 weeks for the trip. But in the Bible ficking 40 years. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, I see. Yeah, if they had the assistance of God, why would it take 40 years? Little weird. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
You could have asked 3 more mathematicians. They could have said, "Well, that guy that told you, I'm sorry."
If
Aaron, but
I
he's
cared,
lost his mind."
unfortunately, it was 2 different ones independently who came to me at different necessary truth as you define it. Because
Well,
not even as clear as that seemed to be. Did it seem clear, everybody? 2 + 2 = 4. Would that be a necessary? You'd think, right? And then somebody hits me. Well, maybe. Fuck.
So
I don't know of a single example.
You don't know of an example, but you're also not claiming that there is no example.
No, I'm not. I'm not pretending to know things I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is beside the point. I would like to know if he could give an example of a necessary truth, how that means God exists.
So you're saying you're agnostic on it. You don't know one way or another.
Fine. I don't know. If what you mean by agnostic is that I don't know, and I'm not going to say that I know, because Huxley defined the agnostic precisely as that.
All right. Anyway, back to this.
几个哥们儿你好，我这边是做2手车的，做这。现在有中国驾照的话也可以开。
有中国驾照也可以开吗？
啊，前面半年6个月。
加微信，
加微信。租车买车的需求的话，可以联系我。然后你们现在没有身份的话，也可以贷款买车。没事。包括你现在没有银行卡的话，你买的车不是特别贵的话，情况下买几千块钱车的话，我们车行业自己也可以借给。假如你买个1万块钱左右的车，你首付就是3000块钱。假如你这首付不够的话。
Whoa, that is shady. He's offering loans to people who wouldn't have enough money to actually pay off the loan, so then he's just going to make cash. He's just going to get the cash from them and make money off the cash through interest. Then when they can't pay off the loan, they're going to repossess the car. And then he does it all over again. That is super shady.
我们也可以给你垫着，你到时候你后面每个月也按来给。像这种月供的话，一个月的月供也就200多块钱。
那大哥，我想问一下，通过这个车去跑洗衣啊、跑优步啥的吗？
可以啊，
也可以。
假如你送快递送着，不是你也不可能天天去送。一个月的话，你挣5000块钱的话，比你在国内挣3万块钱日子过得都舒服。
OK，明白了。
这边买车你会发现，比买个手机还简单。这边的话就是红圈帕克的丁胖子。
Dude, that's not how banks work in third world countries. That's how banks work everywhere, dude. It's fucked.
丁胖子广场，然后这边华人的第一站都是来这里。
Like that's how payday loans
这
work.
边刚来的人多嘛，待在这里面大部分人都是没有车的。有些人虽然在这边挂币，但那只是一小部分人。 外币的话，他们就是在这边天呆的，跟大部分人想的是挣快钱，像国内那种挣快钱的态度，觉得眼前的，假如说他觉得一个月在这边挣2、3千块钱的话，他觉得这种工作做不做无所谓，他觉得他不能给他一个很富裕的一个生活，他就觉得那我还不如躺着。
In Panama,
Payday loans will not save your ass. They are the most scam, shady fucking business imaginable. They have insanely high interest rates. Like, aren't the payday loan interest rates like 20% or more? What's the average? Holy shit. Payday lenders usually charge interest of $15 to $20 for every 100 borrowed, calculated on an annual percentage rate basis, APR. The same as is used for credit cards, mortgages, auto loans. That APR ranges from 391% to more than 521% for payday loans. That is fucking insane. So the annual interest is like around 400 to 500%. You are not getting saved, like, unless you're in a very weird, unique situation where, okay, I need $100. Let's say you were, you made like a bad purchasing decision. You didn't realize how much money was in your bank account, and you're down $100 from what you need to pay your rent. You get paid the next Friday, and you need $100 just to pay the rent. So the interest on the loan is only like $20 for that 1 week. Okay, but most people who are taking up payday loans aren't in that situation, and they don't understand the interest rate. So they end up perpetually being in debt and needing to pay off the payday loan. So what ends up happening is a small loan of like a few $100s ends up costing you several hundred or several thousands of fucking dollars. That's the situation that like most people are in with payday loans. They might think, oh, it's just a few $100s, I can pay that off. But with the interest, they end up having to pay it off for several months or several years. And they end up spending much more money on paying off the interest than the loan was actually fucking worth. That's how they make their money. Like, payday loan is the absolute last option you should ever take. Ask friends to borrow money. Ask family to borrow money. If you owe money on your apartment, just ask your landlord, hey, could you just give me like an extra few weeks or few months to pay it off? Like, do anything other than taking out a payday loan. That should be your absolute last option. I genuinely don't understand why anyone uses payday loans or gets into credit card debt. If you don't have the money to afford something, why do you think this option helps? Do you think it's magic? Well, people just don't understand interest. So a lot of people are financially illiterate and they don't understand. And the payday loan companies know this and they take advantage of people. And there's actually an investigation. Payday loan officers will actually lie about the amount of interest you have to pay on the loan. And then they won't go over the fine print or explain the terms of the loan properly. And then people will take out the loan not understanding what the terms are. And then they get these surprise bills that come in the mail. And then they get fucked over.
we get up bright and early for the only opportunity to see the Chinese migrants in this country. We've come to Port Le Mans, a small Panamanian village at the exit of the Darien Gap. You could see walking around here how the migration trade has completely transformed this place. All these stalls are built up to cater to migrants. And it's also interesting how the Chinese have left a footprint. The signs, other than the ones in Spanish, which is their native language, the most visible ones are in Chinese. See, take a look at there. Just look at the sign here. It says China Bodega, exchanging US dollar, utilizing WeChat Pay and Alipay. That's what usually the Chinese migrants have on them. This is basically all the stuff you can get from a grocery shop in China. Mastercone instant noodles with spam on the side. Wang Lao Ji is a sweet herbal drink, very popular with the Chinese. Sunflower seeds, la tiao, sort of a spice mix, very popular again in China. You know, somebody must have been acquiring these things directly from China because I've never seen these things in South America. Look at the handwriting. This is much better than my handwriting, so there's no question. A real Chinese person is behind this shop. And it's really mind-boggling how this ecosystem can so quickly form around the migration trade. The boats are coming in now.
Fourth boat is our family.
Which one?
The fourth boat is our family.
What do you think about the Dave app? It's a payday loan type of app that Mark Cuban created. It advertises that it has 0 interest payments and no late fees. They only make money through transfer fees apparently.
That's really weird. What are the transfer fees? They'd have to be insanely high. Express fees range from $3 to $15 for Dave's spending transfers and $5 to $25 for external transfers. For your total advance amount, which is 40% less than the express fee of 5% minimum, $5 to transfer to an external debit card. That's interesting. I don't know how they would make money with no late fees and no interest. It must be like pretty small loans. So I don't know. I'd have to look into that. Thanks for the donation though, Scare Theater.
I'm beginning to see familiar faces. That's Auntie, the one in pink. They look tired. I can tell Auntie looks very tired. Mom is a bit unsteady.
我把你的眼镜带过来了，我什么都扔了，就把你的眼镜给带过来了。
谢谢你，谢谢你。身体怎么样？是不是有点虚弱？
没有没有没有，
太辛苦了。来，大姐怎么样？怎么样？哎呀，平安就好，平安就好，平安就好。好，
哦，太危险了。
啊，
我们觉得是捡了一条命换
出来的。
哎呀，平安就好，平安就好，都平安就好。来来来来，好，走走走。哎，这个商店。哎呦！
你走也好，你
They brought my sunglasses. They've thrown away most of their belongings, but
I'm a little peckish. I'm gonna just go get some food. I'm just gonna get some bread and olive oil. I'll be right back.
Oh, all right.
They kept my sunglasses.
良心，老板良心，1比7.8，一路上最良心的兄弟。
没办法，大家都是中国人嘛，是不是？
对对，
中国人办中国人应该。
全的 Go Go Go！
哎，小心点，小心点。
路上最难的是哪一段？
那个哥伦比亚从卡雷托海滩解至地狱模式，座椅全部是碎掉了，
碎掉了座椅都。
人抬起来。
砸下来，
砸下来，
木板的座椅
全部碎掉了，掉在地上。你看我这里全都是伤。
这都是在船上
在船上搞破的，船上搞破了。对，前天晚上，听说失踪了27个人。
27个人失踪了。
失踪了。
什么事情失踪？
就是船翻了。
船翻了。
就是我们
同一条线。
对，就是我们在我们的后面。
哎呦，我害怕死了！我的床上小孩特别多，那小孩哭声啊。 真的是很心酸啊！他吓死了嘛？那个船可以飞起来，飞起来可以打到30米啊！
那个时候有没有想到，真的可能生命就会这么结束？
我想到了，然后我的船而且坏了，坏在海面上就这样飘。其实这是我最恐惧的，因为它是就不是你能掌控了，然后它就这样飘了这个20来分钟。 哎呀，太恐怖了！我当时在想，如果他船修不好了掉头，我就不走，我就不走了，我就这条路不走，太恐怖了。
所以你觉得后面的人，你会跟他们讲不要来了？
已经说。
What does my sleep schedule look like? I literally slept all day. I couldn't really get out of bed. I was super tired. I've had issues with sleep for the last couple weeks. I don't know why, but hopefully. It'll just get more normal.
对，不管为了什么目标，你搭上生命是的。
我知道我没吃过这个。
妈，下边也不走，可能往我认识人，谁告诉我这样走线，谁也别走，累死也不走。
你跟你老公跟你儿子说了吗？
说了，不敢抱得这么危险。
啊，怎么呢？
就说以后啊，再多的钱别这样。多少钱都不赚，就那船太危险了。当时就想自己都放弃生命了，那时候我都想不抓了，死了算了，就想这样的。
那对的，我觉得只要能逃出中国，比什么都强。只要离开那个鬼地方，比哪都强，上哪都强。
前面的别插队啊！
哦，他不用急的，放心，肯定拉不下你们的。哎呀，不用急的，急没有用。
他们不会拉下你们的，一定把你们找走。
Soon, Panama's border police arrived to take the migrants away. We will not see them again until they get to Mexico.
红绿灯路口，右转进入 Main Street， 然后左转进入。
Dude, there's nothing better than bread and olive oil, I
发
swear.
表过一些言论吧，甚至号召过一些事情。在今年过完年以后，一直到8月份，已经被叫过去7次，毫无任何理由叫过去。
你说在你今年来美国之前被叫过去？
对，他也不会给你任何东西凭证，就是毫无理由。
那比如说你现在还保留之前的手机，然后有通话记录吗？
通话记录的话，我可以在这上面调取。
那我听下来的话，你其实应该是比较符合这个庇护的条件的。其实我有一点非常重要的要跟你去解释，就是关于这个法律的一个变化，就是在511之后啊，如果你是从美墨边境南边这边偷渡进来的人，除非你适用于他所列出来的一些例外情况，如果不适用的话，那么你非法的进来，你就没有资格去申请庇护。当然你知道这个法律嘛，它换一个总统，或者是随着时间推移，它变化还是蛮快的。当你最终依然是今天法律的话，你可能最后不一定拿到庇护的绿卡。但是呢，我们可以争取的是说，最好的就是说一个暂缓递解，这样子你是不会被送回到你本国去，你也有一个工卡可以继续在这里生活。
就是您说的暂缓递解，那我的孩子我可以把他接过来。
庇护的话是你一个人成功了，那么你的配偶以及你21岁以下未婚的这个子女都是可以相当于附属的一个家属一样把他带过来的。但暂缓递解的话，必须每一个人都有一个自己的一个申请。我们现在一个月的话，可能有60-70个吧，我们新增的客户。如果你经过这些程序，最终输掉了你的案件，那么你就会有一个递解令，那么美国政府就要开始递解你。可是对于中国人来讲，有一个很大的不同，他会联系中国领事馆，请求他们去补发一些旅行文件或者护照，让这个人能够登上飞回中国的飞机去把他遣返回去。可是中国领事馆对于这种请求都是不予理会的。那么这些人最终在关了一段时间以后都会被放出来，然后绝大多数人也可以申请工卡。
I guess that works in their benefit. China literally doesn't want them anymore, and they won't even respond to their requests.
喂，去了。他说了，我们这拿不到绿卡，是511以后所有的人100%拿不到。以目前的法律政策。
那其实说这些其他的律师都说的是假话。
对。
那我们这511之后来的不是吗？没有任何意义。
啊，现在目前就是这个状况。突然感觉失去了动力一样。
I've flown from Panama City to Tapachula on Mexico's southern border. The family and the other Chinese migrants should be arriving here in the next couple of days, having bust their way through Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, and Guatemala. Up until this point, Chinese migrants are easy to spot on a migration trail, but in Mexico, that becomes much harder. That's because after Panama, thousands of Central Americans join the migration trail each day, fleeing violence and poverty at home. So by comparison, Chinese migrants are now a less prominent group.
¿Alguien de ustedes se quiere quedar en Tapachula? No. Todos nos queremos ir de Tapachula. Sí. Estamos aquí buscando un mejor futuro para nuestros hijos y para nosotros mismos. ¿De acuerdo?
These people, where did they come from? And where are they trying to go?
Actualmente, este grupo que está aquí representa 24 nacionalidades. Todo Centroamérica, Haití, Venezuela, Cuba, África, Asia.
Could understand Haiti.
Rusos, la mayoría, el 90% de las personas que están acá quiere cumplir el sueño americano, llegar a los Estados Unidos.
If they're trying to
I had a French teacher in grade 8, and I had another French teacher in grade 9. And I found out that they actually knew each other. They were both from Haiti, and they grew up together. And their parents had an illegal moonshine business, and that's how they made money. And I remember my grade 9 French teacher, Mr. Cafe, he said he is never going back to Haiti. He said once he left, he said, I am never going back to that shithole. It's pretty funny.
to America, why are so many of them here?
El Instituto Nacional de Migración en México ha decidido no dar más trámites por presión del gobierno de los Estados Unidos.
Luis is now gathering signatures for a petition to the court, hoping the judiciary will force the immigration authorities to give in.
I'm not gonna play X-Defiant. I don't want to have to download fucking Ubisoft's launcher and shit, and it doesn't even look that good.
Otherwise, he threatens to lead a caravan of migrants and walk on foot to reach the U.S. border. There are a lot of Chinese migrants coming to Tapachula, right? Why do I not see them here?
Porque la mayoría de los migrantes chinos tienen dinero. Los migrantes ricos, los que tienen dinero, llámese cualquier nacionalidad, llegan a Estados Unidos sin problema. Los migrantes pobres, que son estos que estamos viendo acá, son los que no pueden pagar para poder salir adelante.
Where are you guys from?
El Salvador.
How long have you been in Tapachula?
Me, 5 months. ¿Cuánto? 4 months.
Where are you from?
¿De dónde es usted?
Honduras.
Honduras. How long have you been in Tapachula?
4 meses. Vengo huyendo de Honduras, me mataron mi familia.
Holy
mi mamá,
shit.
mi papá, mi hijo, mi hermana.
I'm so sorry.
Lo lamento.
The countries the Chinese migrants have passed through so far are all challenging in their own rights. But now I'm beginning to sense that Mexico could be an entirely different game.
Thoughts or $2? Thoughts. Let me see. German TV is different.
Steckt die sich jetzt das da hinten rein?
No. For some reason, I was thinking, is she going to put that up her butt? And then, oh god.
Ich lach nicht.
Okay, then. Let me see this. Trans women in women's sports. Yeah, basically. And thanks for the detonation thoughts.
The Chinese migrants are beginning to reach Guatemala, the last country they'll have to get through before entering Mexico.
我们还在危地马拉城买票，不知道是几点的票。我们晚上是住到那个边境城市去，晚上到了那个住宿的地方，那个联系啊。
好的，好的。那明天早上如果过河的话，那就尽早跟我们说，我们在河这边等你们，好吗？好，一路平安哈。I'm eager to see them as soon as possible, so we're taking a drive out of Tapachula to the Suchiate River, Mexico's southern border with Guatemala. It's a border unlike any I've seen before. I'm in Mexico. The other side of the river is Guatemala. This border crossing is super busy, but super informal. I haven't seen anyone checking any papers. The people on the rafts going across is a mix of locals and migrants. It is hard for us to tell which one is which. And all the time we've been here, we haven't seen any Chinese migrants coming across. Our local fixer Benjamin tells us that we must stay on the north side of the river bridge because the south side is controlled by smuggling gangs who don't want their operations exposed. So we're relieved to hear that the family plans to cross the river on their own using one of the crossings we have access to. But hours go by and we still don't see them.
Niña de 12.
Ellos vienen en un grupo.
But there was a group, there was a group of Chinese people that took the tricycle.
Los ciclistas lo llevan para allá abajo por la ruta peligrosa.
So they probably went to the other side. Wait. Hey, 爸爸，你们到了。
Holy shit, they got robbed.
你现在在哪里？你不要动，我来找你好吗？你等我看一下，我看一下你的定位，我看一下你的定位好吗？ They're just right there. They're right there. Yeah.
杜伟，我们全部抢光了，我们全部抢光了。
那个，爸爸，哎呦，人没事吧？没事啊。哎呀，吓到了是不是？妈妈吓到了。
我们全部抢光了。
我
们并且还搜身了，把衣服都脱光了，全部都抢了。
什么人抢的？
起码是6批人在那里，每一个人带批人，然后你主动的把包全部翻掉，翻掉以后把衣服全部脱掉，收，女的一个都不放过。
好，对，平安就好，平安就好。
我现在在这里动不了，撑不了钱，
平安。
吃饭都没钱。
啊，没事没事。
他们说我们现在钱都不敢取，因为有一堆的飞车党在那边等着我们去取钱。钱不敢取。
只能是那我们这里能打Uber吗？
这里没有Uber，这样我
没有。
你
有Uber我可以打Uber。
没有，还必须要包车才。
哦，那麻烦了。
Mexico makes assisting migrants in transit a crime, so there's nothing we can do. The Chinese migrants find a group of Venezuelans, hoping they can tag along.
阿强，走。
Finally, a driver stops, agreeing to get paid after reaching Tapachula.
Okay, they're going now. Then we'll just follow that man.
I remember when I was a kid, one Halloween, I got my candy robbed by some like fucking asshole kids. They were way older than me. They were probably in their late teens, early 20s. But yeah, it was a group of black kids, and I had to have been like 9, 10 at the time, somewhere around there, 8, 9, 10. And they just grabbed my fucking bag of candy, fucking assholes.
There are 3 immigration checkpoints on the way back to the city. I'm curious how they would navigate, so we follow their van.
That's why kids need to carry guns on them. But if I had a gun, I would have fucking blasted all those fools.
They're all getting out of the vehicle because there's the immigration checkpoint ahead. So they'll have to go to the other side of the road, walk on foot, hoping they won't get stopped, and then get picked up by the van on the other side.
If you had a scarier costume, they wouldn't have robbed you? I don't know. I think my costume was pretty scary. If I remember correctly, I think I was wearing like some weird demon ghoul mask thing with like a cloak.
But only a few minutes later, we see the van stop by the roadside again, where there's no checkpoint.
Keep going. Slowly, don't stress it,
The van is stopped.
Don't stop, just drive.
Why do you think they stopped there? What's there?
Bueno, son dos teorías que pensamos. La primera es que el transporte los baja, engañándolos que hay un punto de revisión, el cual no estaba ahí. Entonces los baja, los hace caminar, rodear para que salgan adelante y paguen una vez más el transporte público. La segunda es para asaltarlos o robarlos.
In the couple of hours that they've spent in Mexico, they've walked into a trap for a second time. Our fixer Benjamin says it would be incredibly dangerous for us to try to find them. He insists that we drive on.
哎，大哥啊，你们是不是路上下了车，走到一个小树林里面去了？我们等了很久都没有看到人来，现在很担心。你们到了塔帕一定通知我好吗？
All right, let's see part 3.
I'm back in Tapachula, a city near Mexico's southern border with Guatemala. Earlier in the day, Mom, Dad, and Lucy arrived in Mexico but were immediately robbed at gunpoint. A few hours later, bad luck struck again when their driver led them into a trap in order to demand a higher fare. But at last, the family makes it to Tapachula. Inside their Airbnb, we see more familiar faces. Uncle Wang and Auntie Lan also arrived in Tapachula, having encountered several rounds of police extortion in Guatemala.
食物，全部食物，男的女的，连胸罩里面、那个三角裤里面光着只有食物。三角裤也扯了开。那全部反正是光的，我跟你这样说。哇，那真的是很可怜的，翻一趟差不多将近1个多2个小时，翻得你干干净净，他怎么翻？一件衣服他就拿到像这个边边缝缝的。
很细致的，真的很细致的，很专业的。
对呀，连这里。
鞋子脱了，袜子脱了。
我说完蛋了，我现在是新人，我完蛋了，我藏在这里，我肯定要转移了。
我觉得中国人太苦了，这样出来还一路上受尽欺凌。
哎呀，不出来不知道啊，出来吓一跳啊！
爸，今天后悔吗？
现在也谈不上后悔了，因为现在的心情很平静了，就现在路已经走到这阶段了，也没有开工，已经没有回头箭了。
现在花了多少钱？还剩多少钱？
不多了。
应该花到15万不到啊，应该15万。
21,000.
我们预算是20万，这个可能不行。
A family with 2 children that we first met in Pasto, Colombia, also arrived in Mexico. Having paid for a smuggling package from Costa Rica, their journey was largely uneventful, but still tiring and at times frightening.
没有尊严，根本没有尊严，你只是个货物。昨天那个感觉给我一个就是人口贩卖的感觉，他不会管你这个你在里边窒息不窒息，我儿子哭，女孩哭，我自己还累个半死。我到底在图的什么？就是这个，对不对？就是说有点对不起孩子们，但是有的人那你没办法呀，有的人出生就在罗马。
Auntie Lan is leaving the group tonight. After the experience in Guatemala and hearing the horror stories about Mexico, she's decided to pay a smuggler to bring her all the way to the US border.
多少钱？早上
3万9。3万9，价格是算高还是算低？最低的，
正常的，5000美金很正常。一个人好一点。
对呀，我们一家有10几万。
好，我先下去，走了啊。
我们就北京。
先走啊。
钥匙。
好，拜拜。
拜拜。
拜拜。
慢点啊。
I'm surprised that a smuggling package from Mexico alone would cost as much as their journey so far. I wonder what exactly they're paying for. Through our fixer Benjamin, we get in touch with a smuggler. He agrees to talk, but with some conditions. We cannot disclose the location of the meeting or show his face, and we must distort his voice. We will call him Mario, which is not his real name.
Mario, when was the last time you moved Chinese people?
De China, hace 4 días.
How many?
17. Lo más grande que hemos recibido es ahora mismo los que están yendo, pero regularmente recibimos entre 4 y 8 personas.
Are the Chinese good customers?
Un cliente chino es muy complicado, primero por el idioma, segundo por la comida. Definitivamente no podemos, tiene que acostumbrarse a comer frijoles, tacos, quesadillas y lo que es oriundo de aquí de México.
Talk to me about your service. Exactly what service do
They
you
won't
provide?
eat beans and
Al llegar a la
quesadillas?
frontera México-Guatemala, nosotros tenemos 2 tipos de servicio. El que es por avión de Tapachula para cualquier frontera hacia la frontera norte con Estados Unidos y...
Sorry, answer first and we start over.
Ok. A ella no le mandes el dinero, mándale para...
Bueno, ¿dónde están ahora?
Pues yo tengo que tener dinero disponible para poder empezar a pagar el viaje.
He just keeps walking away to take phone calls. Actually sounds like he's negotiating payment for some of the migrants.
¿Te parece bien?
You're very busy.
Un poco. Cuando hay trabajo sí paso la mayor parte del tiempo, 20 horas al día al teléfono.
How much of a difference does your service make as opposed to the migrants traveling by themselves on their own?
Porque si tú me contratas, en el camino no te van a asaltar, no te van a secuestrar. En el caso de las mujeres, las violan, las golpean. Los hombres, si defienden a la mujer, pueden hasta morir. Nuestro trabajo básicamente es que tú llegues de aquí para acá sana y salva en menor tiempo posible.
How do you make sure once they encounter a checkpoint, they don't get sent back?
Todo esto está pagado, por eso los precios. Por ejemplo, cuando se cruza el río, hay 3 puestos de control migratorio. Pasamos el río y nosotros tenemos carros que ya están pagados y que estos mismos carros les pagan para pasar frente a los puestos de migración. Son 3 que no los paren, porque ya saben que lleva gente.
So out of $9,000, how much is going into your pocket? Because you have so many people you need to pay.
A lo mucho quedarán $400 por persona.
4,000 per person. It's a big business.
人瘦了好多啊，肚子都没了，就一路上。我就是肚子没了，我挺开心的，因为我在家里跑步跑了5年，也肚子也就这样了，就是很难解肚子。
是到了美国之后呀，打算干嘛？
刚开始没有工卡的话，我只能是洗碗的料。
你们2个，你觉得谁会先找到工作？
我觉得我。
我也很好看，我讲啊，我不怕苦，我怕什么？我在国内混了哦，唯一就不怕的就是卷。找工作嘛，15美元就15美元嘛，人家盖1个月盖不住，我可以盖3个月，有什么关系？
我千万不要卷人家。
他不让我们卷呢。其实我觉得美国政府这次放进去这么多，几百万有了吧？是不是那些西方的希望降低一下人工的劳动力？
你觉得是放你们进去，希望你们去卷吗？
来吃饭。
Fucking meat eating pieces of shit.
兄弟啊，到时候到纽约我们开那个投资开餐厅，走线餐厅，名字都想好了。对，真的走线餐厅我觉得很好，就走线餐厅。
要不咱就开吧。
这是基金没涨是吗？
啊？你是怎么回事啊？
不知道。
你是怎么回事？
怎么了？
他昨天就把我送到那个地方。
Got deported to Guatemala yesterday, but he's making his way back.
今天又回来了。你是怎么样被轮回的？什么情况？你现在到了没有？到了，如果到了，到我这边来，我这里地址发给你。
去社会就是一个情况，跟我们一起走的昨天
一起的队友。
不对，你们不一起下的车吗？
对呀。
他就被送回去了，可能路上被警察碰到了。
被送回危地马拉了。
对，他今天又过来了。
This last year, there was more than 2.4 million people apprehended crossing the border illegally. There were more than 24,000 people come across the border illegally from China. I will sign 3 laws today to better protect Texas and America from Biden's border neglect. It creates a criminal offense for illegal entry into Texas from a foreign nation.
我今天晚上我们去做大巴到阿里亚家，我们要经过好几个检查站，求你与我们在一起，保守我们这个团队，是吧？也请求你保守在路上所有的中国人。
Dude, like, it's so funny. They're praying to God to, like, get to America and everything. Like, if God was working for them, why did they make China so shit? Like, if God was there for you, China wouldn't be such a fucking hellhole that you need to flee from.
我们的艰难，我们为何离开我们的国度？求你帮助我们在天上的父，不叫我们遇见试探，救我们脱离凶恶。阿里。把垃圾带下去。
空调关了没？
关了。
关了。
It's all a test? Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Because flights out of Tapachula are tightly controlled, the group has opted to take the public bus. First, they wish to get to Arriaga, a city 100 kilometers away. We decide to travel with a group, disguising as travel vloggers. At Tapachula's bus terminal, we run into another family, a young couple with a toddler from my hometown, Chongqing.
你坐那个重庆走的时候，胆子小一点的男的有。
别说话，穿上。
哦，好冷啊！
好冷。来，哎。
就前面那个黑哥们跟我就是非常善意的微笑，点点头。 我们就知道了，就确认过眼神，我们都是奔着同一个目标去的。
We're now on a bus out of Tapachula. This is the journey that has been worrying the Chinese migrants for days. In the next 4 hours, they will pass through as many as 17 checkpoints, and each and every one of them can turn them away.
你在干嘛？
研究地图，过检查站。第一个还没到呢。还有1.7公里。
The Chongqing couple had been turned away at a checkpoint just yesterday, and they're visibly more anxious than the rest of the group.
有时签了，回来了有时签了。
But with a bit of luck, the bus drives through the first 2 checkpoints without stopping.
好像也不会停。I don't think it's stopping. But luck could only carry them and us so far. I'm from Hong Kong. I have visa. Yes, visa. 还有200块钱。你给他看你的美国。
Wow, so they're all in on it. They all know these are migrants and they just try to like weasel money from them.
2 police officers just came onto the bus pretending to be a security check, but very obviously they were trying to pick out passengers by their skin color. Anyone that looks Asian or African, they will come up and reveal a 200 peso note in their hand, asking for bribes.
Holy shit.
Half an hour later, the bus stops again, this time at an immigration checkpoint.
对他开我给他200不够，然后就把我身上收了，收了没钱，他也没办法，但他很恼火，包里我们还要预备了400块钱，都给他。 他就刚好跟我的育儿一样，我育儿是预备了1200。
The amount of corruption is just insane.
冲关是什么意思啊？
大家一起结在一起，游行队伍，冲关卡。
法不责众嘛，中国有句话叫法不责众。
我们不在乎他冲不冲，我们在乎因为这件事情他的关更紧，是这一问题。快接近了，我就怕功亏一篑。我就像怕小贾一样，我们在大巴车上被他留下。
She's talking about Jia, the cook who made us dinner in Tapachula 2 days ago. He was on a bus an hour behind the group yesterday, but now it seems he never made it.
我们今天买完摩托车了，明天早上6点钟启程，骑摩托冲检，就是肉检查站。
God. And it's now got this crazy plan. He's bought a motorbike, and he would try to ride the motorbike tomorrow morning around the checkpoints and make his way out of Tapachula.
全部搞起来。
这里多少钱？
好的，刚才你这里是2000吧？这里放了多少
？1000。
1000，这里2000。
Holy crap！
有没有不要地方藏 ？OK。哎，就放你那个包里嘛。
哪个包里啊？
就放这个包里嘛。
After a brief overnight stay in Arriaga, the migrants set out again. Last night's bus journey went well, so the group is getting more ambitious. Their goal this time is to reach Mexico City, some 900 kilometers away. At the bus terminal, we encounter more Chinese migrants.
Dude, this journey just seems so fucking nauseatingly tiring.
我在想到俄罗斯呢，我看有交易的中国关系好。然后我一个朋友在上海做金融的，他直接挪了客户资产2000万吧，直接在美国也在美国了。啊，兄弟有事吗？啊，你看我家的小孩都这样，过来吧。啊。
最后一个，拜拜。
拜拜。
From here to Mexico City, it'll be a 20-hour bus ride, if we reach it at all. Our security advisors insisted that we cannot ride along with the Chinese migrants anymore because the bus will travel through cartel territories where different factions are actively battling for control. They say anything could happen. Robbery, kidnapping, rape, assault. The road ahead will be nothing like what they've experienced so far.
我们晚上被赶下车了，现在等于是不该走夜路，我们就在那个检查站旁边。
Jesus Christ.
None of the Chinese migrants made it to Mexico City. Just a few hours into the journey, they were all pulled off the bus. Early in the morning, I try to retrace their steps.
Chinese guy by the roadside that we saw last night at the bus stop. Now I've spotted about 5 or 6 Chinese people. That's the dad with the baby. That's them. There they are. We cannot stop here? That's fine. That's fine. Just go. Yeah. Did you get a shot of them? Oh, you can go back of the car. Yeah, we'll swing back. Yeah. And the situation here is we cannot get out of the car. We cannot offer them any assistance because Mexico, along with the U.S., makes it a crime for anyone to give them any help at all. That leaves the only people who's willing to give them a ride along this route, the smugglers. Oh, I see them now.
Uh-oh.
As we reapproach the Chinese migrants, we pick up a tail. A red Nissan, which pulls ahead of us for a bit and rejoins us only a few hundred meters down the road.
That would be pretty fucking terrifying, because, like, they're all cartels and shit, and they'll just fucking blow you away.
Mexico is the world's most dangerous country for journalists. In 2022, 13 news workers were killed for doing their job. Our fixer Benjamin insists that we drive out of the area. And after this maneuver, we lose the Chinese group again.
我们早上开车过，有看到你们，但是后来有黑帮跟踪我们，我们就停了一下。现在路上就没有再看到你们了。你们走到哪里了？走到哪里了？发个定位给我好吗？
What's funny too is guns are almost completely illegal in Mexico. I think there's only one store in all of Mexico that can issue firearms and ammo. But they have all these problems with the cartel and shit. It's like, okay, well, I guess gun control doesn't work, does it?
I'm puzzled as to why immigration will stop them but not detain or deport them. Then I recall a conversation I had some days ago with a mysterious Chinese man in Tapachula.
我奶奶是香港人，以前我是尖沙咀的，我一点就是要求就不要露脸。
He claims to be a business owner in Mexico and has helped a lot of Chinese migrants.
离天堂太远，离美国太近，就是这样的用语吧。现在很严，几乎上车都被抓。为什么会越来越严？跟黑帮给上面的压力是有的，他才能把生意往那边走，不然大家随便走，对不对？
Oh, that's interesting. So gangs pressure immigration officials so that the people are pressured to actually get money from the smugglers. That's so fucked.
After catching up on some sleep, the migrants decide to go again.
You better only be getting vegan items from McDonald's Scare Theater, or else I'm coming for you.
在原地还好，铁回来了就麻烦了，就容易长包了。
包邮个很大的目的就是说，他实际上他就是利用你的焦虑。
人这样走，我觉得我都走到那个心很痛。唉。
不要那个，没关系的。
到墙头。
你好想直接到墙边啊？ 没关系的啦，迟早会到的。我觉得共产党真好，特别怀念。像这样的这样的明抢夺，特别有那个屈辱感。
这么多国家就是中国最安全了，哪一个国家晚上12点还可以女生一个人下楼的，也就中国了。那是。
我妈妈被爸爸气死了，她准备想要回南洛阳，她现在在问别人咋买票呢？
怎么吵架的？干嘛？什么事吵架？
我也不知道，可是现在已经没法控制他们了，因为他们现在已经开始分开了。
他们不会分开。
妈妈，我们想回宇宙社区。
不会，你放心好了，怎么可能嘛？
那个是气话。
他们不会分开，因为他们很爱你，很爱家，很爱爸爸，妈妈也很爱爸爸，爸爸也很爱妈妈，才不会。
要打针吗？怕以后有阴影吗？
After waving the Chinese migrants goodbye for a second time in 2 days, we drive through the state of Oaxaca to catch a flight to Tijuana, 2,700 kilometers away. The migrants are traveling by bus a few hundred kilometers at a time, a journey that would take them days. Just as we land, we hear bad news.
他们被移民局抓了。你们在哪里被抓了？现在是转移你们去哪儿？转移你们去哪儿？
A week ago in Tapachula, I
Jesus.
had visited an NGO to learn a bit more about Mexico's migrant detention system. What happens after they get detained? How long do they have to spend inside?
For asylum seekers,
You're only getting hash brown, the only vegan thing on the menu, I think. Well, that's good. Yeah, I know in the States their fries aren't vegan. In Canada, the fries are vegan, though.
is permitted for 60
Hash browns
days.
at McDonald's are not vegan, are they? Let me see. McDonald's hash browns vegan. McDonald's hash browns are not vegan or vegetarian. All right, well, I'm going to have to unalive Scare Theater for breaking the vegan code. Let's see. Okay, I don't know. No products are certified as vegetarian. Products may contain trace amounts. Okay, I don't know if that's what they're talking about. What's in them? Potatoes, vegetable oil, hydrogenated soybean, natural beef flavor, wheat and milk derivatives. Okay, so they're not. Well, that's that for Scare Theater.
Up to 60 days.
The detention system in Mexico have all the conditions to say it is a torturing environment. We document physical violence, psychological violence. Everybody has one before and after facing detention system in Mexico.
Mexico's migrant detention system has been notorious for a long time, but it came to a boiling point in March 2023 when migrants in a detention center started a fire as a protest. The guards walked off, allowing the fire to get
Holy
out
shit.
of control and eventually kill 40 migrants trapped in their cells.
What the fuck, dude?
Tijuana is Mexico's second largest city. It sits on a border with the US, adjacent to San Diego in California.
Dude, I tried Takis. They're not good. They're basically like curled up Doritos. They kind of suck.
The city's most prominent feature, the border wall. On the Mexican side, the wall has become a major attraction.
About 100 meters into the water, the wall just ends. I don't know why they didn't think migrants could simply swim around it. The water is rough, but desperate people do desperate things, right?
I could get around that easy.
In fact, migrants try crossing the wall here and elsewhere all the time, and some die trying. At a small memorial site, a white cross is erected for each soul lost crossing the wall. Before this recent surge in migrant numbers, statistics reveal that one migrant dies every day trying to reach America.
11 años ayudé a la gente a cruzar para el otro lado. Yo me llevaba 20 diarios y trabajaba nada más de lunes a viernes. Cruces ahorita lo está controlando la mafia y que están divididos porque está el cartel de Sinaloa, están los Arellano y están los Jalisco Nueva Generación. Se juega la vida al venirse para acá y querer cruzar para el otro lado. Cuando ellos cruzan solos, tienen el riesgo de que ya sea que se topen con algún animal, se pierdan, o otra de las cosas es que los maten.
We've been in Tijuana for 2 days and have not heard from the family since their detention. I sent them messages on WhatsApp, but none have been picked up. Mexican immigration only gave us 2 weeks to be in the country, and our time in Mexico has come to an end. We leave Tijuana to enter California. Once in the US, I head to Fat Mending Plaza in Monterey Park. It's a first stop for many new migrants.
来了半年多了，快1年了。国内赚的钱不多，来这边想多挣点钱嘛。
结果呢？
结果钱没挣到，挨了一半子。
跟国内工作相比呢，这边更难吗？这种事情
更难。
后悔吗？
后悔也没用啊，后悔跑回去更加打脸了，是不是？等一下。
你什么时候来的？
我昨天从移民局出来的。
身上还有钱吗？现在？
不多，就100-200美金。
之前不知道这边工作那么难找。
知道，但是过来有希望啊，在国内是没希望的。
现在还是这么觉得？
对，如果是说美国没希望的话，全世界人民都不会往这里来了。
So all over the square, there are just these men hanging around in groups. And it seems like they're pretty used to this already. It doesn't seem like anyone's in a rush to go anywhere. 你1年多之前，那个时候好找工作吗？
那时候好找，1年前我来的时候，那个就是干装修小工哈，都给他150、180的，管吃管住。现在呢，压价都压到小工都压到100，现在。
哦，压了这么多。
压到100、120的都，你不干还有别人干。
It's been 4 days since I last heard from the family. And finally, I hear news of their release.
哎，姐，你们怎么样了？
我们在宾馆里休息，反正没办法了嘛，就每条路都堵得死死的，也没办法了。
吵架了中间？
吵架了，我们这几天天天吵，吵了好了吵。
主要的分歧是什么？
分歧是我要包，他不包。一想到钱，一包都要10几万，他又舍不得。然后他觉得要自己传，结果嘛，可能现在传好像每一条路都传不通。这不包，当时我就拎着鞋子就往他身上砸，我气死了。
I wouldn't want to pay the cartel either. What's migration like in Canada? It's fairly strict. It's actually hard to cross the border. But it's pretty easy to get a like family visa and stuff like that. But if you're just coming on your own from a foreign country, it's pretty hard to be granted like permanent resident status.
We are out of room, and it's not if people will be sleeping on the streets, it's when.
Exactly 4 weeks after we met in Quito, Ecuador, Auntie Lan is the first in a group to reach the U.S.
跟想象的不一样，
怎么不一样？
有点脏，地方有点脏，看起来条件不怎么样。
感觉这像美国吗？
不像，像没有走出中国一样。
That's funny.
喂，你好，你那里有床位吗？有。在哪里？我一个人。
我在这里的啊，我在这里。我累，也是混口饭吃。放到这里。
不是历尽千辛万苦你就能够在美国有立足之地的，你到了这里才是重新开始的，刚刚开始的1%嘛，对吧？像这打游戏一样，这第一关还没过呢，有的路上都已经感觉好苦啊，对吧？这里面
路上确实是，
而且还是老话，赚钱不出力，出力不赚钱。真的，你卖苦力的永远是底层，就是没有用。
那我们今天先学习一下我们的词汇部分，仓库 warehouse， 送货 deliver， 订单 purchase order， 发货 shipping。
Uncle 13, another member of the group, also arrives in California. After being deported to Guatemala, he paid a smuggler to cross Mexico.
哎，你好，那个家庭旅馆是吧？
Sounds like all the people who are paying smugglers actually get a cross.
你现在还有床位吗？
现在没有了。
满了。啊，好。
你这哪一个？
哎，你好，那家庭旅馆是吧？
什么时候吃？
你家现在还有床位吗？
现在没有了，今天。
满了是吧？
哎，
好。
回去补上好。
好。他这个家也没有。
怪死了，生意那么好。
对呀，现在多少人啊？现
Cat Van Reese donated $2. I'm from a different time zone and haven't been able to watch your streams for months. Did you change your streaming time? Also, I want to buy a small daily backpack. I like the Dickies Libsyn backpack, but I'm not sure if it's vegan. What do you think? Oh, just check the website or contact the company. Just call their customer service. Looks like it's vegan. I'm only seeing nylon and canvas or something. I'd be really fucking surprised if there was any leather on that. It looks like it's just nylon. It looks like it's just nylon. If you want to be super sure, I'd just contact the company, but it looks like it's just all nylon. Material, polyester or cotton. Yeah, so it's vegan. 65% polyester, 35% cotton. So it looks like it's all vegan. Didn't change my usual streaming time. I just did a very late stream today. That's it. Thanks for the donation though, Cat Van Reese.
现在人特别多。
这说单街那里肠胃都没有，那你这也太惨了。全部都关门，你想找吃的，找个什么地方都不容易。他们习惯了这些地方。在国内，你随时24小时，你想去哪里住，它都有地方住；你想吃东西，随时都有地方吃东西。哎，这里就感觉是9点钟一过，就感觉像世界末日一样。
Yeah, I'm getting the sense that most of these people might have been better off just staying in China.
那找不到人，
Especially considering the, like, risk of the whole trip.
还没习惯。
The dozens of migrants we've met on the journey have different reasons for leaving China, and not all have a strong claim for asylum. Just as I wonder how they manage their applications, someone clearly mistaking me for a new arrival inadvertently reveals a secret.
比如说你要发表一篇文章，我对中国社会的看法署上起名，移民局是会让你留下的证据。我不能，因为我发表一篇文章拿报纸去，我发表这篇文章，我回去会被破坏。西法发现它很便宜，因为它这个报纸发行量不大，华人看到的不是特别普遍。如果特别普遍，你还怕张扬到中国去，是不是？你要它不普遍，他不知道。
这个成功过吗？跟这儿发文章避火？
当然有成功的，很多人，那您问问律师就知道。
所以这个
要发行量，
谁办的呀？
大纪元办的，大纪元不行，大纪元报不行，这个报非常厉害，非常大，你也登不起。
那如果要发文章的话，我找谁呢？这个钱给谁？
你要发文章，我也不能收，我给你一个电话号码。
成。
我会找他跟他说一下的。好的。你这事别打成气鼓叫中国人都知道。你知道，那你等于把自己发出去。
That is bizarre. That they just randomly had this lady tell them about this. So people are actually paying publishing companies to get articles published shitting on China so that they can show an immigration officer that if I go to China, I'll get politically prosecuted.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Goodbye.
It didn't go through. But it's interesting.
Upload. Thank you for that, Bino. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Right? So asylum seeking is in and of itself a new business in Monterey Park.
Elias 20 Teller is Base Tucker. Let me see. Or Base Trucker. Okay, this looks insane.
I got some psycho bitch who just got in my truck and was driving it.
Free Palestine!
In downtown Detroit and East Lafayette.
For my future kids. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Just trying to do my job, homeless drug addict.
Free Palestine! I said! Free Palestine!
Get the fuck out of my truck.
Well, that is very odd. At least she got, excised from the truck. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Yeah, get yeeted.
这条路，我天，这可。
Jia, having quickly abandoned his plan to ride a motorbike through Mexico, also arrives in Monterey Park.
这要拍吗？迷路。就走在街上看着，感觉真切吗？
不真实，很不真实，而且陌生感特别强。不亲切。 现在我的脑子也不清醒，需要停下来思考一下。
就是休息不好还是怎么样？
就是休息不好，基本上没有完整的睡眠。第一天的移民局，一个小房间15平左右，挤30-40个人。
你没有办法躺下来睡觉的。
躺不下，就是人挨人，人挤人。比如说能躺下20个，还有15个坐在凳子上，真的感觉到那个时候是犯人。就是那个时候心理落差还是有的。
As Jia and I chat over dinner, I received a panicked message from the Chongqing couple with a toddler son.
打911打不通是吗？你是不是没有美国的电话？你把那个坐标给我，我给你报警。
Hi, this is a sort of a strange story. I'm a journalist making a documentary about some of the migrants crossing the border wall. One couple had just gotten in touch. I think they don't know where they are. They have a 2-year-old child with them. They sent me GPS coordinates, and they've been there since the middle of the day. They have no food, no water, and they don't know what to do.
Cuando ellos cruzan solos, tienen el riesgo de que ya sea que se topen con algún animal, se pierdan, o otra de las cosas es que los maten.
现在看到边境警察了吗？他们有来接你们吗？ I know all these guys have an extraordinarily difficult journey, but I've never been so scared for any one of them. I think this is the closest that they've come to face death, really.
A week after I arrived in California, Mom, Dad, and Lucy finally crossed the border wall. Having exhausted their own funds, they've had to borrow money to pay a smuggler for passage into America.
这里下去对了，向那个左边，向左边，在我这边啊，跟着我灯光。
Yeah, it seems like if you want to cross the border, you gotta pay a smuggler. Nah, still haven't seen the Fallout TV series yet.
这个城市叫什么？我看一眼。
这个莫妮卡，Santa Monica Pier。
这些女的长得真漂亮。
哦，这是赤道，这里是北回归线，就是温哥华，我们就挨着赤道转过来，赤道就是香港，我们这个位置大概比上海可能还要北面一点。OK。
好，瞧瞧。啊！有你拿地拍照，重新再拍一张，太丑了。哇，好美啊，落日，就像脑海里的美国，这样漂亮。
Our country is dying. Our borders open and gushing crime and millions upon millions of illegal aliens pour into our country.
这跟我们老家那个涨潮一样的。
它是属于涨潮了，对吧？
涨潮。
啊。
Within moments of my inauguration, we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in America.
That would actually be an interesting way to try to get rid of the protesters on university campuses. Pay like really gross homeless people to go to the campus and like just piss and shit everywhere and do crack and shit. Gross, baby. 2 weeks after they got lost on the border, the Chongqing family reaches New York City.
Wow, 高楼大厦耶！要是我能在这里面上班就好了。
Yeah, man, it's a messed up situation. I don't know if making that journey even really benefits them. It sounds to me like most of the people they interviewed, they kind of regret doing it. And it's such a huge danger. They're giving so much money to the cartels. But, yeah, the only way to really dissuade people from doing this is to increase the amount of immigration officials. So that, some of these court cases, they last years. Some of them are stuck in immigration court for 3 or 4 years before even seeing a judge. If they could reduce that time to maybe 3-4 months, a lot of people would probably just choose not to bother doing this whole fucking thing. Like Joe Biden says, if they're only, if they're not guaranteed to get asylum and they're only there for a few months, probably doesn't make sense to make that crazy fucking trip.
It gets much worse. Around that same time, Terrence started yapping about his new form of math, which he dubbed, I shit you not, Teriology, and which included the startling new revelation that 1 × 1 is 2. Which prestigious mathematics journal did he select to announce this groundbreaking development? The View. Let's take a look.
Okay.
And when I was at Oxford, now this is the point where 4 bubbles meet equally and oppositely.
Can I touch it?
Yes, and it's where 12 planes meet. This is an undiscovered geometry that I'm now making known to the world here on this show.
Isn't that fantastic?
And what was the reception? Well, when I was at Oxford, they were so upset because how can a man that didn't graduate from one of their prestigious schools come and tell them that the square root of 2 was a rational number? And I said, I didn't come to tell you guys this. I just came to prove to you that it's a rational number. And they didn't like it.
You heard right. Terrence presented his bullshit at Oxford, and the smart people laughed at him. But why would they laugh at poor old Terry? Do you think the ladies of The View will be a more receptive audience?
Well, you have to remember, our entire world economy is based on 1 × 1 = 1.
Yeah, our entire economy is based on 1 × 1 = 1. Well, economics does involve numbers, so...
Yes, 1 1 equals 1.
which should obey the basic logic surrounding numbers that even children can understand. So what's the problem?
So if you can prove that an action times an action equals a reaction, which science proves, then 1 × 1 must equal more than 1. And to have the physical proof of it, that kind of shakes things up a bit.
Well, you're a shaker-upper.
Wow, if you can prove that an action times an action equals a reaction. Okay, numbers are not actions. They're numbers. So that doesn't mean anything. An action times an action also doesn't mean anything because actions are not numbers. Also, no, 2 actions do not necessarily cause a reaction, no matter what he could possibly mean by reaction. If 2 forces are acting on an object that are equal in magnitude but opposite in direction, the object won't move. 2 actions, no reaction. Sorry, Terry. But more importantly than demonstrating how everything he just said is bananas idiotic, let's review what multiplication is. Multiplication is an elementary arithmetic operation which is essentially repeated addition. 1 times 4 literally means the number 1 4 times, and then you add them up. 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 4. 1 times 3. Write 1 3 times. Add them up. You get 3. 1 times 2. 1 twice. 1 + 1 is 2. 1 times 1 means you write 1, 1.
If your phone number turned into money, how much money would you have?
Quite a lot. Quite a lot of money. Yeah, what would that be? That'd be several hundreds of millions. Thanks for that donation, Terrence Howard.
Time. So it's 1. There's nothing to add. His revolutionary discovery is just him being dumber than a toddler. And toddlers do like to shake things, so this lady isn't wrong.
Gross.
Well, you're a shaker-upper.
Let's be clear. There are only 2 possibilities. 1. Terrence Howard is doing a Joaquin Phoenix-style extended piece of performance art and is therefore profoundly brilliant. Or 2, he's a delusional narcissist incapable of living his life without pretending that he's the smartest person in human history. Or let's be honest, a god. I'm putting my money on the latter because I've seen this all before. Pick your favorite flat earther. This is their defense mechanism too. The smallest of minds can't face a world that doesn't recognize their self-proclaimed brilliance. So unleash a word salad, convince yourself it's science, and hope that nobody challenges you on it.
Everything inherently is dielectric because it has matter and then it has a relationship within the medium, the universal background, the absolute frame of reference, the field of energy that is the ether. It receives energy from that.
These types of people enact the most impressive mental gymnastics imaginable to maintain their own ego, and the more I encounter it, the less I find it cute or entertaining. It's a disease that infects impressionable people and measurably worsens society. It's not something to simply laugh at, although we are going to laugh quite a bit more before I return to this thread in my conclusion. So as promised, let's dive into his very recent appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast. It's 3 hours long, so we aren't going to hit every moment. Rest assured, he was completely insane from top to bottom, but let's just go through some highlights.
Yeah, you can definitely tell he has the crazy eyes. Yeah, he's just fucking crazy.
My first memory was almost like when you're dreaming and you're falling and you hit the bottom and you wake up.
Mm-hmm.
That was my first memory, but I didn't wake up here. I was inside my mother's womb. And I was about maybe 6 months inside the womb.
He comes out hot in the
God.
first 30 seconds, claiming that he remembers being in his mother's womb. I'll remove the suspense for you. No, he didn't. That's physically impossible. Got any proof, Terry?
I remember all of that.
You remember coming out?
remember being compressed. I remember being born. I remember being circumcised. I remember the whole nine. And the proof of it was when my wife, Mira, that you just met, when she was 6 months pregnant with my son, Kieran, I wanted to prove to her what I was talking about. So I put a light on her stomach every day at 6 o'clock at night. And I would move that light back and forth, and I'd put a song on for a week straight. First thing he wanted to do is see light. He loved lights from that early stage, and I can ask him the square root of 2, the square root of 5, the square root of that, the square root of pi, and he will run it off.
So his proof of him remembering being born is a random anecdote about his wife's pregnancy, his kid liking light, and a lie about his son being able to do math that Terry himself can't do. But there's more.
And then when I was about 5 years old, I had another dream, and there was this mansion, and he would hand me these shapes, and each shape was different and amazing, and I had access to all the knowledge. The proof of it is the 97 patents that I have now. The proof of it is the industries that I've innovated.
Yes, the proof that he has access to all the universe's knowledge is that he has some...
Dude, I think this guy might actually have a mental breakdown and, like, kill his wife and child or something. This sounds fucking unhinged.
Patents, something that anybody can get for anything and proves absolutely nothing except that he likes to waste money. He's never innovated any industry, that's why he doesn't actually do anything except ramble like a lunatic on podcasts.
You know, I had the grand unified field equation. I had already put that together, and at 7, 8, I was working with these things, and then I went through all of the hell that I had to go through.
Yes, he had a grand unified field equation at 7 years old, but he wrote it down once and the dog ate it, and then he forgot what it was. That's why he didn't get the Nobel Prize for physics. Also, his girlfriend goes to another school. That's why you don't know her.
But my intention was to rebuild the periodic table, you know, build a new periodic table, because the stuff I had learned in college, you know, I went to school for chemical engineering the first year over at Pratt. And they, at the time, I think it was like 108 elements. And I told the teacher, the professor, about the relationship between hydrogen on the spectrometer and carbon and silicon and cobalt. And I was like, it's the same exact color, same tone, just doubled in each octave. And he was like, no, each element is the same element and it will always be that element. And I was like, you don't see the relationship. So I left school.
Did you leave school or did you flunk out?
He failed. If he even went to school at all. He might even be lying about that.
Because you kept writing cobalt is an octave of carbon on your exams instead of answering the questions.
And I was going to spend 40 years rebuilding the periodic table, and I found out that Walter Russell had already did that. And he did it based upon the natural curvature of everything.
Walter Russell, who was not a chemist, made this in the 1920s, and it doesn't mean anything. The chemical elements display periodicity. You can illustrate that periodicity in rows, or you can make spirals and other shapes. It's arbitrary, and listing elements this way doesn't offer any novel insight into chemistry or any predictive power whatsoever. Terry just likes the shape as much as he likes pretending to understand chemistry better than chemists, or 10th graders for that matter.
And when you say rebuild the periodic table, what do you mean specifically?
Well, the way the periodic table is laid out, you'll see hydrogen sitting all the way over there by itself, but they don't show that hydrogen has the same tone as carbon.
What do you mean by tone?
Same tone, same key of E. Same key of E. 40.5 hertz. The next one would be like 81 hertz. You go to silicon, it will double up and would be 162 hertz. You'll go to cobalt, and it'll be 324 hertz. It's, you know, in that base, if you were to take the angles of incidence or the tones that they create, you know, their color, like you can turn color back into sound.
Joe wants to know what the hell he's talking about, and Terry is off to the races rambling about tones. Elements are not tones. They're not notes. They're not keys. They're not anything related to music whatsoever. They're atoms with a particular number of protons in the nucleus. He's throwing out random terminology and random numbers. Angle of incidence has to do with light. Sounds are not colors, and there's nothing more to say about this unparalleled gibberish.
You'll see there's a relationship between hydrogen, carbon, silicon, cobalt, rhodium. They're all bonded. They're all sit as the middle point between two noble gases. So those things don't really exist. It's only one substance.
No, Terry, those elements exist. Hydrogen and carbon and silicon and cobalt and rhodium are different elements. They are not the same thing. Hydrogen gas is not the same as a hunk of coal, which is not the same as a sample of silicon, and so forth. They're just the halfway point of their respective periods, which is irrelevant.
Now the problem is, the first thing that we're able to perceive is hydrogen. That's the first visible element, because before it is too dense for us to perceive it. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
No, hydrogen is the first element because it's the element with one proton in its nucleus. Elements are defined by the number of protons in the nucleus, and hydrogen has one. That's the smallest positive integer. Of course, you're so insane that even something as trivial as 1 being the smallest positive integer can no longer be taken for granted in your illustrious presence.
But as you reach into the next octave, the carbon octave, and they call that a bisexual tone, because the carbon has two tones to it. It has a negative side and a positive side. The part where lithium behaves, lithium is contractive. Beryllium is contractive. Boron is contractive. But the moment you get to carbon, you balance it out. It gets to a perfect balance of plus and minus 4. So it's a double tone.
Carbon is bisexual, you guys. Atoms have sexuality. Elements being contractive is also meaningless. Everything he is saying is meaningless.
And what they've tried to keep from us, if you want to break water into its component parts of hydrogen and oxygen, all you have to do is introduce beryllium or the sound of beryllium. And oxygen will violently break away from any other thing, even hydrogen, to bond with that beryllium.
Ah, yes, the infamous they. What are they trying to keep from us now? You want to perform electrolysis on water? But how? Not electricity, heavens no. Use beryllium. But wait, not even beryllium itself, just the sound of beryllium. What's that sound again? Yep, that's what beryllium sounds like. Startling, no? I'm sorry that I made all the water in your body turn into hydrogen and oxygen gas and you're dead now. Elements don't have sounds, but even funnier than that, beryllium is the only alkaline earth metal that does not react with water. Every time he speaks, he's wrong in so many ways simultaneously that it's almost impressive.
The reason that arsenic kills us is because our DNA has nitrogen and it has phosphorus in it, because nitrogen unwinds into the next octave right after silicon and becomes phosphorus. Our DNA has both of those in there, but it's going by tone. So the moment arsenic, which
Joe Rogan is looking at him like, okay, this guy is out of his fucking mind,
sits as a -3 on the next octave, the moment arsenic is introduced, the body thinks that, oh, this is my thing that I need. And it tries to wrap itself around the arsenic, but it causes the DNA to unravel.
Wow, arsenic is harmful because it interferes with biochemical pathways. For example, it enacts allosteric inhibition of pyruvate dehydrogenase, which is an enzyme involved in aerobic respiration. That means it binds to the enzyme, in this case not specifically at the active site, and the interaction changes the shape of the enzyme just enough to render it incapable of carrying out its function. The cell can't make ATP, so it enacts apoptosis and dies. There are similar effects on other enzymes involved with signaling, DNA repair, and so forth. Virtually anything that's harmful to biological systems is harmful because of sophisticated interactions with the cellular machinery, which require knowledge of molecular biology to understand. No, DNA does not wrap around arsenic, nor does it unravel. Terry has no clue what DNA is, what it does, or literally anything about molecules in general.
But nature doesn't allow us to unravel that, but now with the wave conjugations, we can. We couldn't do that before because we didn't know the angles of incidence that were necessary to open these things up. And you couldn't do that with the Platonic solids because the Platonic solids were averages and approximations.
It really is just breathtaking the way he throws together totally unrelated terminology with this much confidence. What does one even do with this? Wave conjugation, angle of incidence, Platonic solids. These don't go together. It's like saying you need 6 hammer the ice cream to monkey of 11 dizzy. Your reaction to these two statements should be the same. And the Platonic solids are specifically the opposites of averages and approximations. They are hypothetical idealized structures. Reality consists of approximations. Again, it's just breathtaking. It's legitimately challenging to come up with sentences that are as wrong as everything he says. It took me several minutes to write the monkey sentence because I kept wanting to write things like monkey of fire, which accidentally make more sense than I wanted. He has a gift for gibberish.
Because the universe is based off of equanimity, which Einstein left out in his theory of relativity, the balancing side of the gravity was caused by electric force. Electricity is always seeking a higher pressure condition. It spins northeast, is trying to get to the center of an area, the center of a cone. But the next...
This sounds like he's been listening to Wits It Gets It. Oh my god, that's idiotic.
Electric wave is coming, so it gets pushed out, and as it's pushed out, it gets to the vortices.
Yeah, gravity is not electric. Matter specifically disperses from higher to lower pressure. You can't spin northeast, that's a cardinal direction. Center of an area can't mean center of a cone, since areas are two-dimensional and a cone is three-dimensional. And what is pushed out to what vortices? How does this guy do this? We are only 19 minutes in, and it's all like this.
That instead of following the natural curvature of these 64 circles overlapping, they averaged the space where they met. And they invented straight lines.
Why did they do that?
Because they believed that the world was flat.
The irony here is that figures like Pythagoras and Parmenides were the first people in recorded history to propose that the Earth is a sphere and substantiate it logically. But more importantly, the Platonic solids are just derived from playing with polygons and making polyhedra. And even more importantly than that, none of this geometry has any correlation with any of the bullshit he's spewing about chemistry and physics. They're utterly separate realms. Then we get to the fancy animations.
This is hydrogen. And as I was saying, electricity is always trying to get to the center of that triangle, but it gets pushed out.
That's not hydrogen. It's not even a triangle. And where's the electricity exactly?
8 bubbles me. They gave me the patents to that. I called that the tetrahedron.
Don't worry, guys. He patented the shape. You can patent shapes now. I know the guy who has the patent on the rhombus. He's a billionaire.
Spheres that's going around this, but the greater attractor has grabbed the 2 weaker attractors. And this looks just like a photon, and guess what? It has 30 poles.
Yeah, it looks just like a photon. Massless, chargeless photons look like this dumb shape he made up, because he says so.
This is where 12 bubbles meet, the Aubrians. And then I put 5 of them together, and they make these natural starfish. But then when I put 10 of them together, they lay themselves out, and they predict all distribution of matter within the electric field.
Hey, he used the magic word, prediction. What do they predict? The distribution of matter what? Where? Show us a prediction, Terry. No? Back to gibberish?
One of the first things, but when Walter Russell came out with his book and he introduced his periodic table, he watched as different people went up and collected Nobel Prizes for deuterium, for tritium, for all these things that he had discovered. And I was like, okay, let me wait until the patents are granted before I'll talk about it.
Walter Russell wasn't a chemist, he was an artist, and he was delusional. That's why you worship him, Terry. People aren't awarded Nobel Prizes in chemistry for drawing pretty pictures. Yuri got a Nobel for discovering deuterium because that actually matters. You just don't know what isotopes are, even though you use that word all the time.
Back to Neil deGrasse. When he wrote his response to my paper, and he said, if you have any other questions, you're going to have to see somebody else, and he wouldn't take my calls anymore. I was like, okay, so I wrote the book based off of those responses, and I reached out to another guy, Dr. David Tong.
But that would be very, very interesting that would be his take as a public educator, that he wouldn't want to talk to you anymore.
Because he's too busy to argue with a fucking retard. Like, what are you talking about? He's supposed to spend his time talking with a delusional idiot?
Yeah, Terry sent his ramblings to Neil deGrasse Tyson, since everyone who knows zero things about science assumes that Neil is the president of science, and Neil was gracious enough to explain to him how everything he says is wrong, probably more politely than I would. But Terry the narcissist presses forward, shocked that an intelligent, busy person wouldn't want to waste his time placating a toddler. Joe seems surprised, too, forgetting that educators enjoy educating people, not spending time and energy trying to show an insane person how insane they are. Why this fixation with Neil?
The reason I wanted to talk to him was because of his show, The Cosmos, that he was doing after that incredible guy, Carl Sagan did. The very first episode he had was talking about Giordano Bruno. And he said that Giordano Bruno was looking for that grand unified field equation, and maybe one day somebody is going to do it. And when they do it, it's going to change the world. And I'm like, dude, I've done it. I've got it here.
Giordano Bruno was not looking for a grand unified field equation. Quantum physics didn't exist in the 16th century. The concept of fields didn't exist in general. The term was coined by Faraday in the 19th century. This is the problem with science-illiterate morons like Terry. They have no respect for science whatsoever. They have no interest in learning basic scientific principles, the history of science, what any scientist did, what scientists are doing now, how to do science. None of it. They are singularly obsessed with the lofty idea of one brilliant insight that can change the world. It doesn't matter what it's called. That's why he keeps saying grand unified field equation, because it doesn't mean anything to him. It's a fun phrase, nothing more. That's what everyone was trying to do since antiquity because he says so, and he's the one who's done it because he says so.
Walter Russell talked about the fact that the sun gave birth to the earth, that it didn't coalesce from some field, and the proof of this. Do you guys know that the earth is drifting away from the sun? And all of the planets in every solar system is drifting away from their primary at the same exact rate, like 1.5 centimeters. So this is a universal expansion that's happening with everything.
1.5 centimeters isn't a velocity.
Moving away. So them saying and the Webb telescope have proven that those galaxies couldn't have formed 13, 14 billion years ago. But if you would just add up linearly how long it would take the Earth to go from the sun to 93 million miles away, it's 9 trillion. Hold on.
Let's go.
This is what I'm talking about. He can't be bothered to learn literally anything about astronomy. The expansion of the universe has nothing to do with the dynamics of an individual solar system. The sun did not give birth to the Earth, as though our planet emerged from inside of a star. He knows nothing about planetary formation, and the idea that we have measured this for all other systems, how exactly would that work? We can detect an exoplanet's orbit increasing by a centimeter. How? But sure, play with your calculator that you already told us shouldn't be used because it lies about arithmetic.
Well, because I know they're watching me right now, and they're mad at me.
Who's they?
The people that want that. Our entire world economy is based off of the politicians.
Okay, I have a funny feeling he wants to say the Jews, but he knows he can't say that.
politicians and the authorities that give the politicians their accreditation. And those authorities,
he wants to say the
universities,
Jews
are all based, their entire curriculum is based off the Platonic solids. And our world economy is based off of 1 × 1 = 1.
You think they fuck with your phone?
Oh, I'm sure of it, because now I have to turn it off.
Look at the level of paranoia beyond the simple delusions.
Yeah,
the
this is
shadow
crazy.
government is watching Terry because he debunked the Platonic solids,
I think he might actually be like schizophrenic.
which are the basis of every economics course in every Rockefeller Jesuit institution. I'm shocked that he's not a flat earther, because this is exactly how they talk. But don't worry, he's an anti-vaxxer, obviously, and Joe is too.
You took a bold stand, though, years ago when the governments were trying to poison their citizens. You took a very bold stand that nobody else took. That's what I was like, wow, I appreciate you, because I lost 3-4 jobs because I refused to take it. I refused.
I bet you feel better about it now.
Well,
especially when you know all these people.
Oh boy. Yeah. He lost out on potentially millions of dollars because he wouldn't take a vaccine, and this is a genius.
People that have health problems because of it.
Cancers have increased 300%.
Yeah. All-cause mortality up 40% in some age groups.
Idiot.
Pulmonary embolisms almost up like 500%.
Yeah, I wonder what caused that.
No, none of those things are true. You heard them on the internet and believed them.
Oh my
but
God.
Terry has a little bit of biochemistry knowledge he wants to share.
I can walk you through what the spike protein did to the BRCA1 gene. That's that gene inside of our DNA that tells us that there's damage that's happening, almost like the crews that go along the highway, and they immediately put up cones every time there's a problem. Well, the spike protein, which is no protein has ever been able to enter into the nucleus of a cell. Not only does it go to the ribosomes and say, hey, you know what? I don't want you to produce whatever protein, like if it was a skin cell, you're not going to produce keratin anymore. You're just going to produce these spike proteins. That spike protein went into the DNA, and it tells the BRCA1 gene, turn off. And that's the gene that says, hey, there's a mutation here. Let's scrap that thing. And so now the cancers are building up.
The spike protein doesn't do anything to any gene. He doesn't know what genes are. Genes don't tell us things. They are instructions for protein assembly. That's why he goes to his pathetic analogy of something he saw on the highway, because he doesn't know how transcription and translation work. There is nothing unique about this spike protein, and he doesn't know what ribosomes do. They translate any mRNA transcript that binds. Making a spike protein doesn't render it incapable of producing other proteins. Spike proteins can't go into DNA. They can't tell a gene anything. They can't turn off genes. Genes don't detect mutations. The enzymes they code for are what do that, and he doesn't know what cancer is. This is really pathetic. Let's skip ahead.
So is he saying that just by doing these calculations, he created the exact form of Saturn, including...
It's so funny how when there's a vaccine all of a sudden people care about cancer and all-cause mortality, but when they're told meat does the same thing all of a sudden they don't care. It's infuriating.
Yep. It really shows you the level of motivated reasoning they have. They don't really care about cancer or heart disease or anything. What they care about is like, ooh, vaccine's scary. That's it. It's motivated from that weird ideological belief that vaccines are scary and they don't like them. If they really cared about cancer and shit, they'd tell you to stop eating meat, stop eating animal products and all this shit. Thanks for the donation, Pharaoh Enzo.
Including the rings?
Just the exact form of it.
Just with the
So
calculations.
you change the angles of incidence that these linchpins, because remember, each one of these are opposing vortices. So there's 12 vortices to this that are opposing. So once the angles of incidence change, you change the motion and pressure conditions, you can now change the condition or the crystallization.
So he's pretending to explain planetary formation without gravity, and without explaining literally anything about what he's doing. Click a button, the planet is there. What are the dots? Where did the matter come from? How did it arrange itself? Planetary formation is a process. This just materialized out of thin air. How? There are no vortices, nothing is opposing, there is no angle of incidence, there is no crystallization. He is just listing random buzzwords.
Now, because we have the angles of incidence, material engineering can now separate the space between carbon and nitrogen or carbon and boron and have the same elements of titanium, vanadium, chromium, magnesia, and iron, or nickel, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc, gallium, or germanium in those higher octaves. We can do that between silicon and phosphorus or silicon and aluminum. So the transparent aluminum now becomes possible because we can now control the pressure and change the pressure and motion conditions where we couldn't do that before because they were going by Cartesian space at 90 degrees and 45 degrees straight lines, the Euclidean space that they've made up, this orthogonal or church-like space that they've generated because they wanted to promote that cross.
He doesn't even know the names of the elements. He's saying mangasane instead of manganese. He says silicone instead of silicon because he doesn't know that silicone is a different material. He can't pronounce orthogonal. He's never even heard these words spoken before, and he is doing nothing whatsoever to actually explain anything about what he just showed to Joe. He's practically speaking in tongues, and Joe is lapping it up. And as the cherry on top, he pretends that this brilliance was hidden because the Catholic Church loves the straight lines from the cross. Does he not know how much power this symbol still has over normal people even today who would never fall for any of this bullshit? He just knows that churching up the story gives it a Da Vinci Code vibe that
I just met a Muslim woman who refused to shake my hand. She said that she already has a husband and that was disrespectful. I think in their perspective women are just sexual material. I'm not sure what to think of this. Have a nice day.
Yeah, basically. That's what Muslims believe. Like, they force women to wear hijabs and shit, or niqabs. There's a lot of, like, weird rules about women not being able to be in a room with another man and shit, so yeah, women are just seen as, like, property. Thanks for the donation, though, Pure Nature. Appreciate it.
ensnares gullible people.
Can you tell me how a planet is formed under this theory? So you have a sun, and how does the sun give birth to these planets?
The same way we defecate and have gas, like Jupiter's, that red spot on Jupiter, that's spinning on it, that's going to become a moon. It may take a billion or 2 billion years. That will ultimately become a moon off of Jupiter. Where is it? Right at the equator. Where do we discharge at? Right at our equator.
90 minutes in, Joe finally asks him to actually explain something, and Terry's response is astounding. Stars crap out planets the way we take a dump on the toilet. Case closed, everyone. Planets are fecal matter. And the red spot on Jupiter will be a planet later. Of course, this is meaningless since it's a storm. It's a cyclone. How does a bunch of wind form a planet exactly? And he's just so objectively wrong about every trivial detail. The red spot is not at the equator. It's 22 degrees below the equator.
Grain Dam donated $2. Interesting.
I went into biomedical science because I was in makeup school and my wrist was like not working. My right.
She did not study biomedical science.
Right hand. I went to my rheumatologist and I was like, I think maybe I'm going to need my wrist replaced. He goes, joint replacements are very rare. And so my wrist hurt. Like I couldn't lean on my arm to bring myself out of a chair and even just doing fine motor movements. So I went into biomedical science and I thought I'd need to get a PhD in microbiology or immunology to figure out my autoimmune disorder. 2 years into that degree, I was researching. I figured out the rash that I had was a celiac disease rash called dermatitis.
She did not figure that out. She's never been diagnosed with celiac disease. It's extremely difficult to diagnose celiac disease, and she doesn't even know how it's diagnosed. This is all a lie. She never went to school for a biomedical science.
Dermatitis herpetiformis. I started going down the diet route. Paleo diet, very restrictive paleo diet, just fixed me. What? Are these food allergies? What's going on? Maybe I don't need a PhD then.
Yeah, she's just lying about everything. She's a massive, massive liar. Thanks for the donation, though, Grandam.
Humans don't have equators to defecate from, and the human anus is not located on the waist. This is such a stunning example of the difference between real science and insane ramblings. Ask this question of an astrophysicist. You'll get mountains of data, explanations, equations, predictions, confirmations of those predictions through observation. Ask Terry, and what do you get? The sun takes a crap. The end. Who falls for this stuff?
Everything is just one great being. We're all God. That's what Jesus was talking about. That's what you know.
That is nothing close to what Jesus said. Jesus said he's the one and only true God, and you need to worship him in order to get into heaven.
Buddha was talking about it's recognizing the divinity in you.
Actually,
no, absolutely not.
Neither of those people said anything like that. Buddha didn't proclaim to be divine, and in Christian mythology, Jesus didn't say, I'm God and...
Buddha was an atheist, and looking more into Buddhism, it sounds like Buddha was actually preaching nihilism.
So are all of you. He just said that he was God. That's kind of why the Romans killed him. Terry is just looking for excuses to call himself God, and he's as dumb with theology as he is with science.
Here I'm an Oscar-nominated actor that is known all around the world, face recognition, vocal recognition, all around the world. I've invented a new form of flight, tangential flight, the ability to fly around your own center of mass, something they've never been able to do. And you don't hear anything about it.
The narcissism is oozing out of every pore of his body and congealing into little origami cranes in front of our eyes. He's world famous.
Grandam Donatillers, did you see Alex O'Connor debate Jordan Peterson? It's 2 hours, but here's a snippet. Here's the full video too.
This is one of...
I'll react to the JP debate
in the early
tonight
church
when I stream again. We'll watch the snippet though. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
The things that I find puzzling, for example, about Dawkins, because Dawkins formulated the idea of meme, which is, by the way, the same idea as archetype. It's exactly the same idea, except he just stopped. It's like, okay, there are memes, they're selected for. Okay, selected on what basis exactly? Does that mean there's a hierarchy of memes? Are the memes more likely are the memes that are conserved more likely to be, what would you say, viable organisms? And if they're viable organisms, are they microcosms?
This is really interesting in terms of the survivability, because there's a point, I've spoken to Richard Dawkins, well, a number of times, but twice on my podcast. And the second time, somebody pointed out to me that there might be a point of agreement between you two that has been overlooked, which is that, I don't know if you've ever come across the evolutionary argument against naturalism, or the argument from reason, the idea that if you're a materialist, you can't trust your reasonable faculties. So Alvin Plantinga formulated this very well, very, very geniusly, I think, in saying that if you believe that evolution by natural selection happens materially, what does natural selection select for? Survivability. So if you're a materialist, that means that the very rational faculty that you're using right now evolved not to be sensitive to truth, but to survivability.
Yes, that's
and
right.
if that's the case, well,
definitely.
Why do you believe in the truth of evolution? Well, because you've been rationally convinced of it. But the thing that you've just assented to, the belief itself has just undercut the process by which you came to that belief.
Look, there's a whole, the New England pragmatists figured this out in like 1880.
Yeah, now I think this is a fascinating, I think it really is just a...
It is.
It's exciting. It's novel.
That's for sure.
Brilliant.
That's for sure. It's actually a point where Darwin and Newton do not come together.
How do you mean?
Well, the Darwinian definition of true and the Newtonian definition of true are not the same thing.
Here's the thing. You had a conversation with Sam Harris. You've had a number, but one of them, I don't think it was a live event.
Oh yeah. Jordan Peterson takes truth to mean something that encourages survivability. But Sam pointed this out, like if a guy found out that his wife was cheating on him, and as a result of that he killed himself, it wouldn't be true his wife cheated on him. I remember that debate.
And I think it was before that. You're talking about truth.
Yeah,
and
that
you're
was a very
trying
awkward second talk I had with him. I was extremely ill.
It was, do you know, it was awkward to listen to because it felt very much like, and I remember at the time thinking, you know, what is this Jordan Peterson talking about? Like truth is like Darwinian, truth is about like survivability. Well, what do you mean? Truth is truth.
True the way an arrow flies.
Yeah, right. And that, now I asked Richard Dawkins about the evolutionary argument against naturalism.
Yeah.
I said, well, how can you know that what you believe is true? And he said, because believing true things makes me more likely to survive.
Hey,
and
watch where you go with that.
I didn't catch it at the time, but I thought to myself afterwards, it was one of my commenters on Patreon actually had mentioned this. He was listening to Richard, and I said, okay, maybe, but sometimes it's at least possible that something that's false helps you to survive. You know, the rustling in the bushes, believing that that's a lion every time or a tiger, even if it's not, that helps you to survive because that one time that it is, you're still going to run away. And it costs you nothing to run away when it's not a tiger. So believing it's a tiger, even when it's not, is going to help you to survive.
That's why we have a negativity bias.
Yeah, and Dawkins says, well, yeah, of course there are some circumstances where believing something false could be beneficial to survival. And I said, well, how do you know that 2 + 2 = 4 is not one of those? And it seemed as though he was just saying that believing that would not be advantageous to our survival, which might well be true. But if that's the case, then suddenly I'm listening to what you're saying about truth being more sort of Darwinian and related to survivability. And I think maybe you two would agree there. And then I think, well, why is it that when you sit down with Richard Dawkins, you find it difficult to have a conversation with each other? And
well, I think it's partly because we don't know each other very well.
That's
right. And so,
true.
and also, there are things he knows that I don't know, and there are things I know that he doesn't know. Now, I would say, in my defense, that what would you say? I'm more of aware of the things he knows that I don't know than he is of the things I know that he doesn't know. Right. So, for example, as far as I can tell, Dawkins doesn't know anything about the Jungian tradition of literary interpretation. And that actually, if you're going to talk about religion, that's actually a fatal flaw. Right. So, and, you know, he's called me, for example, drunk on symbols. It's like, well, the imagination is a biological function. And it has a structure and a purpose. And it has its own logos, its own intelligible order. And if you're not aware of that order, that doesn't make me drunk on symbols. It just means you don't know what you're talking about.
Now, that frustration that you appeal to there, when you hear Richard Dawkins, I think Terry Eagleton said that listening to Dawkins on theology is like listening to somebody write a book about biology whose only knowledge of the subject is having once read the Great British Book of Birds. And okay, fair enough.
But that actually turns out to be a real problem. And it's a problem with regards even to the meme idea, because you don't have to extend Dawkins' work very far to understand that religious stories are memes.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a hierarchy of memes, and some of them are very functional.
But then here's the thing, like that frustration that you're sort of throwing in that direction, I think people throw towards you when you say, well, religion, you don't have to look very far to see that religion is a meme. Well, without further clarification, and of course there's going to be it, you can understand why to somebody first listening, that sounds almost atheistic, or religion is a meme. No, religion is not a true historical account of, you know, the history of the universe.
It's not a true historical account.
It's a meme. Now, when you say that the resurrection of Jesus.
Well, what does it mean historically that the Spirit of God?
This is I totally understand now. Jordan Peterson equivocates. This is an equivocation. So he's using truth with two completely different meanings, and he's equivocating whenever you see him talking about what truth is, and when he's asked these questions of, like, okay, well, was the resurrection true?
Brooded upon the primordial waters. Like, what does that mean historically? Well, no one knows what that means historically.
I don't think that at least most of Genesis or parts of Genesis are supposed to be. I mean, the Bible is a library, right? It's not a book, and that means that it's going to contain different genres.
That's for sure.
And so when I read,
and some of them are more historically accurate, and some of them tilt more towards that kind of elusive. I don't mean elusive in the. I mean ALLUSIV.
Yeah, sure.
Right? That elusive and symbolic form that characterizes Genesis 1.
So because there are different genres here, it depends on what story we're talking about. And I think that what I often observe you doing is we might talk about Christianity, and if you aren't comfortable committing to a historical ideal, you'll start talking about the spirit moving over the face of the waters, which is obviously a much more mythological ideal, and not quite equivocating them, but moving between them too quickly. And
he equivocates. No, he equivocates. I think Jordan Peterson either does this because he wants the Bible to be true, or this is just purely a grift, and he knows that there's people in his audience that take the Bible to be absolutely literal, and there's people who are more intellectual and don't take it absolutely literally, and he wants them to both like him, so he ends up equivocating so that both can be true at the same time.
And not delineating them enough. So if I asked you, do you think that the spirit moved across the face of the waters, and you said to me something like, I think it's still happening.
Right,
I'd
is what I would say.
Hey, fair enough. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
It always happens. It happened at the beginning of time, and it's always happening.
When somebody says, did the Exodus story happen? Did the Jews enslaved in Egypt break free of their slavery and move to the Promised Land across the desert for 40 years? Did that happen? You have also said, of the Exodus specifically, it's still happening.
Yes.
Now, to me, that's far more inappropriate than saying that the spirit is still moving across the face of the waters. Because I think what people mean there is, do you believe that these people in that time period actually did this in such a way that, for instance, might show up in an archaeological report?
Well, I think that's the simplest answer to that is probably.
Sure, and that's fine too. But
we don't know. There is, to the degree that there's been archaeological investigations into
literally no archaeological evidence for the story of Exodus.
Kinds of biblical narratives that you've described. The archaeological evidence tends to fall on the side of historical accuracy in relationship to the Bible, quite surprisingly often.
Clearly, you're.
You mean like almost never? So no.
You spent more time in Exodus than probably any person I've ever met in person, right? Clearly, the story sort of captivates you, and you think it's really important and can teach us a lot, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
What does truth mean to you? Do you believe in coherent theory of truth or correspondence or pragmatist? You seem like you believe in objective truths, so there are truth-apt statements of fact.
Yeah, so truth to me would mean something that would exist without the existence of a mind. So, if we're talking about the Bible, are there things in the Bible that happened? Sure. There may have been somebody named Jebus who was, nailed to a cross. That might have actually been true. If we could go back in time, we might have actually been able to see that event. Did he resurrect, and did he have magical powers, and was he the son of God? No. Again, if we were to go back in time and witness all this, we probably wouldn't see any of that. So, truth to me would be something that exists or did exist at one point, whether there would be a mind to experience the event or not. But thanks for the donation, W.
Infinitely deep story.
I think most people speaking to you already know that you think that, right? And so when they ask you a question, when they suddenly say to you, but do you think it really happened?
Well, what the hell does that mean?
You must know that what they mean is what I was talking about a second ago, which is that sort of...
Yeah, so he does. And Jordan Peterson is the king of weasel words. He knows what somebody means when they ask him, do you think it really happened? And then he won't answer it honestly.
What? Okay, so fine. So it's easy just to turn this around. It's like, okay, what exactly happened in your historical account when Moses encountered the burning bush?
I don't need to know exactly what happened. What I need to know is
I'm not asking you specifically
I know.
Or attacking you for that.
What I need to know is that if I sort of went to the Egyptian desert at sort of the time that this story is alleged to have taken place in history, would I see a mass movement of Israelites from Egypt into the Promised Land? Would I see people with feet walking through the desert, leaving footprints?
Well, let's take it apart rationally. So,
but you also understand that when
Dude, it's a yes or no question, and he cannot answer because he's a lying, manipulative jackass. It's a yes or no fucking question. Aside from being vegan, what are the things you dislike about Destiny? Well, it's related to veganism, I guess. Like, I want to bring this up to him next time we talk, but he rarely does this, but you will see him do this sometimes, and he gets super pissed off when other people do this to him. He will, like, the way you want somebody to approach a debate or establish any sort of, like, opinion of any kind is you want people to look at facts, and you want them to make a series of inferences and rationalizations based on those facts, and then come to some sort of conclusion. So, like, if we were to look at the Israel-Palestine conflict, and we were to look at all of the historical evidence that led up to the current day issues with Israel-Palestine, you would want somebody to look at the objective facts and establish their own conclusion of what they think is right and wrong based on those facts. But that's not what people do. What people do is they'll either side with Israel or they'll side with Palestine, and then they will cherry pick a number of facts that have happened from that event to justify their position, or they'll completely and utterly manipulate facts or deny facts in order to justify their position. Destiny rarely does this. I think he's one of the better political commentators for this reason. And I've seen him go through the whole process of looking at all of the relevant facts with Israel-Palestine. And he moved from being a bit more pro-Palestinian to being more pro-Israel based on his reading of the historical events. Now, when you talk about veganism with him, he does the exact opposite. He does what, like, a normal everyday dipshit would do, where he starts from the position of, okay, I want meat eating to be morally acceptable, and he will come up with any bullshit rationalization, make up stupid, nonsensical ideas to support that idea. And like, you can see this, like, he lied. He claimed that animals are like objects and they don't feel, they're non-sentient, basically they're like robots, and he treats animals like objects. Well, that's obviously not true. You can see him treating animals with love, kindness, and respect. Like, just the other day he was streaming and he was petting a kitty and treating it nice, and he'd refer to it by, its name, not treating it like an object. So he flat out lied. He does what the pro-Palestinians he debates against does. I've only seen him do this one other time when he was debating Jack Angstrich. So whenever there's a topic that he has, like, a huge personal, emotional interest in, he will do what everyday, normal jerk-offs will do, and rather than coming to a conclusion based on a preponderance of the facts around the case, he will just have some ideological position and then do whatever he needs to justify that ideological position. That's my biggest issue with Destiny. He doesn't do it often, but when there's topics like veganism, he will do it. Otherwise, like, I don't really have any huge problems with Destiny outside of, veganism in that sense.
When someone's asking that, and you like, even if you don't like the question, you must understand what someone's asking.
Oh, yes.
And if that's the
I
case,
understand many of the things that they're doing simultaneously.
Then you must also understand that when you then say it's still happening, people just go, what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I would say that's not my problem.
But it becomes a problem when you understand that someone's asking a quite banal historical question.
Well, yeah, but you don't get to do that.
But why not?
You do get
because
to do
the
that.
Stories that you're dealing with aren't banal.
I agree, but like one.
So you can't reduce them to something banal.
Yeah, so this is just bullshit. When somebody asks you a descriptive question about whether or not a event is historically accurate, you can answer yes or no. Like, again, this is the weasel wording bullshit of Jordan Peterson.
Even if it's what would you call it? Even if it's reassuring, this actually happened. Well, then what do you do with the burning bush?
So
this actually happened.
One comparison I would make is
the burning bush story has no historical evidence supporting it.
Between this and talking about fiction more broadly.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you got it right earlier. I would say you noted that the stories in the biblical library leap across genres.
Yes.
Right. Well, we know this because sometimes they're poetry and sometimes they're song.
Epistles,
Yeah, exactly. And so in any given story, there's going to be historical account plus mythological overlay.
Yeah.
And, you have to be a discriminating reader to kind of see what's different, and you don't.
Yeah, so this is just bullshit. When somebody's asking you about a story, whether or not it's historically accurate, you can answer yes or no, and then Jordan Peterson's like, oh, well, I can't answer that. It's not a yes or no question. Like, he's just full of shit.
Don't just get to say, well, all the mythological symbolism is historical reality.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's not.
But here's the thing, for example. So, like, take a piece of trivia.
Let me see, like, as far as I understand, there's no historical evidence for the story of Exodus. Despite the absence of any archaeological evidence, most scholars nonetheless hold the view that Exodus probably has some sort of historical basis, with Kenton Sparks referring to it as a mythologized history. Yeah, there's zero archaeological evidence. There may have been some sort of truth to the story where there was a migration of Israelites, but there's literally no archaeological evidence whatsoever.
Trivial fiction like Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
Right? We say, like, okay, did that happen? Now, I think that what you'd probably say is something like, well, I don't think the events literally occurred, but I think that they obviously get at something that's sort of perennially true about human nature.
Exactly.
But then suppose I said
That's
to you,
right.
but hold on,
they existed as a pattern.
But there's a scene in.
No, they didn't exist as a pattern. The story has meaning to you, but they didn't literally happen. Like, by the way, I think one of the best works of literature ever written is Berserk. You can say so many things about Berserk having meaning to you, like the ideas and theories in Berserk with regards to, like, what is meaning. Did we create God or did God create us? Like, the idea of evil being this invention by human beings to understand the suffering they go through, and that's what God is. The ideas of meaning, like what the cause of our suffering is. There's so many ideas in Berserk. The character Guts is literally a symbol of everybody. Everybody's life can Guts is an analogy for everybody's suffering and everybody's battle going through life. And Guts is like this perfect character that symbolizes no one is going to save you, and you have to fight for your own existence, and you have to struggle against whatever evil you come up against. That has a lot of meaning to it. Did it happen? Was there a guy named Guts who fought the God Hand and is waging war against demonkind? No, it's so ridiculous when Jordan Peterson says this, like, oh, well, the Bible actually happened because it has this deep moral meaning to us. So it is technically true. Okay, so is Spider-Man true? Is Superman true? Is Batman true? Is Berserk true? If we were to take his definition of truth, then I guess literally every work of fiction is true.
in Forrest Gump when,
I'm finally able to admit that I am a Vegan Gains fan. The journey has been long, but today I can say that I love you, dude. Stay based. Well, thank you, Mangoes. I mean this in a purely platonic way. I don't want to have sex with you, but I love you too. I love you all in chat. You guys are all fantastic and great, and I love that you are all along this journey with me, playing the game of life.
I think he meets the president. Is it JFK at the time? I think he goes and meets John F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
And so I said to you, well, is JFK the like that specific part of that story? Is it true that JFK was the president?
Right.
And you would probably just say, yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say anything more complicated. And even though the subject as a whole of like, is Forrest Gump true? Is Hamlet true? That's a complicated question.
Very.
But specifically, when I say, but interestingly, there's this little point I want to make in this broader discussion. Do you think that JFK was actually the president? You would say yes.
Why do you think it matters to people? Like, I don't know. These are ancient accounts. Let's
maybe
say
that's
of
the biggest
Exodus.
problem. Maybe that's the biggest problem that you have with the people who are asking these
It
questions.
is. It's
And
like,
hopefully,
what point are you trying to
Yes, what does it matter if anything's real or not? Let's just, go by our feelings.
make here?
So
the point is, I know what the point usually is the people who are asking the question believe that true unerringly means objectively happened in history, like the things that we're seeing right now happen.
Yeah.
Yes, that is what truth means. Your feelings are not true. They're subjective. This is just bizarre. I'm sure you can find plenty of Arabic literature around the Israel-Palestine conflict that makes it seem as though Jews are evil and morally corrupt and they're in the wrong. Does that make it true that Jews are evil, morally corrupt, that Palestinians have been abused and mistreated by, Jews? Because there is this literature that exists that speaks to people on a deep, meaningful level. It's so ridiculous. Again, I guess Mein Kampf is true. Oh, look how many people read Mein Kampf and were inspired by fucking Hitler and the retarded fucking stories he made up about Jewish people trying to dirty the blood of Germans and all the shit. Is that true? Because, that rang with people?
Yeah.
It's like, well, no,
so
that's not what those stories are like.
For me,
some of it is, but
for a Christian, when asking you that, it's probably because for them they have an understanding of Christianity that requires believing in that kind of truth. For me,
yeah, no,
and the reason why I hope that me asking these questions will be less frustrating to you is because I have no desire for that. I don't care about that. I'm genuinely just interested in what you think.
Yeah,
and so
understood.
my desire to know whether you think Exodus historically happened goes no further than a point of interest about your beliefs.
Well, so there's an element.
And he still won't answer the question. Alex is just saying, do you think Exodus actually happened? Was it a real historical event that if we dug enough time into studying, we would be able to find archaeological evidence for? And Jordan Peterson still won't answer the fucking question.
Elements of especially the setup to the Exodus story that strike me as very, very plausible historically.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example...
very plausible historically, even though there's literally zero archaeological evidence in support of Exodus. Even though, several million people traveled from Egypt to Israel? Yeah, okay.
The Jews, before the Pharaoh of that time, were under the guidance and protection of Joseph and the previous Pharaoh. And they regarded the Israelites as benefactors.
Let me see. It was several million. How many Israelites left Egypt in Exodus? Yeah, population of 2.4 million. According to the biblical description. You're telling me 2.4 million fucking people made a journey of several thousand miles, and there is zero archaeological evidence of it ever happening. But, oh, you know, there's actually some real historical evidence for... Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, you're an idiot.
Because Joseph had helped save the kingdom, and his people were welcome. But that was forgotten. And so the new Pharaoh and the new Egyptians regard the appallingly successful Jews as destructive interlopers, and they make them slaves. It's like, well, can you believe that? Well, it happens all the time.
Sure.
It's happening right now.
Okay, that is not any historical evidence for the story actually happening. Again, I could use Berserk as an example. Well, you know, Guts waged war against the demons because, you know, they raped his girlfriend, and they're trying to put him into, like, some eternal abyss of suffering. Like, I mean, obviously, you'd get revenge on somebody who did that to you, so it's historically plausible. Fucking idiotic.
It's
it
very
sounds to me
plausible.
that in this particular case, saying it's very plausible, it's like saying something like, well, yeah, it could have happened, I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
So when
I don't think anybody knows.
So when somebody asks, did the Exodus really happen? That word "really," when they say, like, if I just said
really is the crux.
If I said, did the Exodus happen? And I'd understand why you would then say, well, you've got to understand what kind of story this is. Fine.
Yes.
But then if somebody says, yeah, but did it really happen?
Well, which parts of it?
Even if they're not expressing it very well, like, what they're getting at there is they're trying to emphasize the historicity. They're trying to say, yeah, but did it historically happen? Probably is what they mean by the word really there.
Right, but the thing is, it speaks of their... See, they have a... The problem is that Christians who ask that have a metaphysics that's not Christian.
Oh, okay, so you have to have a metaphysical belief, if you're Christian, that fantasy stories are real. Okay, thank you, Jordan. You're a fucking idiot. We'll watch that full debate later when I stream later tonight, but oh my god, Jordan Peterson's a moron.
Kind of. So his imaginary invention must be brilliant. Tangential flight? Tangent to what? He doesn't know what a tangent is. And of course, his little toddler toy doesn't actually fly or do anything. He just has cute animations.
Instead of all the props having to turn themselves around to stop and turn in the opposite direction,
Like a helicopter.
they just switch the direction. They just, so it's a collective pitch and it changes. And so now instead of going up, you're going down, but now 5 of them will come together. So I was trying to reach out to Elon Musk. I was trying to reach out to Jeff Bezos. because my main goal was I was building these to clean up the upper atmosphere, all of that debris that's up there, and ultimately to mine the asteroid belt.
You can immediately see that someone is clicking on a screen to trigger an animation.
A propeller-propelled aerial vehicle is going to clean up an asteroid belt. Do you know how, like, propellers work? Do you think they'd work well in without an atmosphere, you idiot?
So it's anyone's guess as to why Elon Musk should care about this crappy video game. Terry is not only smarter than every physicist in history, but he's better at building spacecrafts than everyone alive, despite never having built anything. The hubris is off the charts. It's not worth listening to this entire rant, but he genuinely believes that he has invented revolutionary technology and that he's being ignored for literally no reason.
And so it's just going to react. And immediately it converts into a plasma. And so we can project anything into space. All of that has been accomplished and it's ignored.
Delusional narcissists always have this precise brand of persecution complex. James Tour, Ben Davidson, they all do the same thing. All the experts are morons because they ignore my super brilliant revolutionary insights. The whole establishment is against me because they're afraid of my truth. Honestly, I think we've had enough. I got 2 hours into the 3-hour podcast, and there's just no point in continuing. It's the epitome of manic hogwash with virtually nothing to even sink your teeth into, and there's only so many times I can point out that what he's saying is meaningless. In the end, there's only one point that needs to be made. Pretentious tools like Terry can hope to fool as many people as they can by speaking confidently and using jargon they hope the listener doesn't understand. But what can they do with it? What can they physically achieve with it? Terry thinks he's reinvented physics, but that's because he never learned any physics in the first place. Take this free body problem, for example. This is something he was supposed to learn in high school. You use Newton's laws, plug in some numbers, and you get an answer that correlates with reality. You can predict what will happen when you let go of the block. And guess what? When you let go of the block, that thing does happen. Terry's gibberish doesn't have that power. His ramblings have no utility, no predictive power, no technological application. It's a parlor trick. It's basically hypnotism. But as I mentioned before, it's not harmless. This way of thinking is dangerous, and these types of people are often dangerous. Do you want some evidence?
Because I was angry. I was really angry. And I was going to use all of the knowledge that I had, and I was going to destroy mankind.
Oh my God, right out of Marvel.
Okay, dude, like I said earlier, this sounds like the guy might actually like kill his family and go psychotic or something. Like, it's funny he said that. I called it, didn't I? I said, this guy sounds like he's actually dangerous and he might have a psychotic breakdown and kill everybody. He was literally thinking of doing it. He was literally thinking of going out and killing people. Like, this dude's a fucking whack job.
I was like, yeah, I was about to, but then...
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Statements like these are very revealing. It's not a joke. He genuinely believes he has this kind of power, and he has contemplated exercising it in a violent, destructive way. Do you know who else has had such thoughts and acted on them? Go and read the manifesto of the Unabomber. It's the exact same self-aggrandizing tone, the same superiority complex, the same incessant rambling. This is the psyche of cult leaders and domestic terrorists. I'm not saying that Terrence Howard necessarily would or will blow something up and murder people, but those who blow things up and murder people tend to think this way. They have this strain of delusional narcissism in them that enables them to first think they're better than everyone else, and also that they deserve the right to exercise power over others. Terry is mentally ill. He should be checked into a mental institution to get treatment for his personality disorder. Cue the onslaught of people saying I have no right to diagnose anyone based on a podcast appearance. Yeah, technically, you're right. But also, he is a delusional narcissist with a personality disorder that should be committed to a mental institution. Sorry. And if the people in his life really cared about him, they'd have done that a while ago. Now let's pivot to Joe. In my video on Tucker Carlson, I gave Joe a bit of a pass, but here, Joe just fails miserably, and his failure is twofold. First, Joe desperately needs a better bullshit detector. Anybody who can't tell that Terrence is completely full of shit within a few sentences has terrible judgment. End of story. You don't even need to be able to articulate with clarity how he is wrong. It's just blatantly apparent in his manner of presenting ideas, the way he vomits esoteric terminology rapid fire, the way he overperforms to give the impression of profundity. It's immediately apparent to any rational person. But the other problem is a more pernicious type of mental defect, which I've mentioned many times, and that is the anti-establishment bias. Joe has that in spades.
This is not something, like your explanation of these things and your description of the very nature of reality itself is not something that should be taken lightly.
No.
It's something that, like...
It is complete and utter nonsense.
Thank you for saying that.
It needs to be laid out, and it needs to be slowly examined in every... Because you've obviously spent a lot of time working on this.
People with this bias can hear any ridiculous story from any unqualified, clueless weirdo, and they will immediately give it far more credence than it deserves, simply because it feeds their desire to see established knowledge arbitrarily overturned. Joe is psychologically incapable of seeing how stupid this all is because he desperately wants this story to be true.
Wow. I wish I could really, truly understand exactly what you're saying. because I'm kind of getting it and you're doing a great job explaining it. But if you're right, that really changes everything.
Everything.
And it accounts for why physics kind of hits a stalling point.
It doesn't matter that Joe has no clue what he's saying. Instead of entertaining the idea that he isn't really saying anything, he just blindly asserts that the Emperor has all his clothes on, and that the imaginary garments must be so much better than the drab and outdated clothing that establishment science provides. A field which obviously must be stalling just because he refuses to lift a finger to learn how vibrant the field really is. It's contrarianism on steroids, to the point where even the most trivial self-evident facts can be called into question just because of their addiction to perceiving themselves as superior to the masses. Even something as trivial as 1 × 1 = 1. This insistence that the dissenting voice should instantly be taken more seriously than substantiated knowledge is an infantile attitude that is destroying our culture, and I'm tired of everyone looking the other way for fear of making waves or insulting people. Terrence should be mocked to his face on a daily basis. He may not be evil or deserve severe punishment, but these are the checks and balances that maintain civic responsibility. If you act like social poison, there should be an antidote. Everyone in his vicinity should be constantly showing him how delusional he is, until something registers and he takes it upon himself to change. Because as insane as he is, his ramblings have an impact. Certain people listen, their minds warp. They choose to further disregard the body of human knowledge or any concept of expertise, and we all suffer the consequences of the poor choices they make as a result. But what's the one thing we can say for certain about Terry?
This is what you'll be remembered for.
Bro still up.
Yep, still up. I think we've been streaming? Almost 7 hours. Thanks for the donation on Web.
Your acting will be just a footnote.
That about sums it up. He will be remembered as a pointless lunatic, no matter how badly the contrarians want to delude themselves. So that's it for Terrence Howard. It is genuinely astounding to me that anyone would listen to this guy for more than 30 seconds, and subjecting myself to several hours of his ramblings has probably taken a few months off of my life.
Yeah, that was really fucking bad. That was some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. I swear I say that every fucking stream, but like, holy fuck, that was stupid. Let's play some games, because why not?